side, of course, the county assembly got the opportunity to present their evidence. There was video clips that were played. There were witnesses, 4 of them, that took the witness stand to beef up their accusations, or rather to give evidence to the accusations that they're making to this governor. And yesterday's sessions went all the way late into the night. This morning marked day 2 of the hearings. 2 days have been set aside by this committee to do the hearings for the proceedings. And today, the governor's side was given the opportunity to respond to the accusations that were tabled before the committee in a motion that was moved by the Meru County Assembly, impeaching the Meru governor, tabling a number of accusations. In this sense, 62 accusations in 5 charges, mostly being gross violation of the Constitution, leadership and ethics, among others. And these 62 violations or accusations, the governor this morning with her legal team had the opportunity to respond to these accusations by way of one witness who was the chief of staff, who's also the private secretary to the governor. He took the witness stand and responded to a number of questions, or a series of questions, with regards to the accusations that are facing the governor, and he was able to respond to them. For instance, there was the issue on the roadside appointments, on whether any of those who are allegedly, or who are said to have been allegedly appointed by the governor by the roadside, if they are drawing any salary or benefits. And he was asked to clarify whether from the payroll there are any benefits or payment being made to these people, because that is one of the grounds that the governor was facing on the roadside appointments of county workers and other individuals that she is said to have given appointments, of course, by the roadside, and which are said should not be done by her but by the County Public Service Board. So there were numerous issues that were raised, and the governor's side, her legal team managed to respond to a number. There were also video clips that were played by that side. Of course, one of the video played was one on the, she is being accused to have forced her way into the county assembly, and again having moved individuals which were called to have been unruly or behaved in a not so orderly manner. But on the video that was shown, the defense side, or the accused side, in their way to defend themselves, used that video and played it before the committee and defended themselves, saying that the video showed in no way that the governor forced her way into the county assembly, and also showed that there were no any individuals or crowds that accompanied her that in any way behaved in an orderly manner. So this morning, that is what has been happening all morning through. Before the break leading to this afternoon sitting, there was an application by the legal team from the county assembly to have the governor take the witness stand to defend what they term is an affidavit that they have presented before the Senate committee, and that she had presented the affidavit, then she ought to take the witness stand to strengthen or defend what she has written in that affidavit. There was a little bit of misunderstanding between the parties, and it took the intervention of the chair to direct that, or have Governor Kawira be advised or sought for her consent on whether she will be agreeing to stand or take the witness stand to give her side of the story, as she is the main victim. As you can see, she is getting into the chambers now. These proceedings are taking place at the Senate chambers, and the break was to be for 1 hour. This break came at around 2:55, 3:55, 2:55, and they had been given an hour to be back. That was around 3 p.m. Now it's 4 p.m. So we are expecting any minute now they should be walking in. As you can see, the governor has already taken her seat. On this other side, we can see the county assembly legal team that has already also taken their seat. The side of the governor's legal team is also almost taking their positions. The committee is led by Kakamega Senator Boni Halwale, and once he walks in, of course, he will be walking alongside all the other committee members. Inside that is the legal team for the County Assembly of Meru, lawyer Thiankolu, who has been presenting, or rather representing, the County Assembly from day one, from yesterday. He was also part of the team that examined some of the witnesses who already came out to give out their side of the story on these particular proceedings. So this afternoon, he applied for the governor to take the witness stand and defend the affidavit that she has given to the committee. And finally, the governor, who was initially not so okay with that particular idea, or consented to her taking the stand. And this 1 hour break was for the lunch break, as well as to prepare the governor to be able to recollect her thoughts and compose herself to be able to present herself on the witness stand and give her side of the story with regards to the accusations that are facing her. So this afternoon, once the chair takes the seat and calls the House to order, then we understand that might be the first business that will be taking place in the House this afternoon. Because according to the program for these proceedings, is that this Wednesday it was the evidence by the governor to be tabled before the committee. Then we would have the interventions by members of the special committee with regards to the whole presentations, evidence presented, witness who spoke before the committee, and any other material that is important or pertinent to these proceedings. Then there will be closing statement on behalf of the county assembly, and then closing statement on behalf of the governor, and then concluding remarks and way forward. According to the program, today's sitting was to end at around 5 p.m. But of course, we understand, just like yesterday, there was a lot of presentation, and the sitting or the session went all the way into late into the night. So even this one, we are likely to go beyond 5, although what is on the table may not seem much. But remember, there is examination, cross-examination, and re-examination of the witnesses who take the witness stand for this case. So basically, that is what we will be expecting once the chair of the Special Senate Committee walks in and calls the House to order. When the Chief of Staff, who is also the private secretary for Governor Kawira Mwangaza, Harrison Gitonga, took the witness stand, there are a few issues that came about. There was the issue that he tried to clarify on the appointments, whether the appointees draw any salary from the county government. And in his remarks, he said that he tried to follow up with the payroll team, and there were no any reimbursements that were done to that effect. On the competitive recruitment, he was clear that the recruitment did not require any, there was no any requirement with regards to that, because the position is not a payable one, and that the appointee was going to render his services without any pay. With regards to the roadside recruitment, he indicated that there are no names that were taken that the Public Service Board had received, and that perhaps maybe the recruitment just remained to that particular point, and that there were no any payments or benefits or even any names that were taken to the Public Service Board. He, however, indicated that the main issue towards this impeachment proposal could be because of the ward fund, where he says there is no legal framework for that particular ward fund, but there is sort of money arranged locally, which they term as ward equalization fund, that is used to improve on some of the social amenities within different wards. They call it ward equalization fund, but it's not directed or directly given to MCAs, but rather given to the CECs or ministries within that county that would then take a look at what in different wards need to be addressed, and then they would work on that issue. So even the chief of staff indicated that maybe the ward fund could have been the main ingredient to this impeachment proposal by the county members of assembly. There is also the issue on the videos that the legal team for Governor Kawira Mwangaza played before the committee, the video on the forceful entry into assembly precincts, which according to the video they said there is no show of forceful entry into the assembly, and furthermore she was not accompanied by any crowd that behaved in a disorderly manner. So Governor Kawira Mwangaza, there as you can see her, she is preparing to take the witness stand this afternoon once the House begins, or whether the sittings begin for this afternoon session, and she will be able to tell her side of the story. Initially, her legal team had tried to defend her from taking the witness stand, saying that she did not give an oral submission before the committee, and that taking her to take the stand, then that would be sub judice. So in that manner, they were defending her from taking the witness stand. But at the end of the day, after consultations, the governor herself agreed and gave her consent to taking the stand, and the break was meant also to give her an opportunity to interact with her legal team and understand what exactly she will be addressing once she takes the witness stand. 62 accusations are facing her, and according to the evidence that they have presented to counter those accusations, then it is up to the committees. It is up to the committee to see whether the evidence presented will defend her from that particular impeachment or will not merit her removal, or will force her to leave her seat. The committee will be writing a report tomorrow before presenting it before the whole House on Friday. So the chair of the Special Senate Committee, as you can see, Honorable Boni Halwale, has taken his seat Other members following right behind him, also taking their seat. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by KBC in partnership with PBU, Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. My name is Kamche Menza. Good afternoon.
Who is that guy? Very well. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, how many minutes do you want?
Chair, we had prayed for 90 minutes,
Okay,
and you had granted it.
very well.
We will share it with my learned friend, Mr. Sheikh
Yes,
Abdikadir.
welcome.
Mr. Harrison, is it correct that as Chief of Staff, you're part of the private staff of the governor? Is it correct, sir, that if the governor were to be impeached, you would lose the job you currently hold as Chief of Staff?
Is not correct?
Don't staff like yourself, don't their mandate terminate with the mandate of the governor in question?
No.
In the event the governor were impeached, would the new governor be entitled to appoint his own Chief of Staff?
Yes.
Therefore, you will not be the Chief of Staff.
I will not be the chief of staff, but I will
Correct.
be reassigned to other duties up to the expiry of my contract.
Yes, I'm only interested in your job as Chief of Staff. Wouldn't you lose that designation if the governor were impeached?
Yes.
Good. Wouldn't you lose the privileges that come with that designation if the governor were impeached?
Yes, I will lose.
Must it not therefore follow, sir, that even as the person you represent accuses several people of a conflict of interest, you actually have a conflict of interest in this matter?
I'm not.
Okay. You say, sir, in your affidavit, that you can speak to all the allegations, that is paragraph 3 of your affidavit, against the governor.
It's true.
You will agree with me that you're not the alter ego of the governor. Are you the alter ego of the governor, sir? I can put it in simpler terms. You and the governor are two separate and distinct human beings, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Utterances made by the governor cannot, by any stretch of imagination, be your utterances.
I never talked of my utterances.
Please answer my question. The governor
They
is
cannot
accused
be.
of several utterances in various platforms. Your affidavit is you can speak to all the allegations against the governor.
Yes, I can.
Therefore, you will agree with me. Utterances by the governor, even though you are a chief of staff, are not your utterances.
It's true.
The things going on in the governor's mind at the time of making those utterances will not be also going on in your mind, correct or incorrect?
It is correct, but I need to say only God can know what goes inside someone's mind.
Fair enough. The motivations, whatever they are, in the governor doing any of the things she's alleged to have done will not be your motivations because you and the governor are different persons. Correct or incorrect?
It's correct.
You must agree with me, therefore, that you're not competent enough to respond. That is what you pleaded in paragraph 3 of your affidavit. You must agree with me, you are not competent, as you claim, to respond to all the allegations against the governor.
Through the chair, I also need to say this. When someone is represented by a lawyer like you, there is a possibility that when you get the information about what your client is for, you find that information, and even you, currently, you are engaged on the information that you got from your client, and that's why you are representing you. Because for sure, even you, I'm very sure, you cannot know what was the mind of the person or the mover of the motion. We are here as witness and to represent our client because the law allows us to do that.
Chair, since the witness will have the opportunity in re-exam to explain, I crave that you direct him to just answer my questions so that I don't take longer than the time you have allocated me.
I think a witness, that is important. Make sure that your response is directly in proportion with the question.
Noted, Chair.
The governor has faced a number of accusations, sir. Let's begin with the appointment of the husband. Is it your position, sir, the governor never made the utterances we saw on video are making?
She made the utterances.
Good. So the only difference between you and me is our interpretation of those utterances, isn't it?
Yes, through the chair, the utterances are not in dispute to any party.
So do you agree with me that the only contest between the two sides is not whether the utterances were made, but how we have interpreted them vis-a-vis how the governor has interpreted them?
It's true.
You will also agree with me, sir, that the second point of departure is not whether the utterances were made, but whether they were followed by official letters of appointment.
That's true.
Sir, would you expect people watching the governor making utterances of the type she was making to take them seriously?
Pardon?
Would you expect the ordinary citizen to take utterances by the governor seriously and specifically on their face value?
Yes, I do.
If the governor announces on national television or regional television that she has appointed her husband to some office, would you expect the ordinary rational person to take her seriously?
I expect to be taken serious. I want to add, there is no denial that she did that.
Order witness. Counsel, help us. You cannot expect the witness to testify on the opinion of other people. Limit him to his evidence and poke holes in his evidence. But to ask him now to give us an opinion on what he thinks the whole county was thinking, we shall be stretching him.
Let's come to our point of divergence on the issue whether the appointment letters were issued.
They were not.
Are you a member of the County Public Service Board, sir?
I'm not.
Are you the county secretary?
I'm not.
You must agree, therefore, you would not be the person to give the best evidence as to whether the appointment letters were issued or not.
Through the chair, I need communication to all those offices, and the letters or their responses have been attached to the response that governor gave. So my responsibility was to do an investigation, of which I did. Because I cannot be everyone, I cannot be every person, but those persons that are responsible, I did my duty, and they confirmed the same.
Chair, if my colleague could show the witness volume 2 of our battle at page 29.
Council, are you referring to your bundle or ours?
Ours, volume 2.
You can share yours. We do not seem to have it here.
What you have there, sir, before you is a printout of section 56. My interest is in subsection 2 of the County Governments Act. Can you read it for us?
The county public service shall be ended by a county secretary appointed under section 44.
You will agree, sir, that is the person competent to confirm to this Senate whether there is an appointment letter or not.
Through the chair, if you look at all the letters were copied to the county secretary to
That's
confirm.
not my question, sir. Based on that section, wouldn't the county secretary be the person legally qualified to tell the Senate whether or not an appointment letter was issued?
Probably it is good to differentiate between the office of the governor and the county public service. There is a difference.
I didn't ask about the differences. Please answer my question. If you don't want to answer it so that we move fast, just say you don't want to answer my question.
County secretary can confirm about the public service, but the chief of staff confirms about those that are employed in the office of the governor.
Are you aware the motion is about appointments to the county public service, not to the private office of the governor?
It is misplaced because the people that are mentioned are supposed to be those people in the office of the governor.
Let's come to the office of firefighters in the county government of Meru. Is that would that be an appointment in the office of the governor?
Yes, it is.
I put it to you, that, sir, that it is not. There is a firefighting department. It is not an office in the private affairs of the governor like the advisors and the chief of staff like yourself.
You can confirm for Meru County is a department that was put under the office of the governor. You can confirm.
The Meru Youth Service, is it a body created by law?
Yes, it is.
Does that law specify the offices of that institution?
Yes, it is.
Now that you say there is no dispute, the appointment was declared, are the offices in the Meru Youth Service offices in the private office of the governor? Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that what you're discussing is about the appointment of the first gentleman to an existing position. So the position is nowhere. It is not either under the public service or in my office. I needed to confirm that it is not in my office because on an existing position, you cannot put it anywhere.
But you confirmed the utterances were made in the rally in question, isn't it?
Yes, I confirm.
Those utterances, wouldn't they, if they were to be taken seriously, be violative of the law establishing the Meru Youth Service?
It is not related to Meru Youth Service in any way. That's my take.
To the best of your knowledge, sir, does the law establishing the Meru Youth Service have the office of patron?
It has not.
It has not.
Yes.
Still on the letters, sir, who ordinarily would be the custodian of the appointment letters if they were issued?
The Public Service Board.
The Public Service Board.
Yes.
Who else would be having possession of such a document?
Myself.
Yes.
Yes.
Who else? The appointee in question, isn't it?
Yes.
You'll agree all these are people naturally aligned to the executive arm of the government, right?
Yes.
Good. You will agree matters to do with employment and HR, the assembly will not ordinarily be in possession of appointment letters of staff of the executive.
Through the chair, the responsibility of proof lies with the county assembly because they have powers to
That's
summon
not the
everyone
question I've asked
to
you,
get
sir.
that details.
My question is, in the ordinary course of human affairs, would a stranger be in possession of HR documents like an appointment letter?
Any public document is available on request.
Good, on request. Therefore, sir, you will agree with me, there is nothing unusual in the ordinary course of events in the assembly either not having possession of the appointment letter or encountering difficulties in accessing it.
Pardon?
You will agree with me, it is not unusual for the assembly not to have in its possession appointment letters belonging to staff in the executive arm.
I don't agree because an ignorant to the privilege that you've given cannot be a defense.
Chair, again, if the witness would answer my questions, I think he's too keen. He doesn't know you'll have the opportunity. I don't want to be making the interjection. Let's go to the appointment of Rufus Meriti. We've now left the husband. You will agree with me, sir, that the only contest between the two sides is not whether the appointment was made, but whether it required the approval of the assembly. Am I correct to say that?
You are correct.
Is it your case, sir, that that approval was not required?
It was not required. It was just a reappointment that has ever happened in other situations.
I will ask you, sir, to read the definition of appointment in the County Public Appointments County Assembly Approval Act. Chair, that will be at page 48 of our volume 2. Have you reached page 48, sir?
Yes.
Can you read for us the definition of appointment at section
For which the approval of a county assembly is required shall not be made unless the appointment is approved by the relevant county assembly in accordance with this act.
So the law says an appointment for which approval is necessary shall not be made unless the approval is sought, isn't it?
It's true.
But you read section 4, you were ahead of me. I asked you to read the definition of appointment in section 2 on the same page. Please read what I asked you to read.
Appointment includes any reappointment to the same body where or not in the same capacity.
You will agree these sections, sir, show, contrary to the position you and the governor have taken, that this appointment which you concede was made actually required the approval of the assembly. By the law you've read, was that approval required?
It was required.
Good. If it was required, was it sought?
I need to emphasize on this through the chair.
Please answer my question. It's yes or no. You have agreed the approval was required. Was it obtained?
It can only be required when it is
yes or no, unless the chair rules me out of order. Was it obtained or
It
not?
was not obtained.
Good. It was not obtained. I will show you page 186. You just read the statute. We now want to see what the courts have ruled on the matter. Chair, I'm referring to volume 2 of our Bado, page 186. It's a decision, Chair, that begins at page 170, but I'm only interested in the conclusion the judge arrived at, which is at 186.
Honorable Chair, with your kind permission.
Yes, what is it?
Honorable Chair, the concern is that this witness is being taken through a course to offer opinions on positions of the law. I think that is a matter for lawyers, and he should first of all have confirmed whether he tackles or handles matters of law in the office he said he serves in the county. Now he's being told to interpret a judicial decision, which, my Lord, may not be within his competence, because it's a matter of law, and any other witness, including the governor, would not have testified to that because it's not a factual matter. It's a matter of law. I think the witness is being oppressed to be required to offer a legal opinion. He has no training in law, my Lord. Thank you.
Counsel, don't overprotect your witness. Your witness is a very competent man. I think what the counsel for the county assembly is asking for is not a point of law. He's not even seeking an opinion. It's a fair question. Let the answer be on record. We shall interpret it. Don't overprotect him. He's above 18.
Most obliged, sir.
Through the chair.
Even asked you the question, sir. Please read for us paragraph 105 on page 186. It's a matter about a county assembly appointment, just like the one now before us. Please read it.
Paragraph
105, 105.
It was, however, contended that since some of the petitioners had been approved by the previous assembly as the first respondent and its predecessors were exercising authority as the trustees of the people of Kenya, and more specifically, the resident of Machakos County under Article 73 of the Constitution. It was thus surprising how the same constitutional body can arrive at two different reports on the same nominee for a similar job description. This issue brings to force the question as to whether the county assembly differently continued from this previous one is
I think it's constituted, sir, not continued, unless it's new.
Constituted from the previous one is bound by the decisions made by the previous assembly in approving the nominees. If this position was true, it would mean that those who were serving in the previous government would automatically qualify for approval by the assembly once nominated by the governor. With due respect, if this was the intention it would have been precisely stated in the registration. This court cannot lead in such a drastic proportion of law which is not expressly provided in Alfred Mahandi, Ngome, and others versus George W. Sitati and two others, civil application number NAI 268 of 1999. It was earned that
You can even leave it there, sir. You will therefore have to agree whether it is by reading the statute or reading the case law. The appointment of Rufus Miriti required the approval of the assembly. Now that we are not in contest, the appointment was made.
That's what I want to make clear.
Now the question, would you agree, sir? Would you agree, based on the case law you've just read, based on the statute you just read, that contrary to the position you've taken, this specific appointment was illegal for want of county assembly approval?
I want to make this through the chair.
Please answer my question, sir. You will get the opportunity.
Order, counsel. Relax completely. I think the witness wants to help us. Just allow him to address the chair. Witness.
Through the chair.
Chair.
I want particularly to mention the issue of Rufus Miriti. Rufus Miriti was the county secretary for the previous government. That is the former government. When the current governor came in, she extended his term to complete the handing over that was taking place. In all the situations that you've faced, for the county secretary, who has been the custodian of the former government, you just extend some time for him to continue serving so that you can get all the resources, all the requirements, or anything that you need. And that one is allowed by the county secretary being the secretary of the transition committee that is always there to ensure that there is a smooth transition from the older government or from the former government to the current government. That is what happened. That's why there is no appointment letter for Rufus Miriti that is available, because the extension was for, that's not a reappointment, but extension, so that that time will allow the governor to form the government, and thereafter appoint a substantive county secretary that will be forwarded to the assembly for approval. That is the case. There is no letter. Is an extension that is allowed even by the transition authority whereby the county secretary is the one that is in charge of handling matters before the governments are formed.
This idea you are now introducing from the witness box.
Counsel,
Yes.
I think the witness wanted to help us. You are helping us. Now you've boxed yourself. Do you have a letter showing that that extension was given?
The witness has confirmed and the documents filed on the record show it is common ground the appointment was made. What is not agreed is whether that appointment required the approval of the county assembly. The clarification the witness is now offering from the doc that this was a transitional arrangement. That is not the position taken on the pleadings. That is not the position in his affidavit or the governor's affidavit. It is a completely new position taken from the witness box, but not from the pleadings.
Chair, yeah, I sympathize with my classmate, but counsel, that is a problem you have brought upon yourself. Because after reading to the witness, the law, he is on record saying that yes, this is an appointment that required parliamentary approval or the approval of the assembly. Why you then pose the question again to him is something I don't understand. But here perhaps to guide the process, because the witness has alluded to a specific time, let him tell us or tell the committee how long this appointment was and where we can find that detail in the documents that are before us.
Let the witness respond to that. We don't confuse him too much, then I'll allow you to.
Through the chair, for any acting, acting county secretary, provided that he qualifies or she qualifies to act under that capacity, you're given 6 months by law.
Yes, Senator Wandako.
Chair, I just wanted a clarification. Is the county secretary being appointed to act the county secretary that was serving in the previous term, or is a new officer?
Through the chair, is the one that was in the previous government.
My next question, Chair. County secretary served for a fixed term of office on appointment. Had the contract by the time the new county government of Meru came into office expired?
No, it had not expired.
So what was the necessity for reappointment?
The contract was for 5 years. That was expiring actually on 19th of next month. That is the time that is supposed to expire.
Robert.
Yes, Chair. I just needed to get to know benefit of experience. Senator Madnago has picked on the issue I needed to ask for clarity. Currently, is that county secretary still serving?
Yes.
Has the same county secretary in question is the current county secretary serving, right?
Yes.
And within the contract term, is that the case?
Yes.
Okay, then what was the purpose of extension of the contract as you've discussed in that case? Because if the contract was current for the county secretary and is still serving up to now because that contract is current as per the information you've given, then what was the purpose of giving another letter of appointment or an extension for that matter?
There is no letter that was given through the chair. is only that Her Excellency Governor confirmed through mentioning the name that because he was serving the former regime, or the former government, he is going to continue working with the current government. That's just what happened. There was no letter of appointment.
Thank you. Counsel, your witness is ahead of you. If you intended to puncture his evidence, you've made him to read the law. He has read it correctly. You have asked him how he interpreted it. He has interpreted it correctly. So you just abandon that and go to the next point.
Point. Because the position the witness has taken on the doc, I told you, is not what is on the documents.
Oh.
I want to show him the documents. Please look, sir, at page 62 of our volume 1.
Yes, I'm there.
62, chair of our volume 1. The pagination is falling on a blackened area, so it's the page after 61. That's a post by the governor, sir, right?
Yes.
Does that post indicate anywhere that the appointment of Rufus was on transitional basis? It's either yes or no.
No.
We played videos yesterday, and Chair, those videos will be Annex 3 and Annex 3A. The transcript will be at page 53 to 54 of our volume 1. In the video utterances, which we don't dispute, were made, was any clarification made that the appointment of Rufus was on transitional basis?
It was not made.
Good.
And through the chair, on the same strength.
You have answered my question, sir, but if the chair permits, you have no problem.
Yes, through the chair.
Order witness. Why are you volunteering information nobody wants? You've answered your question, wait for the next. Yeah.
There are some appointments, sir, which we claim were of unqualified persons, including Hilary Sadi, right?
Yes.
To what position did you tell us Hilary Sadi was appointed?
Director of Communications.
Director of Communications.
Yes.
I want you to take you through the governor's documents. What was your explanation, sir? If I remind you, your explanation was just like your post as Chief Secretary. This appointment did not require the approval of the Assembly. Is that still your position?
Yes, it's true.
Please confirm Sandi was appointed at the level of directorate.
I confirm.
So this is a man who is in charge of a directorate in the Assembly, or rather in the county government, the executive side, that is.
I
Correct?
confirm.
You confirm. And as a matter of fact, your testimony was that we were erroneous because the advert we are referring to is for a junior position, isn't it?
Pardon?
Didn't you tell the committee that the document at page 76 of the Governor's Volume 2 is for a position that is subordinate to the position Sadi occupies?
It is true.
The Governor's Volume 2, Chair. It is true. Please confirm from this advert that the advert comes not from the office of the governor, but from the County Public Service Board.
That is true.
Confirm as well that the advert invites positions for several directorates within the county government of Meru.
That is true.
Please confirm one of the directorates is at page 67.
That is true.
The other directorate is at page 68 of the advert.
That is true.
There is yet another directorate at page 70, number 5.
That is true.
There is a deputy directorate, now not the directorate, at page 71.
That is true.
There is a directorate at page 73.
That is true.
There is a directorate at page 75.
That is true.
And your testimony in chief was that the position at page 76 is one pack below the directorate. Isn't it?
Yes, it's true.
Sir, I put it to you that it is self-serving for you to claim the directorate that Sadi leads is in the office of the governor, when all the other directorates, the recruiting agency, is the County Public Service Board. You cannot be a witness of the truth.
I'm witness of the truth. I produced the documents that it shows Director of Communication specifically is under office of the governor. Like the case
Which
of,
document was that? Please refer us to it.
I'll refer to document page 83 of the volume 2 of the governor's response. That is one of the positions, the director, governor's press service, or director of communication. That is one of the positions that has been put by the intergovernmental technical committee, which took over from the Defiant Transition Authority.
Sir, are you aware you're referring to a different job description? This is Director, Governor's Press Service. That's not the position Sadi was appointed to.
That is the same position. Is where, for example, you can mention the position of Chief of Staff and the position of Private Secretary. That is the same position.
Chair, so that we don't have an altercation, I'm inviting you to note, because by law documents speak for themselves, from the video, from the adverts, it is Directorate of Public Communications, and the explanation the witness is offering is a completely different job description.
Continue. We've seen it on page 83.
Sir, you will also agree with me that in this advert, all persons called to apply for either directorate level or deputy directorate level must have a minimum of 5 years experience.
That is true.
You will also agree with me that Hilary Sandi does not have a minimum of 5 years experience in public affairs.
As I indicated,
either you agree or you disagree, sir.
I don't agree on that.
Good. We've heard your answer, but I put it to you. Neither you, nor the governor, nor anyone has placed material before this Senate to show Hilary Sandi has 5 years experience in public affairs.
Through the chair, my responsibility from the office of the governor was to forward the name of Hilary Sandi to Public Service Board as required by law. The Public Service Board is the one that was supposed to determine whether Hilary Sandi has an experience of 5 years or not. When they give us a feedback that Hilary Sandi is qualified to be appointed as the Director of Communications, we did that.
Let's go to the other illegal appointments, sir. Would you agree that all county public offices are regulated by a law?
I agree.
You will agree that if an office is to be created that doesn't exist, the mandate lies with the County Public Service Board.
Not always.
Not always.
Yes.
Sir, is a governor entitled to establish informal structures that are parallel to those that are known to the law?
No.
Good. If the law has established a body to deal with a particular aspect of public governance, is the governor allowed, whether formally through the videos we saw, or informally through the letter you say we don't have, to establish parallel structures?
She is not allowed.
She's not allowed. Would declaration of informal holders, when they are official holders of the mandate in question, undermine the functions of the persons who lawfully are empowered to discharge that function?
Through the chair, the three positions that you mentioned have never heard even the governor talking about them in public or elsewhere. It is the removal motion that mentioned those positions in the motion that we are in. So,
sir, that was not my question, and I don't want to have an altercation with you. My question was whether the establishment of parallel institutions to those known to law would undermine the discharge of the mandate of the official institutions known to the law.
Yes, it is.
Therefore, you will agree, even if we were to accept for argument's sake that there is no appointment letter, the informal declarations whose existence is not in contest was still a usurpation of the statutory and constitutional functions of the bodies mandated to deal with the various issues in the impeachment motion.
Through the chair, it is my evidence there is no informal declaration of any appointment for an existing office so that you can have parallel offices. Throughout the motion that I've read, throughout the response that I've gotten from the council or from the county assembly, there is no such declaration, whereby we have in contest of two parallel offices that are in existence. I have not known of that unless it is produced before this committee.
You are the chief of staff, sir. That's an official position, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
If the governor appointed an informal through a kamukunji or public rally, an informal chief of staff who has no appointment letter, wouldn't that interfere with your official functions
If it is,
as
it
the
can.
legal chief of staff?
Order, counsel. Counsel. In his evidence, the witness has attached documents, evidence, confirming that those so-called appointments, they never got appointment, they are not on the payroll, the positions they were purported to have been appointed to don't exist in the county government structure. Why are you belaboring when we have so much to deal with? Why don't you?
Chair, I had not gotten to that dynamic of the problem, but I can go to it now that
finish
you direct me. Let's start, sir, with all the letters you supposedly wrote to various bodies asking to confirm. And Chair, just to answer your concern, that what I was trying to show the witness is, even if they were right on the facts that there was no appointment letter, it will still be a usurpation of the official functions.
Through the chair, I also want to confirm we went ahead and then give the names, the letters of appointment of those that are currently holding the offices that have been mentioned. We revamped on that, and through the response of the governor, we've attached those are currently in those offices.
Let's look at the letter at page 51 of, Chair, I'm referring to page 51 of the Governor's Volume 2. That's a letter by Virginia, sir, isn't it?
Yes.
Has Virginia sworn any affidavit before the Senate?
No.
Has she recorded any witness statement
No.
before the Senate?
No.
This document, sir, what is the date on it?
It is on 23rd of November 2022.
And was this before or after the impeachment motion?
It was before the impeachment. It was after the impeachment motion.
Have you read the date of the impeachment motion before the Senate?
Yes.
It is 5th December. So this date, is it before or after?
It is before.
It is before. You will agree with me, sir. This is a document in response to a memo from you.
Yes.
So your memo equally, the memo being responded to, must have been in existence before the impeachment motion.
It's true.
Did you place that memo before the county assembly?
No.
Did you place this letter at page 51 before the county assembly?
No.
Sir, the answer you have given me, the two last answers, you will agree with me those answers apply to the document at page 53, correct?
It's true.
Those two answers also apply to the document at page 54, correct?
Yes.
The one at 55, correct or incorrect?
It's correct.
When we come to the one on page 56, you will agree it is a document generated on the day, a day after the impeachment has taken place.
It is true.
So these are documents made after the event.
It is true.
You will agree with me, the same applies to the document at page 57, it's made after the event.
Correct?
At your instigation, sir, isn't it?
Yes.
The one at page 58 was available long before the impeachment, correct or incorrect?
It is correct.
But it was not placed before the assembly.
Through the chair.
Either it was or it was not.
Through the chair. Remember, an issue was discussed and we didn't, or the governor did not do a response to the County Assembly of Meru because the advice was given by the legal to the governor. So there is no way that this document that the council is mentioning
I'm waiting
I'm
for
saying
you to finish
through the
your answer.
chair, I've seen the chair is consulting. I'm saying all these documents that the legal counsel is mentioning were not forwarded to the county government of Meru because the legal advisor, the legal team to the governor advised that the governor was not going for the impeachment motion that was in the county assembly. And there is no way the question that the legal is asking, there is no way these documents now could have found their way to the county assembly when there was an advice that the governor was not participating in the motion that was in the county assembly of Meru.
Chair, or rather, Mr. Witness, we are not interested in the legal advice. The legal advice you received is in any event privileged, so we can't even insist on seeing it. My question was simply whether the document was presented before the assembly.
The governor did not attend the impeachment motion at the assembly.
Was she availed the opportunity to present not just this document, but indeed all the documents before the assembly?
She could not forward the documents.
That's not the question. Was she availed the opportunity to present those documents? Now that we agree all of them were in existence, was the opportunity given?
The opportunity was given.
Good.
But she underlined.
We are not interested in the buts. You will have the opportunity to say the ifs and buts in re-examination. Let's go to the document you said it was before the impeachment motion at page 51. Do you know when was the date of the first impeachment motion, sir?
Yes.
What was the date?
It was on that 8th.
It was actually 21st. That year there was the debate, isn't it?
Yes.
Therefore, you will agree, even this document at page 51 was made after the event. Never mind, the event was quashed by the High Court.
I agree.
Order, order. I think the counsel for the governor, I don't know whether you're following this matter. Why is the counsel for the assembly interrogating your client on a matter which is not before this committee? The matter of the first impeachment is not our case here.
Chair, I'm guided. I'll just withdraw the question so that we don't take...
Be fair to us.
I'm guided, Chair.
So far, we have gone so well with you, with us, and with the public. Let's give it the seriousness it deserves. We give the people of Meru justice.
My apologies, Chair. Sincere apologies.
Lukumba wacha.
There is the document by Geoffrey, Edward Budi Geoffrey, at page 105. Correct, sir? Page 105 of the Governor's Volume 2.
Yes, it's there.
As a matter of fact, Geoffrey has sworn two affidavits, this one and the one that is signed.
Yes.
Was Geoffrey available at the time this impeachment motion was before the Assembly?
Yes, he was available.
You yourself now testifying before the Senate, were you available to testify for the governor when this matter was before the Assembly?
There is no invitation to the county assembly.
The question was whether you were available.
Through the chair, how can I avail myself to something that is not there? Because there is no invitation, there is no request, and even if you go there, you'll be a stranger. How do I avail myself to the county assembly to testify when I cannot be able even to go to that county assembly?
Sir, I want us to play the video in slow motion, your own video.
Council, Chair? Just for my understanding, Council, on that particular question, to take note, does availability in this case means, were you invited and available and was not able to attend, or were you in the assembly? What are you asking?
The point I was hoping to make, Chair, is that the governor was availed the opportunity to testify if she wished to call witnesses, including the witness she has now called, and indeed any other witness she has now brought.
Through the chair, I think from the one go that the governor did not attend the county assembly impeachment motion that was there. So from that point, I'm really confused on what to say in the questions that he's bringing that are relating to the impeachment motion that was at the county assembly of Meru.
Chair, with your permission, I think this witness is abusing the latitude that you have given him. Let him answer the question and we move on. This is becoming too much. He's going through the chair more than the chair himself.
Chair, Chair, I'm here, Senator Dhangwa Kiambu.
Yes, yes.
You know, I'm sitting next to Sifuna, and we have agreed that he takes the legal matters and I take the layman's matter. The question probably the council is asking, the time the governor was accorded to appear before the committee at the assembly, couldn't she have sent you there the way she has sent you here? That is the question.
Well, guided, she didn't send me there.
I want us to play a video you played, sir. You played it in slow motion. So let's play the one you played in slow motion of stones being thrown at the governor. And we can pause, Chair, where the stone is right above the governor before it obeys Newton's laws of motion. It can be paused, Chair, right where the stone is right, slightly behind the governor, before it hits the ground.
Council.
Yes.
Council.
Yes.
With a light touch, because this is a long afternoon. This is a very emotional video.
Fair enough, Chair.
Do you really want to replay it? The committee is naturally, yeah? Sympathizing with the governor that she was going to lose her life.
Fair enough, Chair.
This one does.
Maybe, Chair, should ask me why I want to play it.
Okay, play it.
The reason I want this video played, Chair, let me put the question to the witness so that I don't start testifying. You will agree, Mr. Witness, that the governor's back is facing the precincts of the assembly.
It's true.
You will agree the governor is just outside the assembly.
It is true.
You will agree with me the trajectory of the stone is that it is coming from the face of the governor towards our back.
No.
That's why, Chair, you will agree with me, Mr. Witness, if a stone was thrown in the opposite direction, it would land in front, not behind the governor.
No. I put the
You know, Chair, I'm a resident of Meru, and maybe the committee doesn't have the benefit of the geography. And that's what I'm trying to show, that the caption on this video, what is actually happening is the reverse of what the caption says. Yes.
Council.
On a lighter note, Chair, on a lighter note, the committee has a Gor Mahia fan here who knows the direction of stones.
I am guided, Chair.
Chair, I just wanted to guide Council. Council, there is a lot of meat that you can go after. Because at the end of the day, that stone hits the vehicle. That tells you where the stone is coming from.
Yeah, but the
Because
problem, Chair, I have is that the caption misleads you, the direction.
Just a minute, Council. If that stone bounces off the vehicle, it cannot have originated from in front of the vehicle to bounce off the car, then go into the assembly. You understand?
It's
They
not
said-
bouncing off a vehicle.
Play the video. Just play the video. There's two stones.
I'm talking about the stone, the specific stone. Anyway, Chair, so that we move, I don't have to...
Council,
Yes,
I think everybody knows what is happening in that video.
yes.
You don't have to be a student of physics like the few of us here to know that that stone was flying from the county assembly past the lady and hitting the car. So just...
Anyway, we'll leave it to interpretation, sir. I'm just saying as a person who lives in Meru, it's the other way around, but we don't have to be detained.
But the stones of Meru are also subjected to Newton's laws of motion.
Chair.
Let's move, Chair. It's not a critical matter. I don't want us, and Chair, since a lot of my time has been taken in the interjections, I'll pray for 10 extra minutes from the 30 I have. And I pray at this point, Chair, I pray at this point you allow my learned friend, Mr. Sheikh Abdikadir, to continue the cross-examination.
Thank you. We thank you. Abdikadir, you have 28 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. No, it's okay. I'll do it from here. Good afternoon, Mr. Harris.
Good afternoon.
You said you are the Chief of Staff.
It's true.
Do you have a letter of appointment?
Yes, I have.
How were you recruited? Were you interviewed by the County Public Service Board?
Yes.
You were interviewed by the County Public Service Board.
Yes.
You are in charge of the governor's staff, but not the county staff.
Yes.
Do you know who is the head of the public service in the county?
Is the county secretary.
Okay. In your evidence in chief, you played a video where you implied that the Speaker of the County Assembly is not a member of, is not an MCA. Is the Speaker an MCA?
He is not.
Chairman, I would like to refer the committee to Article 177, 1D, and perhaps if the council can give the Constitution Article 177 1D so that he can read to the committee.
Chair.
Council, can you help? Daktari, yeah. Can you please read Article 177.1 all the way to D, A, B, C, D?
A county assembly consists of A, members elected by the registered voters of the wards, each ward constituting a single member constituency on the same day as the general election of the member of parliament, being the second Tuesday in August in every fifth year. Number B, the number of special seat members necessary to ensure that no more than 2/3 of the membership of the assembly are of the same gender. Number C, the number of members of the marginalized groups, including the persons with disability and the youth, prescribed by an act of parliament. And number D, the speaker who is an ex-officio.
Thank you. Chairman, I wanted to draw the attention of the committee, particularly to...
That is the composition of the county assembly, not MCAs.
Thank you. 1D. Pass me the bundle, the one we're sharing.
Chairman,
No, the other one. There's another one.
you know, where's,
Ali?
yes, where statement of fact and the law, as a reference has been made for the witness to read, and it clearly states on the heading, the members of county assembly consist. Yeah, those are MCAs. So we would like, because of the record, to make sure that whatever references has been made, the witnesses needs to acknowledge, because this point of law, it's not a speculative statement.
Chair, also to add on that, just maybe it was not clear to the witness, he can as well read the County Government Act, Section 7.
Thank you, Senator. In your affidavit, you talked about the Ward Development Fund, and in your evidence in chief.
Yes.
In the previous regimes, were there ward development funds?
I've not seen that. I was not privy to the information.
Do you know what the ward development fund is for?
Yes, the information that I know is the one that is being discussed on whether to be interested in the constitution or not, like the CDF that is at the constituency level.
Oh, okay. So you think it's similar to the CDF?
Yes.
The County Government Act, one of the objectives is devolution is to allow people to make decisions affecting them.
Yes.
Do you agree the members of the County Assembly represent the people?
I agree.
Between the executive, the governance branch, and the Assembly, who represents the people?
Between, pardon?
Between the governor and the Assembly, who represents the people? Who has the power of the people?
The MCA.
Do you know the function of the county assembly?
Yes.
Can you tell the committee what it is if you know?
There is the registration. There is oversight and representation.
Will you say this impeachment is part of oversight?
Yes, it is.
Order, Council. Speaker, you know why I'm calling you Speaker.
Yes, I know.
In our other lives, I worked
Yes,
with you as
true,
our Speaker
true.
in Mandera, and I respect you so much. But let the records be correct. As far as the Constitution is concerned, Article 1, all democratically elected people are representatives of the people. So if it is about this process that is ongoing, the MCAs are representatives of the people, they're democratically elected, just as the governor and the MPs in Meru County.
Guided chairman, but I was asking in the context that in the affidavit of the witness, where he has said that the governor is protecting the people of Meru, and in several places in the response and in the affidavit it has been said that the MCAs are going for their selfish interest and the governor is protecting the people of Meru. I'm trying to bring out, as much as the governor is representing the people of Meru, are equally the MCAs.
If that is the case, we have no objection. Edwin was just, sorry, not Edwin, Senator Sifuna was just reminding me of a ruling a few months ago where it was found that the governor, having been found in the Constitution by that court, that to be a governor, you have to have the same qualifications like an MCA. So you're perfectly correct. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman.
The pilot is refusing. Why? That was the court, not me. And I was reminded by Senator Sifuna.
Thank you. In your affidavit, paragraph 43, and this is volume 4 of the governor's bundle, in your affidavit you said that the county assemblies have failed to undertake their work, such as refusal to approve the CECs. Do you agree that even rejecting the CECs is part of their work and they're doing their work?
They gave a demand.
That was not the question. The question is, by rejecting the CECs, are they doing the work they're meant to do or they're
Yes,
not?
they are.
Thank you. In your affidavit, you talked about the public participation, and you played also a video. How often, or do you know how often the County Assembly of Meru does public participation? Do you know how often? Do you know how many times they do public participation?
I don't know.
Okay, for the benefit of everyone, the County Assembly holds a lot of public participations. When there are bills, they hold public participation. When they are doing budgets, they do public participation. When they are approving appointments, they do public participation. And therefore, what you have said here that they did not conduct public participation is not correct.
Chair, some clarification. Has the council become the witness or is still cross-examining?
I think, to use the words of Sifuna, the council has now starting to overuse my latitude. So, Council,
I'm guided, Chairman.
don't give evidence.
I am guided, Chairman. Perhaps, Chairman, I rephrase that and I ask the witness. Witness, do you agree that the County Assembly holds public participations when they are doing bills, budgets, removal of office of CECs, and major projects in the county governments?
I cannot confirm.
And order, and even that one is not admissible. That is a leading question.
The leading, about cross-examination, about leading questions, Chairman.
Order. You can ask the same question and get the same answer. You don't have to lead.
Chairman, with a lot
You're
of
telling
respect.
the client, not the client, the witness, to say it the way you want. Put your question and let the witness then give you the answer that you want. If you can't, we can't help you.
Chairman, I have a lot of respect for the committee and the chairman, but we have to agree on the ground rules. Evidence in chief is where leading is not allowed. And there are a lot of councils in the House, and they will disagree with me. But in cross, it's about leading questions.
So, you want us to agree with you, Council, that you do what you want, and then we find fault when we are writing the report, and in the process, to your detriment. I was helping you so that you can come out best, so that all of us can accommodate your evidence. We don't want to kill it technically.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah,
I'm
maybe Ms. Honorable Sifuna can guide the committee. Actually, Council is right. The rules are the other way around.
Chairman, I got the
But
point.
I don't want to be saying it from this side because I think what my colleague is saying is that leading questions are allowed in this phase. It is in the other phase they are not allowed.
Okay, fair enough. You proceed. My team of legal advisors will advise us. Just proceed.
Chairman, it's the last thing I wanted to disagree with you, but
Proceed. Abdi.
A witness, you said in paragraph 21 of your witness statements that the minority leader, Honorable Mwenda's statement refers to false public outcry for the governor to sit down with the elected leaders, yet the governor has made numerous attempts to reach out to the leaders in Meru. Did you put any proof that that has happened?
Yes.
Okay. So can you point to the committee where that evidence is, please?
The first one is in page 42.
What document is it?
Governor writing to the county assembly requesting for a meeting between all elected leaders in Meru County,
Dated?
dated 31st of October,
The next
2022.
The next document?
The next document is annex number KMS11, page 47, where governor and a meeting that was held at Windsor Hotel through the Council of Governors chair and other members of Council of Governors and the leadership of Meru County.
Okay, thank you.
The third one.
I need two. Thank you. Paragraph 3 of your affidavit, you said that the second last paragraph, and therefore competent enough to respond to all the allegations leveled against the governor.
Paragraph?
Paragraph 3 of your affidavit. Paragraph 3, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. And you've mentioned that there was a meeting at Windsor Hotel, correct?
Is correct.
Were you sitting in the meeting?
I was not.
So what you have said here that is hearsay then?
Not hearsay.
Okay. If you were not in the meeting, how did you know the outcome of the meeting?
I want to read that paragraph where I mentioned, it is in my paragraph 24. I made it very clear. In paragraph 24 is when I talked of that meeting, and if around I can read this one.
Read.
That as the private secretary of the governor, I am briefed about all the meetings that are organized, and I am personally aware of the meetings that the governor attended at the Winds Hotel in Nairobi for the mediation with the county assembly leadership and the chairperson of the Council of Governors in support of some other governors.
Okay.
And group photo, then I go on and see the responsibilities that I was given in paragraph 25 and 26 and 27, of which I was given, which was outcome of the meeting that was held at that place.
Okay. So, do you know what a hearsay is, Harrison? If you don't know, it's okay. You were briefed, you were told. What you are told is what a hearsay is. Okay. That's all for this witness, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In that case, why is there that light? Yes, Boniface.
Honorable Chair, how many minutes do you have left?
10 minutes.
Okay, I think I can take up the remaining 10 minutes.
Yes.
Honorable Chair and the Honorable Committee, my name is Meru Boniface Mawera, and I will ask the witness a few questions. I want to refer the witness to our volume 4, that is a county assembly documents. Maybe council can show it to him. From pages 319 to page 400. Are you there?
Yes.
Yesterday we were told that there are no written memoranda in support of the motion for impeachment. And I want you to confirm whether all these memoranda are written by hand or whether they are typed. From pages 319 all the way to page 400. And you can confirm whether they are all in support of the motion for impeachment.
They are all handwritten.
Are they in support of the motion for impeachment?
And unless I read them, I cannot comment. This is a big document. From 319 to 400 is 100 pages, almost 100 pages. I cannot confirm that.
On page 319, the second line from the top, after the heading, you can read it aloud.
Page 319?
Yes.
Second?
The second line from the top, after the heading, I, Polycarp Majau.
Yes, I can read that.
Read it aloud, please.
I, Polycarp Majau, of ID number 33009715, phone number 0721-137592, from Abogeta West, warned, do support the motion to impeach Meru County Governor, Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, due to the following misconducts. Number 1, humiliation.
I think that is enough.
Okay.
You confirm that memoranda is in support of the motion for impeachment?
Yes, is in support.
Okay. You can turn to page 'I want to show you one which is clear enough for you to read. To page 360, you can read paragraph 1.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Senator Sifuna.
Perhaps, Chair, when the witness is reading some of those things, let him omit the details of the people there. Because you are on live TV, you can imagine your phone number being broadcast across the nation. I'm sure it is not, it's not in order.
Fair enough, Chair. You can just read the part where...
That makes sense.
You can read the part where it shows whether the person who has provided this memoranda is in support or opposition to the impeachment motion.
It is in paragraph?
In fact, the first line, the first paragraph, the first line.
It is in support.
It is in support. I think those are enough, Honorable Chair, to show that there were written memoranda in support.
Thank you very much. You done?
I'm not done yet.
Oh.
Honorable Chair, I want this witness, because in the morning, he told us in his evidence in chief that there was an equalization fund by the previous regime. In fact, he told us the first government of Meru, there was a ward fund allocation for, I think, 25 million by Governor Munya, and then 20 million by Governor Kiraitu. And in his own words, he said that is an equalization fund. So, Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
What do you understand by the word equalization?
My understanding of equalization is whereby everyone is given an equal share.
So, equalization means everyone gets an equal share?
Yeah. For example, for the case of Meru County with 45 wards, if each ward gets 10 million, everyone will get 10 million. That's what I understand.
So you confirm that it is only for the 45 wards, it is only the 45 wards that would benefit from this equalization fund?
I can confirm that.
So nominated members of the county assembly, because they do not represent a ward, would not benefit from it?
They cannot.
Okay. You also confirm that, or can you confirm rather, that this equalization fund is meant to ensure that every ward, irrespective of whether the member of the county assembly agrees with the governor or not, at least gets some development?
I do agree.
Yes. I want you to inform this committee and the chair how the executive, or not the executive, how the ward fund is executed. Who retains control of the ward fund?
There is no ward fund. We
Okay,
are talking of equalization fund.
What do you call equalization fund? And you actually told us that the governor has allocated 10 million.
That's the equalization fund that is under the various ministries. And I explained this one in the morning.
Yes.
If, for example, in Abogeta
In fact, you use
West...
the word line ministry.
Yes.
That the funds remain with the line ministry.
Yes.
So the executive retains the control of this fund, whether equalization or ward fund.
Equalization fund is different from ward fund.
But
Ward
what was in
fund
the
is
previous
the
regime? What was in the two previous regimes? Was there a ward fund?
I'm not aware of any ward fund in
So
Kenya.
you
That's
confirm-
in Kenya.
You confirm that Governor Munya and Governor Kiraitu only allocated these equalization funds and not ward fund?
There is no ward fund.
There is no ward fund.
Yes.
Okay. And you also confirm that the executive, the line ministries, to borrow your words, retain control of this equalization fund.
Yes, it's true.
So the 10 million that you say the governor has allocated, I would believe it is to this equalization fund.
Yes, it's true.
Is the money distributed directly to the wards?
Projects from those ones are allocated that money.
Projects.
Yes.
Who executes these projects?
The executive.
The executive. Who does the procurement for these projects?
The executive.
So there is nowhere where there's no place whatsoever, because the funds remain with the county executive, and the county executive executes these projects.
It's true.
You confirm that?
Yes.
Then I'm lost, Honorable Mr. Gatobu. I am lost because you said in the morning that MCAs refused to approve the CECs because they were not given this.
They are requesting a request that has not been given. There is also a cry across the country about the World Fund.
Have you talked about this equalization fund anywhere in your affidavit? Have you?
Have not.
What is the term or the phrase rather you've used to refer to this fund in your affidavit?
I didn't mention it. What I mentioned is that...
No, check paragraph 41 of your affidavit. Don't you talk about the word fund?
There is a difference between World Fund and equalization fund. That's what I want this committee to take.
Order. The time is up.
Maybe, Chair, you can hand me just 2 minutes to conclude on this one.
Okay.
I think the last question for you, Mr. Katobu, is do you confirm then that this fund or these monies that the governor, in her generosity, has allocated to these projects are left in the executive? There are no specific accounts, like in the case of CDF, where these monies are deposited, or where where withdrawals can be made from, or where charges can be made from.
I can confirm that.
Okay. That is all in cross-examination, Honorable Chair.
Chair, please allow my colleague, Mr. Morioki, to ask just 2 or 3 questions. I know our time is up, but there was a lot of interjections before I took my seat. You could gracefully give us 5 to 10 minutes.
Very good. So we're not being too harsh. There's another witness who is coming to speak to the same issue. When you are cross-examining, tie up those things. We have timelines to meet. The 30th is fast approaching. So, witness, thank you so much. You've done so much for one man in one day. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. We have re-examination. I think we need a break, but I will not give. So, counsel for the governor, re-examination. How much time do you need for your re-examination?
Honorable Chairman, just 25 minutes only will be sufficient.
Are you re-examining alone, or you'll give some of the time to...
I will do that alone, my lord.
Alone? Okay. Yes. So, conclude it in 15 minutes. You had this witness the whole day.
Very well.
15 minutes. Counting.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
You were asked about several letters, some starting from page 50.
Yes.
And one up to page 90.
Yes.
Honorable Committee, I'm referring to the bundle in support, the bundle of documents in support of the governor's case, volume 2. The letters annexed at page 50 up to page 57. And the other letter at page 90 of that bundle. Look at the one at page 90 of that bundle. It's an appointment.
Yes.
Who made the appointment?
Public Service Board.
Is governor the public service board?
No.
Are they independent?
Yes.
Assuming that appointment was in error or in violation of the law, can that be attributed to the governor?
No.
The other bundle of letters I've referred to, you were examined in evidence and you said they were a response to a memo or a request for information.
It's true.
Are those letters by public servants?
Yes.
From public offices?
Yes.
Is any Kenyan has a right to request for any information from a public office?
Yes.
Is that what you did?
Yes.
Has that information been challenged?
No.
The contents in that letters, it's information that was resident in an office. That's correct?
Yes, it's true.
So this information did not occur after the motion.
Yeah, it did not occur after motion.
So these letters are merely informing you of a position that existed before the motion.
It's true.
You were led in cross-examined on why you did not go to county assembly to testify.
Yes.
Would you tell us about the conservatory orders?
The conservatory orders were that the governor was advised by the legal counsel that there is a conservatory order, and by going to the county assembly, it was a breach of the conservatory orders, and actually she's the one who was given the conservatory orders.
Did you inform the county assembly of that optimistic wisdom of the governor?
Yes.
Did the county assembly respond in equal wisdom?
No.
There's a question arising from Meru Youth Service.
Yes.
What kind of an institution is this?
Is a SAGAS.
It's a SAGAS. What is its purpose?
The purpose of Meru Youth Service is to handle issues relating to youth.
What does that mean?
It means that it has been handling issues like the chokoras that have been in our villages. They were corrected and trained. Actually, they were given paramilitary training, and some of them were given the training in our institutions.
So could we say it's rehabilitation?
It's true, it's rehabilitation.
And empowerment.
That's correct one.
To have a patron who would inspire them, sponsor them, direct them, advise them, would that be a problem?
It is not a problem.
The chairman, the patron is a ceremonial office. Does it interfere with the management of that institution?
No.
You were asked about the appointment of Mr. Hilary Sunday.
Yes.
And you were asked whether that required approval.
Yes.
Is that an appointment in the office of the governor?
Yes, it is.
Who appoints?
Public service. The governor forwards the name to the public service to confirm the qualifications, and then appointment is done by public service.
So the public service had the option to reject if they found criterion was not met.
Yes.
Thank you. I want to you have been led in examination to the fact that a speaker of a county assembly is a member of county assembly. That's correct?
It is true.
He is also an ex-officio member of that assembly.
It is true.
Can the speaker take positions in the debate of the assembly?
No.
To the best of your knowledge, can the speaker vote?
No.
Is the speaker supposed to take control of the house and ensure observance of standing orders?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge and in the light of the videos you broadcasted to us earlier in the day, what would you say is the conduct of the Meru County Assembly Speaker?
One, he is partial. Number two, did not control the county assembly. Like, for example, when people are making noise and there is a standing order that is supposed to ensure that the governor is heard in silence, he allowed that without a comment. Again, the other thing that I noticed, in normal cases, a member notifies the speaker that there is no quorum, but in the case of the Meru County, the speaker was able to himself notice that there was no quorum in the county assembly.
To the best of your knowledge, has any of the MCAs been cautioned or admonished for taking such an unparliamentary conduct?
No?
In the morning, and it has been an issue in cross-examination, you've been asked about public participation.
Yes.
You casted some videos on public participation. Would you recall?
Yes, I can.
How would you describe the nature of the public participation?
I still say that they are shambolic. Shambolic.
They were shambolic.
Yes.
So is it your case that there was shambolic public participation, though there was?
Yes, it is my case.
You've been asked who conducts, whether you know how the county assembly, or how many public participation exercises county assemblies conduct. You remember?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, in Meru County, is there any registration? Are you aware of a registration governing public participation?
I'm not very sure.
You're not very sure.
Yeah.
You touch on that. I want to refer you to the bundle of documents that you brought. Honorable Committee, I'm referring to Volume 2 of the Governor's bundle in support of her case. You have Volume 2? Do you have it?
Yes, I have.
These are memoranda for public participation. Sorry, Honorable Committee. I'm referring to Volume 4 of the County Assembly documents, not the Governor's documents. Volume 4, the County Assembly's documents. Do you have that document?
Yes.
I would refer you to only a few of them. I would like to start with page 265, page 264. Are you at page
Yes.
Are you at page 264?
Yes.
What is the date of that document? The date?
December 13, 2022.
What is the name on that document?
Support of Governor Impeachment.
I want you to read the first sentence after the subject of that document.
I support the impeachment of the governor, of the Meru governor, for the following reasons. Bullying and inciting the public against the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture on Mideka Rintuli at a public rally held at Irare.
At the last sentence,
accusing the members of the assembly by calling the Birwa.
go to the next page, 265.
Yes.
Would you read the date of that document?
December 13, 2022.
What's the name of the person owning the document?
Ian Kedenji. The first one was Kim Morioki.
The first sentence after the reference to that, the subject.
I support the impeachment of the Meru governor for the following reasons. Bullying and inciting the public against the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture on Mideka Rintuli at a public rally held at Irare.
And the last sentence?
Accusing the members of assembly by calling the Birwa.
I want you to confirm to this honorable committee that those two documents are a replica of each other.
It's true.
For the name and the ID numbers, which are handwritten.
It's true.
So these documents were pre-typed.
It's true.
Please look at page 263.
Yes.
You are to page 263?
Yes.
Chair, Council,
Yes.
just for your own advice, the point has been made. Please move on to the next one. You only have 5 more minutes left.
Very well, thank you. Mr. Gatobu, you've been referred to paragraph 3 of your affidavit on your ability to depone to matters of evidence
Yes.
in this motion.
Yes.
In that affidavit, would you go to the last page? Are you at the last paragraph? Paragraph 53 of your supplementary affidavit.
Yes.
Would you read the last paragraph of that affidavit?
That what is stated here above is true to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, save for information whose source I have disclosed.
So you have deponed on matters based on information
Yes.
and personal belief.
Yes.
That information, you have explained how you came across, for instance, the information on the county assembly meeting at Windsor.
Yes.
You've also given video evidence that has corroborated your averments in your affidavit.
Yes.
Council, you have 2 minutes.
There is an issue that took us a lot of time when you are giving evidence in cross-examination on the
Yes.
two issues of Director for Communication and Director of Press in the Office of the Governor. Would you, in a summary way, show us the distinction between the two offices?
That is the same office. Director of Communication and Director of Press Service is one person.
How is it different with the one that was advertised?
The ones that was advertised were not for the directors. It was for officers, the communication officers. The difference, and this question I was asked, I want to state like this. You can have even junior officers under you that goes through public service, and then you are appointee. For example, you have a cabinet secretary, but in that ministry, you can have other people that are employed in different capacities, like the ones that are employed by the public service.
The person of interest is the person at page 90 of the Governor's Bundle of Documents. At page 90, volume 2.
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes.
That person was appointed to which position?
Director of Communication, which is also the same as Director of Governor Press, is the
And
same position.
The subject matter of that letter from the service board, it says, what appointment is it? Look at the subject matter.
Appointment of governor's staff.
It's a
Governor's staff.
appointment of governor's staff.
Yes.
There is a
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman and Committee. That's all for this witness.
Thank you very much. All right. Witness, bear with us. You have 4 more questions.
Yes, Chair.
On my right, yes, Esther, first question.
Thank you, Chair. I would love to ask Mr. Harrison, you currently hold the office of Chief of Staff, Private Secretary, and at the same time you double up as the Master of Ceremony in the Governor's events.
It's true.
Don't you think someone would argue the nature of your duties is affecting Article 10 and Chapter 6 on the conduct of public officers? And then the second question is, you mentioned the Okolea program. What's the nature of the Okolea program? Is there any legal instrument that created that program, or in what sense does it exist?
Through the chair, the first question about my being chief of staff, it is on duty. MC is on duty of chief of staff when the governor is in a meeting. So that chief of MC or master of ceremony, it is not an office. It is the duty that is supposed to be carried out by the chief of staff, who is also referred to as the same position, private secretary to the governor. Is the one of the roles that I play as the chief of staff. Number two, pardon the question, please.
You mentioned about the Okolea program as something that led to us having the Hustlers Ambassador. So my concern is there, what's the existence of that Okolea program? Is there a legal instrument that created it? Make me understand, please, Mr. Harrison.
Okay, the Okolea program, through the chair, is a program that in governor started way back even before she became the member of the women rep for Meru County. Is her own initiative whereby she started by assisting the poor from the community from her own savings. She continued with that even after she became the women rep for Meru County. And now that she has become the governor of Meru County, she found it worthy to give that responsibility to a person that is very close to her, who is the husband, so that the same program will continue. Reasons for that the governor gave us is that having the responsibilities of the governor of Meru County may hinder her from functioning a program that is started even way back before she became a women rep. That's what I know.
Thank you. Senator Robert.
Thank you very much. Harrison, I just, you've given a lot of information, but I want to just center on a few quick questions where it requires yes and no, just answers yes and no. Does Meru County have county secretary?
Yes.
What do you understand as the role of the county secretary?
Is in charge of public service.
In the letters you've written, as it is contained in between 30 and 40, or KMS 12, the whole of that section, why did you choose to write that letter when there is head of public service that could have inquired anything staff related?
In normal situations, the county secretary handles official matters of the county government, the entire county of government. But here is specific, where the governor is the one that is in trial, is under trial, and it was my responsibility on behalf of the governor, who is the accused, to actually look for those information from the relevant offices.
Okay, who does the county secretary report to?
He reports to the governor.
Okay, so he has the legal mandate, he is the head of public service, he reports to the governor could have directed that role to be done, and then if that role of communicating between, in terms of public service management, communicating between the office of the governor as it relates to staff, that is general, because it touches on many issues, including Hillary Sandy, because these are questions that came up. Now, what I want to find out, until usurping the role of the county secretary as alleged or discussed in the evidence that was put against the governor.
I'm not doing that because even if you look at all the documents that are coming from the county assembly, going to the governor, I'm the one who is copied instead of the county secretary. That's the formula that I used.
Okay.
Because this matter was relating to the county assembly, and they have copied me all their correspondences to the governor.
Well, is that the way the Meru County is set? Because procedurally, and I'm talking to you as a governor who have served 2 terms, procedurally all official communication comes to the county secretary, he channels that to the office of the governor. The role of the chief of staff, I want to find out to the best of your understanding, because when TA, Transition Authority, gave those positions, you're not even supposed to be appointed by the County Public Service Board. You're supposed to be directly appointed by the governor as personal staff of the governor. So in your case here, it seems your role has extended beyond the chief of staff mandate as we know it or as it has been allowed. Previously, were you directly employed as chief of staff, or you were working in the county government as employed by the County Public Service Board in a different capacity?
When?
Okay, before the governor took you on board as the chief of staff, were you employee of Meru County?
No, I was an employee of Honorable Kaduri Morongi, the senator for Meru County. And Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Who signed your letter of appointment?
The governor.
When you were getting cross-examined, I think, by the lawyers, you stated that you were recruited by the board.
It's true.
So which position is true? Recruited by the board or recruited by the governor?
I want to read exactly what happened.
And I just want to, were you recruited by the governor or recruited by the board? That's it.
Your name is forwarded by the governor to the public service for recruitment.
Who signed your letter of appointment?
The CEO of the public service.
So I just asked you a question a few seconds before. Were you appointed by the governor or the County Public Service Board?
I was appointed by the Public Service Board.
So your letter of appointment is signed by the County Public Service
Yes.
Board? Between yourself, in your view, and the County Secretary, in that hierarchy of authority and responsibility, who is senior?
The County Secretary.
And why did you take the responsibility of the County Secretary upon yourself?
What I took is this matter that is before the committee was the issue relating to the impeachment of the governor of Meru County.
Could the same thing be...
And
Kidogo, could the same thing have been done by the County Secretary as guided or requested by the Office of the Governor?
Yes, it could have been done, but what I need to add through the chair...
That's it. Just yes is fine, right? The last question I want to ask, because I have quite a lot of questions, in the interest of giving my colleagues time. Hilary Sandy, is that person the Director of Communication or the Director of Governor's Press Service?
Is the same person.
I'm asking, is that person the
Director of Communication?
Do you have substantive Director of Governor's Press Service?
No.
So the person is the Director of Communication, is acting also in the position of Director of Governor's Press Service?
I need to know there are 2 positions because I took it to be 1 position.
Okay, let me help you. When the staff that TA approved as private staff of the governor, where the governor can appoint directly, is the Director of Governor's Press Service. And that is the title. Okay?
Okay.
Now, could you have used a different title and in the office of the governor to recruit a director of communication? If you do not have any other substantive director, then maybe the confusion is just in the title. You know,
Yes.
the director of communication or director of governor's press service.
Exactly.
So what I want to find out is, do you have any other director of governor's press service?
No?
So you only have director of communication?
Yes.
Thank you. Chairman, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, we saw a video of former governor of Meru, Honorable Kiraitu Murungi, appointing board members of Twaweza program. Have you seen the legal instrument of Twaweza program, and does it have the post of patron?
I have not seen the legal instruments.
So you don't know whether it has that position of Twaweza program or not?
I don't know.
Okay. The Meru Youth Service legal instrument, does it have the post of patron?
No.
It doesn't have. So do you think that it was in order for the governor to appoint a patron for that saga, the Meru Youth Service, without reviewing the roles that would be undertaken by the patron in that organogram?
Pardon?
I'm saying, without revisiting the charter and the legal instrument of Meru Youth Service, because you don't have somebody or an officer in the name of a patron, what would be the roles of the patron that was appointed by the governor in that saga called Meru Youth Service?
Ceremonial?
Ceremonial.
Yes.
So how was he going to fit in that saga, Meru Youth Service? Don't you think there's an anomaly?
I made my reference very clear that the appointment of the first gentleman was not in any way related to the Meru Youth Service that we have. It was related to the issues that I mentioned about the Korea program, whereby there is a program that the governor has been running before she was elected as Women Rep of Meru County, which continued during her term, and now that she is the governor, she felt that she couldn't manage that.
Second clarification, Chair. There are some documents that were signed by Virginia Kawira, who is the CEO, acting CEO of County Public Service Board.
Yes.
Of Meru. Do we have a letter showing that, or evidence showing that she was appointed to that post? Because then she's signing documents that are supposed to be legal in nature, including the annexures that you've appended here.
Yes, the letter of acting capacity is available.
Is it in these annexures?
No, it's not attached.
Okay. Number 3, Chair, there were some roadside appointments that were made by the governor, so to speak, quote unquote. We were told of one Martin Koome Makasi, who was invited by the governor to talk about some issues in a rally, and he complained that they needed some security people in a market. And many people are paraded there, and some of them were told they're not adequate for the job and so on. Some were rejected, and some were taken for the job of watchman and so on. And in that same meeting, we were told that the sub-county administrator and ward admins were requested to recruit watchmen, firefighters, and so on. So finally, we find that these people don't get the job. Now, what I'm asking is, what was this, or these appointments or pronouncements supposed to achieve?
Number 1, for the watchmen, in the open air markets, the members that are selling that open air market normally employs their own people. There is nowhere in Meru County government that the watchman for the open air market has been employed by the county government. In that circumstance of Nkubu, when the open air market traders requested the governor through the area MCA, what she did, she took 3 gentlemen that were vetted by those traders so that they can have trust with them. And then
who was supposed to pay them? Is it
the
from
governor, they are paid.
Is it from the county?
Not from the county. They are paid by the governor from the program that I mentioned. The Okorea program is the one that is handling, because that one was supposed to be handled by the traders themselves.
So were they finally employed?
Yes, they are employed by the Okorea program. They are working under Okorea program, which is completely different from the county government structure.
Chairman, the last one is about, sorry, I lost this. Sorry, Chair, just a minute. Maybe just go on, then I can come back.
Yes, I had seen Sifuna's light before you was to become.
Thank you, Chair. Witness, we will try and rush through the questions. Can I find out how old you are?
I was born in 1980.
So that is 42?
Yes.
So you have lived just like me, maybe, through some of a part of the history of this country where we used to have these so-called roadside appointments.
Yes.
You understand why Kenyans had this desire to move away from this system where we had an imperial president who would go to a market and say, so-and-so is now the cabinet secretary for health.
Yes.
And that we came up with this new constitution that has insisted on strengthening of institutions.
Yes.
Your governor is not accused of issuing letters of appointment illegally. You understand that point?
Yes.
She is being accused of standing at roadsides and proclaiming employment to people. Can you at least understand what the problem with that is? Do you see any problem with that? Given the history that we have gone through with you.
I understand that one.
You understand the history?
Very well, Chair, through the chair.
No. You can go through my chair now.
Okay.
Just use my chair. There was this meeting at Nkubu that my colleague has referenced.
Yes.
You said that there was a request from that MCA Koome.
Yes.
I want you, because throughout the day you have appeared to be like a truthful person. I don't want to refer you to that page 98 to read word for word what the MCA said. Did the MCA ask the governor to conduct a recruitment at that market from those people?
He did not request for...
there was no such request. Because there was also the question of the market wall.
Yes.
Why didn't the governor issue a tender for the construction of a market wall there and then and identify a supplier there and then? Because that was not the request.
Through the...
no, use my chair.
Okay.
Just agree with me that that was not the request.
That was not the request. Okay. What I needed to add on this...
Just a minute. We are just having a conversation. You help this committee to understand things.
Yes.
Because as somebody has alluded to here, if you don't help the committee to see things, your boss goes, you also go. That's what was said.
Yeah.
Let's come to this question of the Timau firefighters.
Yes.
Who in Timau requested for those appointments? Because at least in Kubu you said the MCA asked for them. Who requested in Timau?
It was requested by the community there.
In the video that you played us, because your council played, at least in Kubu, the request and the action. Was there a part in that video where you showed us the request from the community at Timau? Yes or no?
No.
Now, this question of the firefighters, you told us that they are working under this program called Okolea.
Yes.
In the video that you played us, is there any point where your governor makes reference to the Okolea program? In the video you have played before the Senate?
No.
Okay. We go to Kianjai. Who requested the recruitment in Kianjai?
The community.
Do you have that in the material that you've placed before us to see the request just like you did in Kubu?
No.
Okay. Now, let's go to this other accusation because there's the question of the forceful entry into the assembly. We agree there was a formal invitation, there was a gazettement. The accusation, at least the allegation was made here yesterday, that instead of the governor going straight to the speaker's office to be received, she went straight to the assembly. Is that allegation true? It was made here yesterday.
It was not true.
Yes.
Actually, I was there when she was signing the visitor's book at the speaker's office.
So we have a gap in the videos. We have a gap in the videos that have been presented both by the assembly and by yourselves. Both videos don't seem to show us this journey to the speaker's office. Is it possible that you people have that video of the journey from wherever to the speaker's office? Because we seem to end at the door there where the allegation is being made that there was forceful entry. That's what the assembly is saying. You guys are alleging you walked in a peaceful procession like a wedding. We want to know, is there a possibility that anyone has that video?
We can look for that video.
You can look for it?
Yes.
Then there was this function at Muthara. I think you said it was a funeral.
Yes, it was.
You have showed us everything that everybody else said. They were speaking about the ward fund. Is there a video, because you told us the governor was present at that function, is there a video of the governor's response to what those MCAs were saying at that particular funeral?
Yes, it was there.
Do you want to share it with the Senate, or it's not for our consumption? You only wanted us to see what the MCAs were saying?
We can get it and share.
Okay. Then there is the question of the meeting at the control of budget. You were present in that meeting?
Yes, I was.
Is there any document, a letter, like the one you have showed us from the EACC, on this position that you said the control of budget gave you on the question of the ward fund? Do you have any document in the bundle here that the committee can look at when we retreat?
It is not in the bundle, but we have those letters.
Okay. In your view, what really is the problem with this question of the ward fund? Is it that the MCAs are unhappy with you calling it equalization fund? Or is it the amount that has been allocated to the equalization? What is the problem in your view?
My problem is...
Not yours. What is the problem the MCAs have with what Governor Kawira has given, calling it equalization fund 10 million? Is it the figure? Is it the name? Is it both?
It is the control. The control of one fund, as it is in the case of CDF. Because they want to treat it as the CDF, whereby CDF is the money that is at the constituency level, and they want a fund that should be at the county, at the ward level,
Witness,
which is nowhere in the law.
You do understand even the CDF is not sent to the member of parliament's account?
Yes, I do.
Is that what the members of Meru are demanding, that this money be put in their individual accounts? Is that what they're asking the governor?
Not their individual accounts,
yes,
but an account that gets that money from, say, exchequer. You know, the CDF goes to a certain account at the constituency level from the exchequer direct.
That's what they want?
Yes.
Let's revisit this visit to the assembly, please. Is it ordinary when your governor is conducting her business, like when you went to the control of budget's office, was she walking around with a camera crew and a microphone to record the proceedings?
No.
So what was special about this visit to the assembly? Did she know that she was going into for a confrontation that she needed to record? Because I saw from the video there, immediately she arrives at the gate, she started recording and was handed a mic. Was she expecting a confrontation? Or did she go there for a confrontation?
No. What happened that day was widely advertised, and we had many media houses that were present to do the coverage. That's where even we got some of the videos, including live coverage inside the county assembly.
She was handed a mic for the camera that was shooting that video. But let's move on to this Ithili humiliation. You know, this humiliation of this MCA called Ithili.
Yes.
You spoke about the crowd demanding for this MCA to apologize to the governor.
Yes.
What were the crowd demanding that he apologize for? What was his mistake?
The crowd was demanding because
What was his mistake? What was he supposed to say sorry for? What had he done?
The demand was reference to the activities of 19th, where governor was, the MCs and thrown some stones to the governor, and they petitioned the governor, and that's why they were requesting for apology from one of them, one of their own.
That's what the crowd was chanting.
Yes.
And we can discern that from the videos.
Yes, we can get that one from the video.
I thank you, Chair. I have no further questions.
Tobacco.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Gato,
Yes.
yesterday we were told Meru is in crisis.
Yes.
And we were told there is, if it goes unchecked, it is an unmitigated disaster.
Yes.
I'm using the words of the council for the county assembly. And we were told that democracy has produced unintended consequences in Meru.
Yes.
What do you have to say about that? Is there a crisis in Meru?
No crisis.
Is there a problem in Meru?
No, there is a misunderstanding. The working relationship between the county assembly and the executive is not good. I don't know how to engage that one to the extent of the question that you've asked me.
We were told yesterday that for Meru to settle down, to have peace and have development, we need to sacrifice one person. I'm still using the words of the council, of the council for the county assembly. We need to sacrifice one person who is the cause of the storm. Who is the cause of the storm in Meru?
It's everyone. I'm saying this because the governor, in my presence, has tried to best of our ability to make sure that the crises that are in Meru are handled.
So it is everyone, including the governor?
Yes.
Good, all right. To me, you look like one of the very close people to the governor, now that you seem to know everything around the governor, the meetings she attends and the people she meets, and possibly her confidence, the inner circle. Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
It is true. So if this select committee of the Senate finds the governor culpable of the charges that are before us, you would also admit that you have failed in your duty as one of the advisors of the governor?
On this question, I want to say I'm part of those people that have tried to mediate in my level.
I'm talking about, not even to mediate, I'm talking about handling the governor, the governor's handlers. Does the governor has an advisory council or an advisory team, which I want to believe you must be part of?
Yes, it is there.
It is there.
Yes.
So if this, if we uphold the impeachment motion, you will have let Meru down.
Yes.
You will be among the people who have let Meru down.
On this question, I want to say categorically that we, those that are with the governor, we've tried our best. Governor has complied with all our requests for her. Governor has also complied with the requests for those that are outside. For example, she 100% complied with the request from the Council of Governors and allowed the MCAs now
my
to come down.
Gatobu, we are here and Kenya is watching. We want to solve the problem in Meru.
Yes.
Would you say that the governor is a difficult person to deal with?
She is not.
Would you say that because all other leaders have been unable to work with her, what would you then say is a problem? Is it you, the advisors? Is it the spouse? Is it the governor, Kawera, the person? We need to get the problem in Meru.
The major problem that we have in Meru is the one that you mentioned. I want to be very clear on this. When you give a demand to the governor that is not tenable. For example, the MCAs have said categorically, and that's why we are able to bring even the videos that outside this motion, because we felt that that is where the major problem
Mr.
is.
Gatobu, you're not being honest, because we have watched videos here of roadside declarations, things that ordinarily a leader may not be expected of. So, would you tell us you are the one advising the governor to make roadside declarations, to do employment in the streets, to shout at every leader, to attack the church?
In my own assessment, I want to say, and that's what I want to repeat, the problem that is in Meru, to be very sincere from the bottom of my heart, is not what is contained in the in Meru County.
Chair, I rest my case.
Senator Okech, I'd seen your light first.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief, actually. You have been, in your introduction and in a number of questions by different council members and one member of this committee, you have been asked, in the county of Meru, who do you consider yourself? Do you consider yourself a staff of the governor's office, or do you consider yourself an employee of the County Public Service Board of Meru?
I'm a staff in the governor's office.
You're a staff in the governor's office?
Yes.
Chair, I hope you take note on that, because the witness said when Senator Ali Roba asked that you are an employee of the County Public Service Board. But that said, you did indicate that there are processes that establish the governor's staff, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of that those processes?
Yes.
Did you indicate that one of them is conducting interviews? One of them is the County Public Service Board conducts interviews,
yes,
and then recommends to the governor?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is not competitive.
Is what?
It is not competitive.
It's not competitive.
Yes.
That's fine. I want to turn you to page 20, page 90 of volume 2 of the governor's papers. Are you there?
Yes.
There are officers there that are indicated with a communication from the Secretary of the Meru County Public Service Board to you, right?
Yes.
To appoint, right?
Yes.
The indication there is that the letter is dated on 1st September 2022.
Yes.
And in the body of that letter, there is a request that you had sent to the Meru County Public Service Board on 30th of August.
Yes.
Are we together up to there?
Yes.
Is it in your understanding that the Meru County Public Service Board did an interview to the officers indicated here between 30th August 2022 and 1st September 2022?
That is, I am seeing the difference of 1 day, but that was their responsibility, and that is the response
That's
that I got.
not what I've asked. Are you convinced that between 30th August 2022 and 1st September 2022, there was a conducted interview for the officers indicated here? Are you convinced? That's my question.
I'm convinced.
Okay. The last question, Chair. to this witness. You have given a number of communications between you as the Chief of Staff and the Meru County Public Service Board between, let me just go to page 49. I don't want to go to the specifics. Page 49 and page 59. Most of the letters that were letters of inquiry from you to the Meru County Public Service Board. For instance, on page 29, there is a letter on the appointment of the gentleman, the first gentleman, and below listed people, right?
Yes.
And they are dated 22nd November 2022.
Yes.
And the responses are generally on 23rd November 2022.
Yes.
Are we together in this?
Yes, we are together.
Were these letters, in your own understanding, that were these letters to the board your normal diligence duty, or a pure response to a coming impeachment motion?
On this, I want to reference to what happened. This is the second impeachment motion that we have. Some of the letters.
No. Witness, you're not going to frame my question and then answer them.
Yes.
I'm asking you a specific question. Were these letters to because the dates are very clear here.
Yes.
And you know you have provided the dates when the pronouncements of appointments were also made. I have them, right? Which some of them span to about 2 months before these letters.
Yes.
So I'm asking you, were these letters sent as your own diligence process, meaning that you're taking your own responsibility as your roles in your capacity as a Chief of Staff, or were these in response or in preparation for the impeding impeachment motion?
Actually, you are true. These letters were after we received the motion, when the governor received the motion, and in the motion, there was indication of these names. That is the time we wrote the letters to get the information.
Not we, it is you who wrote the letters.
Yes, it's
I'm
me.
very specific with you.
Yes.
So you wrote them as a function of coming impeachment.
It's true.
So without the impeachment, are you trying to insinuate that you wouldn't have written these letters as a diligence process?
Yes, I could not have requested for them.
The last question to you. Between the time that pronouncements, for instance, of the first gentleman and the time you're writing these letters, in your own understanding, what were the tasks that the first gentleman was doing in the county based on the appointment that you know?
He was working on the Korea program, and I didn't know at any point it will bring the issue that we have today.
So you are sure this committee that he was working?
Under the Korea program, yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair.
Tangwa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
I can see you're very conversant with matters governance.
Yes, thank you.
That's a good thing. I'm going to ask you simple questions. What is Mbirwa?
Mbirwa is a fox in Kimeru.
A fox?
Yes.
So if I called you a fox, what would be your recourse? What would you do to me?
There is no problem with that.
So
you know, in Meru, we have people even that are called by names of animals in Meru.
Okay.
For example, we have Mpaka. Mpaka refers to a cat, but we have many Mpakas in Meru. We have Ngombe, referring to a cow, but we have people that are called by animals' name. What happened in the history of Meru? If you are born after the person that was born before you died, you are named by the name of an animal.
So calling you a fox wouldn't be an insult?
That is not an insult.
Okay. Between you, the Chief of Staff, and the County Secretary, who could be seen to be more competent to appear before this committee to give evidence on behalf of the governor?
It is the County Secretary, but allow me to add something. Even in terms of the lawyers, the official person that could have done this is the attorney, the county attorney. In the matters that are relating to county government, the county secretary and legally the county attorney are the ones that are in charge of that. But in this matter, it is the governor as a person. What is in trial is not the county government of Meru, but governor as a person. That's why even he has gone ahead to get private legal team to represent him.
Okay. Up to there, let's go to the committee that was appointed or formed during the taxi stakeholders meeting. You told us the committee was formed to investigate and maybe report to the governor on why there were wrangles between different taxi operators. What was the treasurer for that committee?
The committee that was formed was from among the members of taxi.
Yeah, I heard the governor say you're the organizing secretary, you're the treasurer. Were they supposed to pay some fines, pay for their sins? What was the treasurer? What was he to collect? What was he to manage?
There was an issue that they also mentioned about the money that they were supposed to pay. I don't know which committee, one of the committee was to pay the other committee. It was antagonist between the two committees, or between the two operators that was being handled.
Quick one. The speaker, as per the law, is an MCA. And when we are having events, the speaker always speaks in protocol-wise, from the governor, deputy governor. If the national leaders are not there, it's the speaker who comes third.
It's true.
So would we say that the speaker is the spokesperson of the assembly?
Yes.
So by him conveying what the MCAs have agreed, would you call that partisan?
No.
Okay. You played the video of MCA DMK before he was elected for the second time, where he was telling the people of Meru not to vote for the governor. Then you played another video after the election, maintaining his stand. Could we say he was right?
He was not right. What I saw in the video, in the two clips, is a personal beef for him.
Personal beef?
Yes.
Second last question. The governor is seen in most videos doing roadside declarations and appointments, which you have watered down that he never employed anybody because there was no letters of appointments or pay slips and all that.
Yes.
Are you calling the governor a liar? He's lying to the people of Meru.
He's not lying. She's not lying to the people of Meru. The only difference that something that is not very clear that I want to make it very clear, governor has been running a program that was there even before she became the women rep of Meru County. That program has been having people that she has employed personally. And she continued that program even after she was elected as the male women rep, and she has continued the same program even after she has become the governor. But now, due to many laws that she has to pray as the governor, that's the time that she delegated the law of ending that Korea program to the first gentleman, who is now ending the entire program that is away from the programs or the employment of operations of the county government of Meru.
Okay, we leave it at that. But this is an opinion, and maybe it will help me in proposing some of the recommendations. I would want your opinion on this one. The issue of public participation. MCAs go to the people to ask them whether it's okay for the governor to go. So that is public participation. Then in the issue of the governor employing, is also asking the people, can I employ these people? So why do you think it is okay for the MCAs to ask the people whether the governor should go, and the governor should not ask the people whether he should employ, she should employ?
My reference to the public participation or the employment, I was saying like this.
No. This is not in regards to what you have said. This is, I want to read your opinion.
Yes.
I'm actually trying to help you on this one. This is for you. What I'm trying to say is, do you think it's okay for the MCAs to do public participation, to ask the people whether the governor should go, but it is not okay for the governor to ask the people whom she should employ? In both terms, is that public participation? Would you call it?
Yes, and I support in both cases. The MCAs have right to do public participation for the impeachment of the governor, and have not opposed the public participation. What I said is that the public participation that was held on the 13th of December for the impeachment of governor was symbolic. I am not opposed to the public participation. What I was opposed is the fight that were there during the public participation.
It's okay. That's all, Chair.
The Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just to follow up with the 10 million, which was meant to be for the ward development or equalization fund, as you call it, because to me, equalization fund means something else. But this money for the ward development, don't you think it would have been right for the governor to use the MCAs, especially for the development in the ward, so that they work as a team, if there was cooperation and coordination?
Actually, I agree with you 100% on this. And that is the approach the governor has taken.
Yeah, you mean the MCAs literally refuse to work together with the governor, because the MCA is the representative of the people at the ground. I'm not saying that the governor is not, but the MCA is more near to the people, and he knows much better what the locals there need. I mean, the priorities of the projects that they need to do at the ward level. And so I expect the governor to work in coordination with the MCA so that they can deliver to the people of Meru.
I support that 100%. Allow me to read in my, page 6. I want to read page 6 in volume 4. There's something that I want to read. That was the address to the county assembly by the governor. I want to read paragraph 2 of page 6. Mr. Speaker, I invite the honorable members of the Assembly that we formulate a joint consultative forum on modalities of establishing an unworkable ward development fund for each ward within the confines of the law. This will also ensure that the elected county assembly members are able to address the surging demands from the electorate. I shall also be engaging the nominated members of the assembly in projects at the grassroots levels so as to appreciate their position and the law environment of the county and send the Moki tag of Flower House that has been associated with the political parties' nominees. So
Okay.
that was the address of the governor to the county assembly of Meru, to show that she was really willing to work with the MCAs on this
Ye-
issue.
Yes, but from that reading of the script that you have just read, as the governor or you or the people working with the governor tried to reach out to the MCAs and see if they can implement the projects together.
We've tried. Even this document was supposed to be in the county assembly, and normally what happens after the governor's address, it is discussed by the members of county assembly for 4 days, and this is what governor wanted them to discuss even in the assembly.
Have they ever communicated with the governor or the office of the governor about any projects that they want to do at the ward level?
Yes, they have.
And what?
Chair, that is the question I wanted to add on the last one. So.
And what happened?
Governor has been telling them, let's come, sit down together, discuss about the modalities, so that we are going to ensure whatever we are going to do is within the law. That has been the take for the governor, and that one has never happened. In all the attempts, including the message from the governor that was read to the county assembly by the speaker, the same was done.
And how about bursaries from the governor's office? How do they reach the people down at the ground?
Bursaries are part of this fund, whereby, for example, when you go to ward like in Kwene, out of the 10 equalization million fund, there is 3 million for bursary, there is 2 million for water, there is 1 million for loans, a total of that equalization fund.
And how do you get to know the needy children from the wards, from the governor going down to the ward without the MCAs being involved?
There is a committee, there is laws that were passed, an act that was passed by the county government of Meru that is governing the same.
From the witnesses who stood there yesterday, all I heard from them, and the governor is here, she can bear witness, is that she's arrogant, she talks to them rudely.
Just give me leave to ask an additional question on the...
Why can't you let me finish and then you come
it's
up?
on this, it's on the word fund. That's what I just wanted to ask. Just follow up so that I follow through the thoughts.
Let me finish. Don't cut my floor, please. Senator, thank you. Because once you cut my floor, then thank you. I don't even know where I was now. Yeah, how does she identify the people who are needy at the ground? Because even as we struggle when we want to know the needy, maybe it will need to go through the MCRs, we need to go through the chiefs and all this. But you said that there is a committee at the ward level or at the governor's level?
It is structured to have a committee at the county level and the ward level. Actually, it is Education Enhancement Act of County Government of Meru of 2018.
There is no doubt that the governor is working because we can see her all over on the videos. But I would ask, I've heard you say in Jesus' name, so I believe you're a Christian.
Yes, I am.
And the governor is also a bishop.
Yes.
So I would pray that unity would come to Meru, because the word of God in the book of Proverbs, chapter 15, verse 1, says, a gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs anger. And that is exactly, according to all what we've gathered here, is exactly what is happening in Meru. So after we do what we are going to do, I hope Meru will be in unity and Meru will work and will move together in unity. And especially working with the MCRs, because there is no way the governor can deliver without the MCRs.
And there is no way the MCRs can deliver without the governor. Thank you.
I pray so in Jesus' name.
Just a follow-up, Governor, because, sorry, Chair. What I wanted to ask is that we have been told there is no new budget. The budget that is being implemented is the one that was made by the former county government. True or false?
It is true.
What has changed? Because in the previous government, we used to have about 25 million per year forward projects. What is the bone of contention now? What is the difference between that is occurring between the MCAs and the governor? Yet we are using the same budget.
Actually, that is the major challenge, major question that I have, because governor has not produced or given any new budget, and even some of the MCAs that are talking about the bond fund were there in the previous government, and they are the ones that passed the budget, which earned only 10 million. They are the ones that did that way before the governor became governor of Meru County.
The Senator of Lamu.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Harrison Gatobu.
Yes.
What is your position in Meru County government?
The Chief of Staff stroke private secretary to the governor.
Are you in any way related with the governor?
No.
Are you aware of the letter that was sent from the county assembly of Meru, slated sometimes before the impeachment motion?
Two.
Are you aware of the letter that was sent to the governor sometimes before the impeachment motion?
Yes, I'm aware.
What was the content of the letter?
The letter was copied to me, and the letter was inviting the governor for the impeachment motion. That is the first letter I ever received from the county government of from the county assembly of Meru on matters of impeachment. There is no other letter that I've received.
So the letter was informing the governor that there is an impeachment, a pending impeachment motion?
Yes.
So there was no letter that was sent to the governor to go and clarify some issues about the working relationship between the governor and the members of county assembly?
There is no letter. It's the governor who wrote the letter to the county government of to county assembly of Meru, but not from the county assembly.
What do you think that has transpired between the members of county assembly and the governor that has culminated into a very poor working relationship between the governor and the members of county assembly?
One thing that I feel, the grassroots meetings that governor has been attending, they were viewed by the members of the county assembly as making her more popular in their areas because she was able to attend many meetings. That one was the first bone of contention because they were telling her she should not be attending the grassroots meeting. That is the first thing. The other thing that happened is about the bond fund, when they actually demanded that before you do anything, before you come to address the county assembly, before you engage us in any way, you need to pronounce yourself on the amount that you are going to give us as the bond fund, notwithstanding that even the budget that she was using is the budget that was passed last year, and she had no way of earning that amount because everything was budgeted.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, I've not finished. My last question to the I just want to ask you the last question. In your own opinion, you know, as members of this committee, we are concerned about the people of Meru and the government of Meru. In your own opinion, why do you think that the governor have had a very poor working relationship with all the elected leaders of Meru?
One thing that I feel, there is the working formula of every elected leader. Governor has been so much working with the grassroots people, attending many meetings, attending to the real situations on the ground. That is one of the things that I can say has been a bone of contention. The other thing that I can mention is about demands of things or something that is not anchored in any law. And when she becomes so strict on that, then a problem arose. And in that, I give an example of the World Development Fund.
The members of County Assembly, how many are they in total?
There are 69.
If we include the members of County Assembly plus all the elected member, how many are they in total?
We have 12 plus 69, that is 12 plus 9, 81.
Among the 81 elected leaders, who has a good working relationship with the governor? Is there any that you can be able to quote?
I can quote, like last week, I saw the governor and the MP for North Element working together in a project that they were all invited. They were all invited by CS for agriculture, and there were many people that were there. The other thing that I also needed to note, I've seen a situation whereby someone like the MCA for Kiago, who really wanted to work with the governor, was discharged of the committee from the committees that he was in, and then maybe there is a fear that if you associate with the governor, then you are discharged from the committee. A good example is the MCA for Kiago.
Chair, that's all I have for this.
Thank you. Mandako?
Thank you very much. My questions will be very brief, and because of time, I think for a number of questions, I just want a yes or no answer. Quickly, Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
We have a program called Okolea. Does it have employees?
Yes.
How are they paid?
They are paid by governor from our savings.
Okay, thank you. Was the program in Timau an Okolea program or a county program?
The ones that were recruited were to work under our Korea program, and we can replay that clip because what happened, governors said very well that
Harrison, just a minute. I just wanted a straightforward answer so that we don't go back. Do you think, in your opinion, Okolea should be employing employees to work for public entities in Meru?
No.
Now, you as the chief of staff, do you have an appointment letter?
Yes.
Does it contain your job description?
Yes.
Does any of those job description include communication outside the office of the governor?
Yes.
My last question. You said you are an employee of the senator for Meru.
I was.
Did you contest for an MCA position?
In the preliminaries, I was, but I did go to the ballot.
Just a simple question. Did you contest for a seat, yes or no?
Yes.
Did you resign from your position of working for the office of the senator of Meru?
Yes.
How many months before the election?
6 months before election.
Which ward did you contest?
Abogeta West.
Is that the word that also the mover of the impeachment motion comes from?
Yes.
So if we say that you have used your appointment in the office of the governor to further your political interests, and therefore put the governor in a coalition course because you are still settling your political scores with the area MCA. Would that be correct?
I have no idea on that because you have no problem with the MCA.
No, I just want a simple answer so that we move very fast.
I have no idea.
Thank you, Chair.
Very well. Members, I have some interventions, but because we want to manage time more, this is the principal and only witness of the governor. And since we have an opportunity to ask the governor one or two things, I'll ask them through her to you, because you are speaking almost on our behalf. Number two, I would like us to adjourn for 15 minutes. And at the end of the 15 minutes, the governor will take the witness stand. The first person will be the counsel for the governor. Introduce the governor, ask a few preliminary issues or whatever issues you want to prosecute, so as to open up an entry point for the man who really wanted the witness to take the stand, i.e. Dr. Mudomi. After that, colleagues, I'll manage time. We are approaching midnight now. I'll manage time.
Chair.
No, for real. I'll manage time so that then again we break out for 1 hour for parties to go and prepare their final submissions. They cannot come from what they're doing and then make submissions. We'll need to give them 1 hour. Then thereafter, we come.
Chair, maybe you can stand down the witness.
No, I'm just about to go there. Witness, thank you very much. You've been a fantastic young man.
Thank you, Chair.
For somebody who's 42 years, you are very resilient, and more importantly, you are very knowledgeable. I don't know what the governor would do without you.
Chair, or what he will do without the governor.
Thank you, Chair.
No, I like young people, so I'm proud of you. Very well. So then that will allow parties to come and then address us. After they finish addressing us, we have to do a closing ceremony. The evening is still very long. Members, you remember that we shall still have to proceed to our rendezvous for report writing. So, Leo. Yes, Edwin?
Chair, just for clarity, all the counsel for the governor will be doing is to introduce her.
Yes.
Because they had given up the right to lead her in evidence, and the request that was acceded to by the committee was the request by counsel for the assembly for cross-examination.
Yes.
So I think you might even allocate time now so that they know. They'll have maybe 10 minutes to introduce, then we hand her over to...
I'll allow them, because they had gone to prepare the governor. When they take the stand, then they'll request for time, depending on how they had prepared her. I can foresee the governor is going to take a very long time there. I can foresee. So, the exact time allocation, I'm going to consult with the Secretariat and also with parties. We should be able to manage. Yes, Governor, I thought I was asking for time out and then you'll come to prosecute your request.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, I need to make a clarification for neatness of record and so that we comply with Rule 22 of the rules governing these proceedings. I have consulted my learned friend, Dr. Mudomi, and it's only fair that I lay a basis for her cross-examination. So I'll need time to lead the governor so that at least I do not send her directly to cross-examination. That would be very unfair and prejudicial to her.
Hold your horse. That's what you're coming to do. And I can assure you, we cannot deny you that opportunity. Can you imagine the governor being handed over to the person prosecuting her? I mean, the person accusing her, Without your defense, this thing would immediately become a sham. So you will have your space. All that Senator Sifuna is saying is that, allow me to use the word in Kiswahili, shauri yako, mbona hukumweka hapo kama ulifikiri atakusaidia? He wants you to enjoy the consequences of your strategy, but we shall help you. Okay? Council for the County Assembly, you want to talk now or at the right time?
We could do with a break, but in principle, I think you have already given the direction. I don't really have to talk to the issue.
Okay. Okay. Fine. So everybody back to the holding zones. 15 minutes. Honorable Senators, councils to parties, and all others present, we now reconvene and we start with the governor herself. Could the council of the governor introduce the witness?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Perhaps the Honorable Governor can take the witness stand.
Sergeant at Arms, oath.
I, Kawira Mwangaza, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this committee in respect of the matters before this committee shall be the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Counsel for the witness, how much time do you want to introduce your witness?
Yeah, Chair, like I said, I had a side chat with my learned friend, Dr. Muthomi, and we feel it is important for me to do a bit of some examination in chief, and to that extent, and considering my client's pace in answering questions, I would be begging for 45 minutes.
Dr. Muthomi?
Chair, I had earlier on indicated we would need at least 90 minutes, and you had promised me you could give me some additional minutes once we get there.
Very well. We have heard you. We are trying to manage time in view of what is ahead of us. And bear with us. Counsel for the witness, we will give you 30 minutes. And counsel for the county assembly, we will give you 60 minutes. And please, your 60 and 30 minutes, share with your team accordingly, because senators really want to listen to the governor. Yeah, you have done your bit. Senators now want to really find out, is this the person that is being described by the MCS, by the priests, by everybody? So you'll bear more, the giant's share of the time will have to go to the senators, because ultimately they're the ones who are going to make a decision. I thank you very much, and time now.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Governor, kindly for the record, state your full names.
Kawira Mwangaza.
Kawira Mwangaza. The current governor of Meru?
Yes.
You are familiar with the charges that have been brought against you by the County Assembly of Meru before this select committee?
Yes, I'm familiar.
And you have responded to each and every accusation against you in writing?
Yes, I have.
Would you like to stand by all the averments contained in your response?
Yes.
Thank you. You have been asked, and that question has been posed through several witnesses, why you did not want to participate in the impeachment process to defend yourself, or at least give your side of the story, at the Meru County Assembly. Did you deliberately refuse to participate in those proceedings?
No, I didn't.
You did not. What caused you not to participate in those proceedings?
There was a court order, and I sought legal advice from my lawyers, and they advised that if I go and attend the debate or the impeachment motion, I will be in contempt of
Thank
court.
you. Thank you very much. So if there were no orders that were in place and in the absence of advice from council, would you have participated in those proceedings?
Yes, I could have.
Thank you. I want us to play a small video on the day when the second motion for impeachment was before the county assembly. Kindly, let's look at that is a video tagged as number 33, KMS 33. We have A, B, C, D. If we can have any indication, Chair, if the Secretariat is having any challenges, so that we save on time. Chair, I see Honorable Senator for Nairobi is about to ask for a translation. That is a song. Again, we were unable to put it into any translation, but perhaps the committee can be guided by an expert. But I'll also ask the governor to briefly comment on that video. Honorable Governor, in that video, do you recognize the day that was?
That is the very day before the impeachment debate.
So you're saying before the impeachment proceedings?
Yes.
What time of the morning did that video start circulating, to the best of your knowledge?
It was around 8 in the morning.
Around 8 in the morning. And the MCAs are chanting a particular song.
Chair, those are leading questions. The council can ask the witness what time did these events happen. But when he asks what time of the morning, he has already given the answer to the witness that it was in the morning. So council is testifying from the bar.
The reason why I said morning.
That objection is upheld.
Most obliged.
You are a lawyer trained to ask questions, isn't it?
Thank you, Chair. Only that the event of the impeachment was set to take place at 10 a.m. and she said before the impeachment proceedings. That means before 10. But nevertheless, Honorable Mwangaza, what time of the day were those MCAs singing that song?
It was very early in the morning, around 8 a.m.
Around 8 a.m.
Yes.
Before the impeachment proceedings?
Yes.
And are you able to understand the words in your local dialect, what they are saying?
I'm able to understand.
What are they saying?
That is the Meru traditional or songs that were meant to bury or to curse someone. And that's why they were dressed in white and black, ready to bury the same day.
So they are saying they are going to bury you?
Yes.
They have also made certain references to other people. Are you able to tell which other person is being made reference to?
Yes, my husband.
What are they saying about your husband?
They have never seen a woman that is meant to cry by the husband.
Thank you. Can we now play the next video, that is B? Can we lastly play D? Can we lastly play video D? What is that song speaking to?
Speaking about kaende kaende, meaning that they will have to move forward and not backward.
Thank you. C, finally. Can we have C? One would be forgiven that the MCAs are in a church. Can you confirm where the MCAs are when they are singing?
In the County Assembly of Meru.
They are inside the County Assembly of Meru?
Yes.
And that was the same day when they were set to impeach you?
It is the same day.
What song is being played inside the County Assembly?
That's a Kikuyu song, praising God, and then saying that after victory, the name of the Lord shall be praised. So they are anticipating for a victory.
You have been a member of parliament for 5 years. Is that behavior parliamentary in nature?
No.
It is not. And did you expect to have a fair hearing before such a tribunal or a committee or a house?
No, no, no.
No. Why do you feel that you do not have had fair hearing before the MCAs in Meru?
Because they had already made a choice.
Thank you. So they had already made a determination on
yes.
your impeachment motion. Thank you very much. Very briefly, I want to take you through the 6 charges and in a very summary form, give your response to each of them. 1, you have been accused of nepotism and illegal appointments. And to this extent, I want to ask you specifically, are you guilty of nepotism and illegally appointing your husband or spouse to a county office?
Not guilty.
Did you appoint your husband to a county office?
No.
What did you, or rather, in what position did you appoint your husband to?
I only appointed him as the ambassador of Hustlers of Meru, and then the patron of MYS.
Is that appointment in a county office?
No, it isn't.
What were you intending the first gentleman to do in the appointment that you gave him?
The patron, as we know, or as I believe, is a person who assists, gives aid, supports financially, socially, and expected the first gentleman to assist our youth in Meru County.
Specifically on the issue of the Meru Youth Service, was it your intention for the first gentleman to overshadow or take over the mandate of the board?
No.
What would have been the role of the first gentleman in the discharge of his duties towards the Meru Youth Service?
It is to help the young men and women financially and also give them moral support.
So it was for moral support and, where possible, assist them financially?
Yes.
Are you aware of other initiatives by other first ladies or first gentlemen that have similar initiatives?
Yes, I'm aware.
You're aware. Were the other previous governors in Meru, or rather had the other previous governors in Meru appointed their spouses for similar initiatives?
They did. They had offices, they had vehicles, and everything.
Thank you. Does the first gentleman draw any salary or remuneration from the county government of Meru?
He has never drawn any coin from the county government of Meru.
Thank you. Let us briefly move on to the issue of roadside appointments, and I want to put them together. You have been accused of recruiting workers in Timau, specifically firefighters, and I think this is important that you confirm to the committee. Did you or did you not appoint firefighters at Timau?
I did not.
You did not. But, Honorable Governor, you made pronouncements that were understood to mean that you recruited firefighters in that event, and that evidence was brought before this committee. What did you do at Timau?
At Timau, through my Okorea program, I identified some young men and ladies who will be of great help to Timau area and who understands the geographical area of Timau to assist the county government or even to make calls to our office, that is Okorea office, so that we can liaise with the county government to assist. So, in a very summary form, what would be the role played by these people you recruited at Timau? To make calls to our office. To make calls to your office? Yes, that is the Okolea office. Why was it necessary for them to make calls, and calls in respect to what assignment? Because they understand the area. They understand the area. Yes. Was there any particular issue with the fire or firefighting within Timau that called for this intervention? Yeah, there were several issues. What kind of issues? The area, one and no fire engine. Yes. They requested the government to intervene. Yes. At the same time, they wanted us to assist with people that understands and can bring to our attention what is happening, especially when such events emerge. So would you call then those people as a liaison between your office and the community? Yes, they are. Has any of those people that were appointed at Timau drawn any salary from the county government? They haven't. Have they been given any appointment letters? Not at all. Have you forwarded any of their names to the county public service board for recruitment? No. Have you instructed any county office to adopt or recruit those people? No. The appointment at Kobo again, you were seen appointing watchmen. Why, to begin with, were you at Kobo in the first place? What was the issue? It was a call by the residents, especially at the market center, where they needed my assistance to get some watchmen. And at the same time, several other issues arose, and I was not alone. We were with the area MCA. The people you were seen recruiting as watchmen,
In what capacity were they supposed to serve? Is it within the county government or exactly in what capacity? And who was supposed to pay them?
I was supposed to pay them.
You were supposed to pay them?
Yes.
As the governor of Meru or in what capacity?
As the Okolea program director.
So you were then offering employment in your capacity as a director of Okolea?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sure later on you will have an opportunity to talk about that Okolea initiative. You have also been accused of directing the Meru Level 5 hospital to spend at source. Did you at any time do that?
No, no, no.
What did you do? You were seen in that rally talking about waivers, talking about spending some cash. What exactly were you after?
I was invited by the committee and the acting chief officer of Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital to pay them a visit. We sat with the committee, that is the board, and afterwards we were to give address on what was deliberated from the meeting.
So there was a deliberation and there was a communication to be made?
Yes.
What was that deliberation about?
One, they wanted to use or to assure that they will use the money at source according to the act.
So that was their request?
That was their request.
What other deliberation were you supposed to communicate to the public based on the meeting that had transpired?
They had a list of people that they wanted to waiver the poor.
Is that the same list you communicated to the public?
Yes.
Thank you. Very quickly, again, let's talk about incitement, bullying, and vilification, and this is very key. You have been seen in those videos in an incident where it has been interpreted to mean that you are vilifying the minority chief whip and other leaders, including the Senator of Meru, the Cabinet Secretary of Agriculture, MP for Tigania East constituency, who is in this building, and the Catholic Church and clergy. So very briefly, I want you to talk about the vilification of minority chief, whip, and other leaders, specifically on the incident that took place at the minority chief's whip's ward. That is Mwenda Ithili. Did you or did you not humiliate and vilify that particular member of
I did not
Congress?
humiliate Mwenda Ithili.
You did not humiliate him. You were seen asking the member of County Assembly to apologize. Why were you asking the member to apologize?
I did not ask the member to apologize. It is the crowd or the residents of the area that insisted that the MCA should apologize.
Why would they insist that their member of County Assembly apologizes?
Because of the incidents that had occurred previous days.
What incidences are these you're referring to?
The issue at the County Assembly of Meru when they walked out while I was giving out my speech.
So the day you were at this ward, was it before or after the attempt for you to deliver the address to the assembly?
It was after.
It was after. Let's talk about the Senator of Meru County, Honorable Kadhuri. Have you at any moment tried to vilify the Honorable Senator for Meru County?
No.
Has there been any evidence brought before this committee indicating or rather showing you vilifying or even mentioning the name of this senator?
No.
There has been an issue about you talking about the Cabinet Secretary of Agriculture. Again, has there been any evidence brought before this committee where you are seen talking about the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture?
No.
But then, Governor, I want to take you back to a video that was played here. And it is seen where you are purported to have said that certain leaders in Meru, specifically the Senator of Meru and the Cabinet Secretary, were demanding a share of your government, and you made certain utterances. Is that correct or not correct?
It is not correct because from the videos that have been played here, there is nowhere that I've mentioned any of the two said leaders.
But you mentioned not sharing any bread. You said you were not ready for nusu mkate. What were you making reference to?
I was making reference to the MCAs who had already demanded that they want a share to themselves, and then they leave the bigger share to me, as we saw from the clips.
So you were making reference to MCAs who had made a request or a demand to have a share of your government?
Yes.
Have you at any time personally made any statements against the person of the Member of Parliament for Tigania East, Honorable Mporo Abori?
No.
You have not. Has the said Member of Parliament ever sought from you an apology or complaint for any form of vilification or humiliation?
No.
Chair, I have had a comment from one of the members. Thank you for that guidance.
Order. Address plenary from this chair. What are you saying?
Chair, I have had a comment, and if my memory serves me right, from the Senator of Meru. I was wondering whether that ought to be responded to.
Comment which day?
Right now, I have had a comment from the Honorable Senator.
No, the only things you can respond to, Council, are things that are brought to your attention through the chair. The chair has not invited the MP for Tigania to address us. Until he addresses us is when you respond.
Thank you, Chair, for the guidance. Honorable Governor, you have also been accused of vilifying the Catholic Church, and there was a priest, Father Elias Kinoti, who appeared before the committee yesterday and felt particularly offended by your statement and targeted as a person who should be prejudiced. Are you seen anywhere, or is there any evidence indicating you vilifying the Catholic Church, or even the very priest who appeared before this committee yesterday?
No.
Briefly, can you explain to this committee why you had that meeting at Igoji Boys? What was the discussion all about, and why was the Diocese of Meru involved in that discussion, in a very brief manner?
The issue of Igoji, one, we had pending bills that the Diocese of Meru wanted to be paid by the county government.
How much were they demanding from the county government?
7.7 million.
7.7 million. For what purpose were they demanding that?
They claimed that the piece of land belonged to them.
And what did you do about that request for pending bill?
I went ahead to do some investigation to get the real knowledge if the piece of land belongs to Diocese of Meru. And also the residents came to my office and asked for intervention.
When you say residents, what kind of residents and from where?
The leaders from Igoji.
Leaders from Igoji. So were you responding to their request?
I was responding to their request.
Did you at any time cause chaos and accost or assault the priest who appeared before this committee yesterday?
No.
Was any information about his vilification or assault brought before your attention?
No.
Let us move very quickly to the forceful entry into the County Assembly of Meru. Were you invited for that meeting?
I was invited.
Was there any letter cancelling that meeting that was brought to your office?
There was no letter cancelling.
When you entered that premises, were you accompanied by any goons?
Not at all.
And when you entered, which office did you first go to?
I first went to Speaker's office.
And what did you do at the Speaker's office?
I signed the visitor's book.
Was that with the welcome of the Speaker or without his welcome?
It was welcome from the Speaker.
Who ushered you into the chambers?
It is the Speaker.
Who welcomed you to deliver your maiden speech?
It is the Speaker.
Who ushered you out of the chambers after the chaotic walkout?
It is the Speaker.
It is the Speaker. We have seen stones being pelted towards you. Was that stone from the county assembly or outside the county assembly?
From the county assembly.
So from your evidence and understanding, who was throwing that stone at you?
The MCAs.
The MCAs. We move very quickly to the issue of nomination of CECs. You have been accused of not following the law, and you have been accused of misconduct when it comes to nomination of CECs. When you're seated before this house, did you come across any video where MCAs were threatening or were making certain remarks about the nomination of your CECs?
They said they will not pass the CECs unless I sit down with them and discuss about Woodford.
Did you ever present any list of CECs to the County Assembly of Meru?
I did 10 of them.
10 of them. How many were approved?
3.
Very briefly, I want you to talk about some of the members that were rejected, their qualifications, in 2 minutes, kindly. Were they incompetent? What kind of people had you presented for them to be rejected?
One is Dr. Kiambi Adero, who is water engineer with an experience of over 20 years, a PhD holder.
Another one?
Another one is Kariminjeru.
What are the qualifications?
She owns master's degree.
What other person was rejected? We may not go through all of them, but the last one?
The last one is a young lady who was supposed to be the CEC for youth and sports, and she was also qualified.
Were you given any report as to why those 7 names were rejected?
No.
They never gave you any report?
Yes.
Why did you restructure your government, Honorable Governor?
I thought it was easy for me and good for me to restructure so that at least we can move on with the business or the functions of the government.
Was business of the government not going on?
Minus the 7 CECs, I thought it would be a bit hard. So I decided to reorganize and then assign the 3, those who have been passed, to handle at least 2 dockets each for us to move forward.
Thank you. Before the red light goes on, you have been termed as the modern day Hitler, Adolf Hitler, that we need to sacrifice you for the county of Meru to prosper, that you are not seeing eye to eye with any of the elected leaders, that you are a lone ranger, that you are very arrogant. That is the picture that has been painted by the County Assembly of Meru. Is that who you are? Are you that modern day Adolf Hitler, an all-powerful, all-knowing, omnipresent person that does not require any input from any other person? Is that you, Governor Kawira?
It is very unfortunate, and that is the narrative that have been sold by maybe the MCAs or my political competitors, just to show and paint the bad part, which I'm not.
Are you in working terms with any of the elected leaders within Meru?
Yes, I am.
Kindly mention.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just get 3 more so that I have 5 to conclude that line of examination, kindly. Governor Kawira, are you in any working terms with any of the elected leaders in Meru?
I'm in terms with almost all of them.
Even the members of County Assembly?
Yes, because for the last 2 months, I've been going around with them to take development to their counties, and for more than 26 ones, I've been with the relevant or the area MCAs with me.
What was the purpose of your visit in those wards?
To take development.
Did the MCAs of those respective wards accompany you?
Yes, they did. More than 20.
More than 20?
Yes.
Let's talk about other elected leaders. Which other elected leader are you working with, or are you able to work with within Meru?
The CS Agriculture, the MP Northimenti, the MP Bore, and many other leaders.
Many other leaders.
Yes.
Have you ever sat down with any of these other leaders during the 3 months that you have been in office before the impeachment motion was brought?
I've sat down with all of them after my election.
All of them?
Yes.
Let's talk about your efforts to bring about unity in Meru, if any. What initiatives have you taken? Because obviously, Governor, there is a problem in Meru. First, do you agree there is a problem in Meru?
There is a problem, but not the entire Meru. The problem is between the executive or myself and the MCs.
What efforts have you made to bring about peace or create a working environment with other leaders?
I've invited them severally via a letter through the speaker to come and sit down and speak as leaders of Meru. I've invited the members of National Assembly through their chairperson, Honorable Mutunga. I've gone ahead, invited Jorin Cheke to come on board and try to bring us together. I've gone ahead, talked to the Council of Governors through our chair so that we can meet and have a dialogue. I've gone ahead, consulted bishops of Meru so that we can sit down and have a way forward.
Let's talk about the meeting that was chaired by the Council of Governors. What transpired in that meeting? But before we go to what transpired, who was in attendance in that meeting?
The leadership of County Assembly of Meru and myself and 10 governors.
Specifically, what leadership from Meru County?
The Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Whip, the Minority Leader, around 5 of them.
Was the mover of this motion present in that meeting?
Yes,
DMK.
He was present.
Was Honorable Mwenda Ithili present in that meeting?
He was present.
Was Honorable Mawera in that meeting?
He was present.
And the Speaker was present?
He was present.
What was the agenda of that meeting, especially from members of County Assembly? What demands were made?
The demands were that I give them or allocate word fund to them. The other demand is that they wanted the first gentleman not to accompany me in any meeting.
Any other demand?
The other one was I had planned to have a rally at Metongo, where the majority leader comes from, and they insisted that I cancel the meeting.
Did you cede to any of those demands?
Yes, I cancelled the meeting for Metongo, which was advertised for 1 week. Number 2, I also talked humbly with the first gentleman, and we agreed that at least he keep off the meetings.
And has the first gentleman heeded to your advice?
Yes.
Has he been in any public meeting ever since?
No.
He has not. Let's talk about the word fund a bit, and that's my last question. Why have you refused to release the word fund to the MCAs of Meru?
I have not refused to release the word fund. I met a budget which was from the previous regime, which unallocated not word fund, but 10 million equalization fund to every ward. And I thought it was prudent for us to continue with that one, which MCAs insisted that it was very little because the first governor had given them 25 million, the second governor 20 million, and they wondered why I had only to surrender 10 million.
Did you ever understand how the 20 million and 30 million was dispersed to the MCAs?
No.
Was there any structure, or rather legal framework for the release of that amount?
There was no legal framework.
And what was your proposal in regard to the demand by MCAs?
My proposal was even in my address that we meet and then get a way forward, and also a legal framework on how we shall have the word fund.
Thank you very much, Honorable Governor. I think for now I'll leave it at that, Honorable Chair. I yield the witness to my learned friend for cross-examination.
Dr. Mudomi.
Honorable Kawira, please confirm that the Okolea program is a private charity that you run.
Yes, it is.
You have run this private charity for many years.
More than 10 years.
More than 10 years. I'll be right to tell the Senate the activities of this charity program are a frequent broadcast on Baite TV.
Yes.
Yes. And the main producer, anchor, director, or dominant person in that TV station is your spouse?
No.
Fair enough. Now, your case has kept shifting, and please listen to the shifting before I ask my question. Initially, your case was that you never made the roadside appointments.
Yes.
Then, when we pointed out you were not contesting the authenticity of the clips, your case shifted to, yes, the pronouncements were made, but no appointment letters were issued.
No
Correct or correct?
No appointment letters issued.
Then today afternoon, the case has shifted to, yes, the declarations were made, no appointments were issued, but the appointments were actually meant for the Okolea program. Now, my question is, and be careful because all my other questions on this theme will depend. Which answer should the Senate take? Is it that the roadside appointments were for the Okolea program? Or that they were for county governments, but the appointment letters were not issued? Which one do we take?
They were for Okolea programs.
Good. They were for the Okolea program.
Yes.
In your affidavit before this Senate, can you point to us a single paragraph where you have said these were appointments for Okolea program?
There is nowhere here, the document that I have.
This charity you run is your charity, isn't it?
Yes.
You got the gentleman that just testified to get many letters from Ms. Virginia saying these people were never appointed by the county assembly.
They were never appointed.
Have you placed any letter before this Senate showing these roadside appointments were from the Okolea?
The accusation was the appointment.
Did
by
you
the government
produce,
of
Honorable Kawira, have you produced any evidence? The charity is owned by you. It is you saying the employees were meant for the charity, not the county. Instead of bringing us letters showing these are employees of the charity, you have brought us letters saying they are not employees of the county.
They are not employees of the county because I've not seen any appointment letter concerning
Good.
the people.
Since Okolea is a private charity, would it have any business with the statutory body of the county government of Meru?
There is no statutory body of the county of Meru that is involved with the Okolea program.
Good. Is the Meru Youth Service a statutory body of the county government of Meru?
You are talking about the roadside
Yes.
appointments,
Yes.
which none of the appointment has been taken to Meru Youth Service.
Your declarations, which we don't contest that it was made, didn't you declare your husband a patron of Meru Youth Service?
Yes.
You did.
Yes.
But now you say you actually meant it for the Okolea program.
I meant the patron of Meru Youth Service and not an employee of county government of Meru.
Should the Okolea program, in your understanding of governance, be commingled? Should the staffing of the Okolea program be commingled or mixed with the staffing of the Meru Youth Service?
There is no way that it can mingle or be mixed because the position that is in dispute is the patron position.
Good.
Whose responsibility is to give advice and also
So when you appointed this husband of yours to patron, were you appointing him as part of the Okolea program or as...
Order, Council. Council, again, let us remain respectful. You cannot refer to the husband of the governor as this husband of yours. You know the proper English.
Chair, I'm profusely apologetic. English is my third language. I didn't mean any shred of disrespect to the governor, and if she is offended, I'm really sorry.
Since it is your third language, I now direct that you withdraw that comment.
Withdrawn, Chair.
And we now want to school you that you are now free to call him the first gentleman, your husband, or your husband,
Chair.
who is the first gentleman.
Chair. Chair, it is not sufficient for the council to just withdraw. The council should withdraw and apologize.
Yes.
Chair, I just apologize profusely, and I told the governor I'm sincerely sorry if she has taken offense at the description.
Apology is noted.
So when you appointed the first gentleman as patron of Meru Youth Service, were you doing that as part of Okolea or as governor of Meru County?
It was part of Okolea. That's why I insisted that you will not draw any fund from the county government of Meru.
Wouldn't you then accept, by so doing, you have commingled your private charity with the management of an institution established by law, the law being the Meru Youth Service Act?
No.
Okay. Let's go to Timau. The problem was firefighting, correct?
Yes.
If the citizens have a problem with firefighting and they're addressing it to the governor of Meru, would they expect the governor to deal with the matter in a capacity as governor or in a capacity within a private charity called Okolea?
The Okolea program has been there for the last 10 years. Even when I was the woman representative of Meru County, the residents or the people of Meru could bring their problems to me while in office, and I also assisted in the capacity of the Okorea program as the director. So they knew very well that I'm able to assist them.
Does the Meru County government have a fire department?
Yes, it has.
Is that department staffed by the County Public Service Board?
It is.
Wouldn't that then be the body statutorily authorized to deal with the problem of firefighting in Timau?
The people employed by the county government of Meru for the firefighting are experts in those areas. Those that we assisted at Timau are the local people that would assist in locating the places where there are problems.
You've just confirmed in your affidavit, there is no way you say you made all these appointments as part of Okolea. Did you declare at Timau that you are appointing these people not as governor, but
Yes.
as, did you declare?
I did not declare.
Good.
I was
You did
getting
not
them
declare.
as the county
Let's
government.
go to Nkobo. There was a request by Honorable Makasi, right?
Yes,
Honorable Makasi is an MCA
yes.
addressing a problem his residents have with the governor of Meru County.
Yeah.
When he was making that request to you, was he making it to you as the owner of Okolea, which is your private charity, or he was addressing you as the governor of Meru County?
He was addressing both sides.
Anywhere in the video where he mentions Okolea or in the transcript of that video?
The evidence is clear because when we went ahead and got some people as watchmen, the position of watchmen are not there in the county government of Meru.
My question
And
is
that is
simple,
where-
Honorable Governor. Is there anywhere in your video or any video in existence anywhere in the world in which Honorable Makasi is addressing this problem to you in your roles in Okolea as opposed to your role as governor of Meru?
So many videos.
Have you placed them before this Senate?
No.
Let's go to Kianjai. You issued a directive here to ward administrators, right?
Yes.
Are ward administrators also officials of the Okolea program?
The ward administrators are government officials.
But you claim the appointments at Kianjai were also part of the Okolea. Isn't that your position?
Part was Okolea.
So by directing county officials, specifically ward administrators, to employ people and ensure they're employed when you're speaking as Okolea director, aren't you commingling again your functions as governor and the interests of your private charity?
My ones are very clear from the videos that was played, that what I said to the ward administrators, if there is anyone who is to be employed by the county government, should he follow the procedure. Those are my true ones from the videos that were played.
Would I be right to say the county secretary is the head of the county public service?
Yes.
This is an officer subordinate to you in the county hierarchy, isn't it?
Yes.
It is therefore perfectly normal for you to give these officer instructions to respond to official complaints, isn't it?
I'm the accused.
Yes, you're the accused. My question is it within your legitimate powers as governor to issue directions to the county secretary to respond to matters relating to county public service?
Come again?
Do you have power to instruct the county secretary to respond to the complaints about illegal appointments because he's the head of the public service. He's answerable to you, isn't he?
He's answerable to me, and he does what is right before the law.
I didn't ask. Let's go to the secretary of the County Public Service Board. This is also an official of the county executive, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
So the governor could again lawfully direct the secretary of that board to respond to complaints about illegal appointments, correct or incorrect?
The secretary, I don't think, is in capacity to respond about the appointment or the roadside appointment. The work of appointment is based to the Public Service Board, which does the employment.
I put it to you, sir, sorry again, Chairman, I'm really sorry. I hope I can be forgiven without it. Honorable Governor, I put it to you that the reason you got Mr. Gatobu to procure all these letters is because the persons lawfully competent to testify on these matters would not commit to testify to them. That is the county secretary and the secretary of the County Public Service Board.
No.
I put it to you, Father, that in the case of the county secretary, the reason you didn't ask him, and you ask a man you can dismiss at will, who is your chief of staff, is because there is an accusation about you illegally reappointing the county secretary, and if he came to testify to these things, he would be exposed as holding an illegal office.
There is no employee of the county government of Meru that I can dismiss annually.
Is the Okolea program part of the Meru Level 5 hospital legal structures?
No.
Therefore, if the roadside declarations or directives you gave with regard to the Level 5 hospital was done in the capacity of Okolea, you must again have been commingling your private charity with the official functions as a state officer.
My visit to Meru Level 5 Hospital, I did not do anything concerning Okolea program. It was a visit that I was invited by chief officer and the board.
Let's go to the vilification allegation. Would I be right to say there is no contest between you and the assembly whether you made the utterances in the videos, and that the only point of contest is the meaning to be ascribed to those utterances?
Pardon?
Do you contest the utterances you made at the meeting where Mwandaivile was?
There were no utterances that I made to verify anyone.
Let's forget the vilification for now. I'm asking, the utterances on the video where you're seen speaking, are you contesting you made those utterances?
The utterances that I made was a request from the crowd or the residents.
The question, Honorable Governor, did you or did you not make the utterances? We will deal with their meanings. As a matter of fact, the chair assured us they even have Kimeru interpreters. So I'm not even interested in the meaning. I'm only interested in, did you make those utterances recorded on the video? Either you did or you didn't. Which will you take?
I repeat again, I made utterances based from the residents of that area, those that demanded their leader, the MCA, to apologize before he goes on to speak.
Chair, so that my time is not wasted in the altercation with the witness, I'm inviting you to note the witness is not answering the specific question I'm asking, which is whether the video is a depiction of utterances she made. The witness is obsessed with the implications of the utterances or their meaning, which is not my question.
Let us try and avoid that condemnation of the witness. Maybe because you want to get an answer, try and paraphrase your question. As you said, if a lawyer like you, who is schooled in English, admitted that it is a foreign language, how about her? We don't know her professional background.
Did you ask the crowd at Mwerong Kanga whether the Honorable Idili should apologize?
First, after the residents said that
Please answer my question. You'll have did you ask the crowd?
Yes, I asked.
Good, you asked. After the first gentleman accused the senator and the MP Tigania East in your presence of sending you certain SMSs as per the video, when you rose to the podium, did you disown the sending of the alleged SMSs?
In meetings that I attend, there are so many speakers, and it is not my duty to go on disowning every speaker's
Your
words.
husband, oh sorry again, Chair. I'm sorry. Thank you. Chair, let's take it as a slip of the tongue. The first gentleman accused the Honorable Cabinet Secretary and the Honorable MP for Tigania East of sending you certain SMSs making extortionist demands. When you took to the podium, did you correct those assertions? Either you did or you didn't. Which one will you take?
First gentleman is a grown-up man.
That's not my question.
Order, Madam Governor. You must answer questions the way you've been asked. He did not ask for that storytelling which you are starting. He wants yes or no.
I did not disown.
You did not disown. When the first gentleman told the public rally that the Honorable Mpuri Abori had brought fictitious pending bails for 12 companies, did you, after you took to the podium, correct that misleading information?
No, it wasn't in my agenda.
It wasn't in your agenda.
Yes.
Instead of correcting it, didn't you go to actually affirm his assertions and tell the gathering you don't want a Nusumukate government?
No.
You didn't mention Nusumukate in that video?
The video you are talking about, the Tigania East Member of Parliament, I mentioned nowhere.
I'm talking about the Cabinet Secretary and the Honorable Deputy Speaker. Did you correct the assertions made about them demanding a share in the county public appointments?
No.
You didn't. Don't you think, given the seriousness of these allegations, if you knew, as you must have, that they were lies, as a public leader and leader number one in the county, the first thing you should have done is to dispel the aspersions cast on the two honorable leaders.
But because they were uttered by a different person, I thought it was good for me to talk to him later to understand.
These
the source.
utterances, for the record, are not uttered by a random person, but by a person you have given some 2 offices in public, isn't it? Correct or incorrect?
Repeat again.
Were these utterances by a random citizen of Meru, or utterances by a person you had appointed as class ambassador and patron of the Meru Youth Service?
By then he was not appointed.
He had not been appointed?
Yes.
Was he the first gentleman at that time?
Yes.
So, don't you think as governor, if the first gentleman makes such serious allegations against other leaders, a responsible governor should take the earliest possible opportunity to clear the air and say that is not correct?
Chair, I think the council should not be asking the governor about somebody who is not here in this court and who is not held accountable in this case.
Before I respond, I have seen the red light from the, is it an objection or something?
Yes, Chairman. Honorable Chairman, we are constrained to interject because the issues that the governor is being put through, they are special in their nature under the law of evidence, under Section 130. She's being asked questions about her spouse. And we have followed through and she has answered to the best of her abilities. Now she has been asked to form an opinion about her own spouse in a matter involving criminal implications, whether she's the one who is charged or it may thereafter follow that the spouse may be followed in other different proceedings in another forum. I think under the law of evidence, under Section 130 of the Evidence Act, Cap 80 of the laws of Kenya, spouses and communications relating to spouses are protected. And also, this will not be a witness who will be compelled to form an opinion, especially of an incriminating nature, against her own spouse. And also to give such evidence, she will also not be allowed without the consent of that spouse. These are a declaratory statute. And two, I did not want to venture into Article 50, Clause 2, Paragraph L, which Honorable Chair had inquired about yesterday, on whether if this client is asked questions that are incriminating to her and she refuses to answer, how will the county assembly team treat her approach to such kind of questions? And we hadn't thought we'll get here. I thought the county assembly team will be a little bit guided, not to require the governor to form an opinion, especially of an untoward nature against her spouse. That is, Honorable Chair, the protection we are requesting this committee to afford the witness and the governor, and to allow her to exercise the right to a fair hearing under Article 50 on those 2 parameters that I've mentioned. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Council, I think both the Vice Chair and your colleague, they're not asking for too much. We are not sitting here to determine the innocence or otherwise arising from the utterances of the first gentleman. Leave that for another court. The first gentleman is not on trial here. So let us focus.
I'm guided in the interest of time, Chair, and I'm urging you humbly to note the interjections.
Kanzo.
I'm directed, I obey that directive, Chair.
Kanzo.
Yes.
Can you relax? We are aware that we have to save your time. You want us to take a shortcut so that an authority on pronouncement finds that what we did here was a sham, the only way that authority will find that it was not a sham is to follow the proceedings and find that they were done procedurally. So kindly enjoy your space, but separate the first gentleman from the governor.
I'm directing, Chair. I don't think we should be detained. I'm entirely in your hands. Let's go to the municipality, the Honorable Governor. Is the Meru Municipal Board a statutory entity?
Yes.
Does Okolea program have any mandate on functions of the municipal board?
No.
Therefore, if your answer that the committee to manage the tax operators, those who are Okolea appointments, you must still again have been commingling your private charity with a statutory body. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Let's go back to vilification, Governor. Without conceding that you vilified anyone, would the vilification of other leaders cause a breach or potential breach of the peace? This is not to say you vilified anyone. It's a general question. The Honorable Kawira?
Yes.
Would persistent vilification campaigns against elected leaders create a potential threat of civil strife, assuming it were true that there was vilification?
No.
Would vilification of the church, the mocking of its clergy, the mocking of its liturgies, are those acts, in the event the Senate were to find there is evidence to support them, acts likely to lead to civil strife?
I have not seen one.
Chair, I'm not sure that your communication has been taken. And Council, there was an application which led us where we are right now. And that application is very clear. And I think that the reason why the governor, in this case the accused, took the stand was to be able to help us dig into this evidence in your own application. And if you didn't take the guidance of the chair in the first place, I think it's critical that you understand that you will make it very difficult for us to dig into the documents provided here by the witness and the accused at the same time. You haven't even helped us dig into some of the evidences provided by the governor in volume 1, which is an affidavit sworn by the governor, which has got some very, very interesting stuff that you could help us understand. And so is volume 2. So I wanted just to ask to the chair that remember your application and try to stick to application in the next 30 minutes that you still remain with.
Thank you, the Senator of Migori. Yes, Senator of Nairobi, I see your light.
Yeah, Chair, with the greatest respect to my colleague from Migori, this case is the Assembly's case. I wish that we would allow them to prosecute that case in the manner in which they would like. In the event that they do not touch on any of the documentation they have supplied us, they don't speak to the facts that they have alleged, they don't tell us the truth or point us to where we can see the truth of their assertions, that is their funeral. Chair, in the interest of time, I am not a morning person and I'm not also a night person. In the interest of moving the proceedings forward, let's allow the Assembly to conclude their case.
Very well put. We do not have any luxury or responsibility, Council, to teach you law. You keep on laying your bed.
Let's go to paragraph 3.
You're going to lie in it.
Let's go to paragraph 3 of your affidavit, Honorable Governor.
Which page?
It is at page 15 of your volume of your response. That would be volume 1. Please confirm that it is you, not the Assembly, who has paragraph 3 has introduced the gender issue. Correct or incorrect?
Page 15.
At paragraph 3. Repeated at paragraph 11 and paragraph 15.
The one that reads, my election to the position of the governor of Meru County in the August 2022 general elections was culmination of a long journey with unprecedented challenges, having campaigned on an independent ticket and being a woman in a field ordinarily dominated by men.
It is you who claims gender issues in that paragraph as read with paragraph 11 and 15. Correct or incorrect?
I have not raised any gender issue here.
Okay, I'll leave it to the Senate to see from the record whether you've raised those issues. But weren't you, Honorable Governor, impeached by all the women MCAs? Never mind these claims about gender. Did they or did they not impeach you, all the women MCAs?
The impeachment, to my understanding, does not either look at the gender of a person.
My question is simple. Did the women MCAs of the Meru County Assembly vote in support of the impeachment motion?
Yes, they did.
Good. All of them, isn't it?
Yes.
Good. You say in paragraph, I'm trying to see the paragraph, Chair, 9 to 10 of your affidavit, that there is a power matrix in which the minority and the majority have joined hands to hound you out of office. Is that the position you've taken in those paragraphs?
Yes.
Are you aware, Honorable Governor, that the Meru County Assembly has 5 independent MCAs?
Yes, I'm aware.
Did those independent MCAs vote in favor of the impeachment motion?
Yes, they did.
Would I be correct to say there are several political parties represented in the Meru County Assembly?
There are several.
Specifically, UDA, BAS, Jubilee, PNU, NOPEO, and DP. Correct or incorrect?
Yes, correct.
Yes, Senator.
I'm tempted to interject on, what the council has mentioned about the governor talking about being elected in an unprecedented situation as a woman. Page 15, you mentioned that. Paragraph 15. But really, Chair, isn't this one a statement of fact? Because in the Meru community, do we have elected women MCAs? Do we have elected women members of parliament, apart from the women representative? She's among the very few governors who've been elected in Kenya as a woman. I mean, give credit where it's due. She's not glossing over it. It's a fact.
Very good. Members, I can see lights are starting to come.
Yes,
Are we able to hold on just a little bit? He was about to finish. Let me not rule you out of order, but I say your points will be properly articulated. He's just on the winding curve. Yeah? Let him just. Council, you conclude because your time is up, and then members, you will follow it up. You'll then throw your issues.
You say at paragraph 39 of your affidavit and paragraph 38 that there have been various efforts by various entities to resolve this crisis, ranging from the church to Jurincheke to Council of Governors and whatnot. Isn't that correct?
It is correct.
Have these efforts succeeded so far?
Some have succeeded.
But if the efforts by all these players have not resolved the problem in Meru, doesn't it then leave impeachment as the only way out?
Problems are not solved in a day. I think the few months that I've been in office is a short duration. And I think it's good to give our issues time, and I believe all will be resolved well.
You said the previous governor equally appointed his spouse to certain offices, right?
Yes.
Let's go to page 27 of your volume 2. I put it to you, Governor, that this Gazette notice on its face refers to a decision by the County Executive Committee of Meru and not a decision by the then Governor of Meru.
Yes.
It is therefore incorrect for you to suggest that the former governor appointed his spouse. If she was appointed, the person who appointed is the one the Gazette notice says made the decision, which is the County Executive Committee.
The pronouncements were made by the governor himself.
Order, Governor. Don't respond. Because on page 27, that Gazette notice is not what the governor is, what the council is saying. He knows the English language.
Can you read for us page 27, where it reads?
Council, you know English. The Honorable His Excellency Kreito is saying in this Gazette notice that pursuant to a decision by the CEC committee on 22nd of March 2018 establishing Meru to Weza program and in exercises of powers conferred by section 32L of the County Government Act, I, Kreito Murungi, Governor of County of Meru, and purpose of that, appoint. It is the governor appointing. It is not the CC. don't confuse the witness, because you know that English, you know that is, you are out of order.
Chair, I will leave it.
Witness-
I will leave it to the chair.
Witness, don't respond.
I'll leave it, Chair, because it's a question of interpretation and we may differ on that. So that I don't waste my time unnecessarily. Honorable Governor.
Hold on. Members, on this issue, anybody who wants to ventilate? We proceed? Yes, it's done.
Please confirm, Honorable Governor, that in your volume 2, most, if not all, the documents you have placed before the Senate are dated before the date of the impeachment motion.
Which document?
You know, I'm trying to go in summary so that, would you confirm to me, Honorable Governor, if you want us to go them one by one, very quickly. All the transcripts attached to your volume 2 of various videos refer to videos that were in existence as at the date of the impeachment motion before the Senate.
Some were earlier.
Yes, we know, of
Before
course,
the
a few were
impeachment.
not available, but would I not be correct to say most of them were available as at the date of the impeachment motion?
No.
These videos you have transcribed, were they in existence as at 5th December 2022?
Some of them.
Some of them. Yes. The document at page 27, was it in existence as at that date?
Let me check.
It's a 2018 document.
27.
Page 27 of your volume 2.
It is the same Meru Toeza program
Yes.
board. Yeah.
The question was it in existence as at 5th December when the notice of the impeachment motion was given?
It was.
Same to the document at page 42? Please confirm. It was in existence. It predates 5th December, true or untrue?
Yes, this one is dated 31st October.
Great. Same for the document at page 51. True or untrue?
This is 23rd November.
It is before the date of the impeachment motion before this Honorable Senate, correct or incorrect?
Before.
Let's go to the lease. Are you aware, Governor, that ownership is only one of the many interests in land?
Yes.
So you're aware possession, besides ownership, is an interest recognized in law?
Yes.
You're aware a leasehold is an interest recognized in law?
Yes.
This document at page 113 of your volume 2 at paragraph B, does it show the Catholic Church as an interest in this property known to the law?
113 paragraph.
B. The document is a lease, isn't it?
It is a lease agreement.
Is a leasehold an interest recognized by law?
Yes, it is recognized by law.
This document, therefore, would not justify the accusations you made against the church, because by the document, the church has an interest in this property recognized by law.
This document also affirms that the registered owner is Egoji Boys Secondary School.
Fair enough, but don't we agree ownership is just one of the interests recognized by law when it comes to matters of land?
Yes.
A leasehold is equally a legally lawful interest, isn't it?
For a certain time.
Is this lease valid as we speak today? Has it expired? Is it a valid or an expired lease?
Let me check.
I put it to you, it's a valid lease. And it was
For 5
valid
years.
as at the date of the allegations and the public rally you organized against the church.
It's for 5 years.
Good. So if by this document, the church has an interest in this property recognized by law, there can be no justification for the utterances, whether we accept their vilification or not, for the utterances you made in a public rally against the church.
I made no utterances. My work was only to know if the piece of land belongs to the Diocese of Meru or the county government of Meru, which, including the people that represented the church, we all saw that the piece of land belonged to county government of Meru.
Chair, I'm told I have 10 minutes. Please allow me to give it to my colleague, Mr. Boniface Mawera, because there are matters we agreed he would cover. Please indulge him because some of my time has been spent in the interjections.
Yes, Councillor Boniface.
Honorable Chair and the Honorable Senators, my name is Meru Boniface Mavera. Honorable Governor, I have a few questions for you. Do you know Caste Micheni?
Yes, I know.
Is she one of the nominated? Is she one of the CECs that you nominated but was rejected by the County Assembly?
Yes, she is.
Honorable Chair, I will request the Secretary to play Annex 20 in our flash disk, and to enable the Honorable Chair and the committee follow through. The transcript is on pages 138 to 139 of our volume 1, which is the impeachment motion.
Kwa hivyo serikali ya mama iko imara. Leo tuambeletie wira. Tureja kuja next week tutongere tuni kaste turogote siana pego jibara batina ambasare bakina ngagiro ambasare. Gilie komi. Kaste uongoze hiyo exercise. Tuankia tuantigua. Tuana tena inya ampigia kuandika listi. Ana vetu bagombe. Na hakuna uoga. Na serikali ya mama iko imara. Leo bali wakawira. No ntone baraka lele kando. Uero uteritika atea.
Honorable Governor, in that video, is it not true that you direct one Caste Micheni to come up with a list of beneficiaries for bursary allocations?
No.
Then, I think at this point, Honorable Chair, I will leave it to your interpreters. You informed us very well that you have interpreters of the Meru language. But Honorable Governor, are you aware of a law regulating the issuance of bursaries?
Yes.
What is that act?
It's in the County Government Act.
Honorable Governor, I put it to you that the law is not the County Government Act, but the Meru County Retention Enhancement Fund Act of 2016.
Yes.
And maybe I'll request your council to show you our volume 2, page 67. Our volume 2, which is our list and bundle of authorities, page 67. And maybe you can read it aloud. Section 10 on the top. Yes? Page 67 of our volume 2. Are you there?
Page 67.
Yes.
Yes.
Please read aloud section 10 on page 67.
The Meru County Retention Enhancement Fund Act 2016. There is established a ward retention enhancement fund committee for each ward, which shall have powers necessary to perform its functions. 2, the committee shall consist of the following: a member of County Assembly for that ward, who shall be the patron. B, ward administrator for that ward, who shall be the secretary. C, representative from the Sub-County Education Board. D, a person from the Kenya Primary Schools Ed Association. E, a person from Kenya Secondary Schools Ends Association. F, a representative from the Tertiary Learning Institution. G, 3 representatives from the main sponsors, Sub-County Education Officer, a representative of persons living with disabilities, 3 persons to represent the community, that is from the youth, women, and marginalized group or persons.
Honorable Governor, you confirm that those are the people who comprise that committee?
Yes.
You can turn to page, Honorable Chair, on the same page 67, you will see the functions of that committee on section 11. Because we are pressed for time, I want the Governor to read function number D on page 68, 11D.
D.
Yes.
Identify beneficiaries of the Retention Enhancement Fund.
So, Honorable Governor, you confirm that one of the functions of this committee is to identify beneficiaries of the Retention Enhancement Fund?
Yes.
And these are the bursary allocations?
Yes.
So, Honorable Governor, you confirm that you appointed Kaste Micheni in place of a committee, a ward committee that is established by that county law. You confirm that?
There is no committee in place, and I was referring to J, that is 10J.
Is there anywhere in your response where you've said that there is no committee? Or maybe to guide you, I'll refer you to page 42 of volume 1, which is your response. Specifically paragraph, I think 41 of your affidavit. The second paragraph from the top.
41 or 42?
Page 42. But I think it is in paragraph 41 of your response. Because the next paragraph, there's paragraph 42.
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
The center stage in approvals of CEC nominees.
No, the second paragraph, the appointment.
The appointment to a bursary committee of one of the members was rejected as CEC nominee is a role done with the exercise of powers of the governor and cannot be cited as an act of misconduct.
So, Honorable Governor, having read out to you this law, which you are not aware of, would you still hold that it is within the exercise of your powers to appoint members of this committee, when the members are specifically provided in Section 10 of the Act?
The members are provided in Section 10, and that's why I say caste mission falls under 10J.
So you suppose that caste mission falls under 3 persons to represent the community?
Yes.
But in the video, you specifically direct her to come up with a list of the beneficiaries. You confirm that?
As one of the members.
Was Caste Micheni one of the MCA candidates in that area?
Yes, she was.
Which ward?
I don't remember.
I put it to you that it is
Egoji
West.
West.
And she was runners up in that election?
She was in the elections.
She came as number 2?
Yes.
And you appointed her in this committee, and in Annex 20, which is the transcript, or in that video, I think Honorable Chair, it is 19, Annex 19, and the transcript is...
Council, as you proceed, please notice you have only 2 minutes.
Honorable Chair, would you be gracious enough to add me an extra 10 minutes? I have some more ground to cover.
I have added you 3 more so that you have a total of 5.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm done with that issue, Honorable Chair. The next issue I would want to address is with respect to Annex 12. And I would ask the Secretary to play out that annex, the video, Annex 12. And the transcript is to be found on pages 91 to 96 of our Volume 1.
Administrator, ijaki alegea kwa. Uga tena sub county administrator, ijanda ke kwa. Kampo mbota bogeta.
I think you can pause at that, Honorable Chair. The point has been made. So the question to you, Honorable Governor, is it not true that you've appointed a development committee for that ward in place of the area MCA?
No, it is not true.
Honorable Chair, once again, I leave that to your judgment. The final question for me, the second last question for me, Honorable Governor.
Chair, Senator Kiambu here. Just for clarity and for me to understand from the young lawyer, you're saying that what did you call it? The development committee,
yes,
is supposed to be constituted by an MCA. I just want to understand. You said in place of an MCA. I don't know. I just want to understand.
Honorable Chair and the Honorable Senator for Kiambu, I think the point is that the governor appointed a committee. First, she accuses the area MCO, who is the mover of the motion, of stoning her. And then she goes on to appoint a committee because she says she cannot work with this MCA. She accuses the MCA of stoning her and goes to appoint a committee in place of the MCA. In fact, it is to bypass the role of the MCA. And in fact, that guy called Tirum in that video.
Honorable Chair, is Council now testifying?
I'm responding to her question.
In fact, Council for the Governor, in his testimony, the Council, in his own testimony, has just confirmed that the MCA actually stoned the Governor and gave reason. That the reason why he stoned her is because she had appointed a committee where she had left him out. That's wonderful information.
Honorable Chair, I did not, perhaps I want to correct that notion. In the transcript that is on page 91 of our volume 1, you will find a direct translation of what the governor is saying in that video. And the governor is expressly accusing the area MCA of stoning her. But we leave that to your translator, Honorable Chair. But the point is, in response to Senator Karungo, the governor has appointed a development committee in place. And in fact, the guy, because I'm responding to your question now, the guy who's called Tirum, he was the runners-up in the election. So he was the number 2 to the move of the motion. He's been appointed into this committee. In fact, he's the first person that the governor appoints. So I hope that sufficiently clarifies. So the last question for me from the governor is...
Council, just for purposes of record.
Yes, Chair.
Where in law is it stated that a runner-up cannot serve on a committee in a ward?
That speaks, Honorable Chair, to our allegation in the impeachment motion that the governor is appointing other persons. She's first sidelining the people who have the elected leaders who have the mandate of the people. She's appointing other people to carry out the same development roles that these people are elected to do. And these people are elected in order to, are appointed by the government in order to stir up wrangles with the duly elected representatives of the people. That is the point, Honorable Chair.
You see, you are now opening a bit. Huh? She's running her own government. She looked for votes. She was elected. Just like in Embu, issues of agriculture are addressed by the Honorable Linturi, who lost to this lady. This lady can now not start coming to State House with stones to stone President Ruto because the man she beat is carrying out duties of agriculture in Meru.
Chair, with your kind permission, because we want him to conclude, I want to help the young lawyer there. This Senate committee has been struggling to understand the genesis of the problem between the governor and her MCAs. Chair, you are a politician, I'm also a politician. One of the problems, and it is in the document, is that she's strengthening the hand of the opponents of the MCAs. You understand? So that is part of the genesis of the bad blood. That is what the point the young lawyer is doing, and I think at this rate, I will have to split their fees with me. They will have to split their fees with me. I'm doing their job.
Thank you for coming to my aid, Honorable Senator for Nairobi. I think that is what seniors do to their juniors. I think that the last question for me to the Governor, Honorable Chair, is, Honorable Governor, who is the founder of Baita TV?
It's a limited company.
Who is the founder? That is the question.
It's a limited company.
I put it to you that a video, we played a video in this, before this Honorable Committee, Annex 2, where you expressly say, while appointing the first gentleman to the office of the patron, Meru Youth Service, and Asla's ambassador, that he is the founder of Baita TV. True or false?
True.
So you confirm that is indeed the founder of Baita TV?
In one of the ways, yes.
I refer you to page 131 of volume 1. Please turn to that page. In fact, from page 130 and page 131. Are you there?
Yes.
Is that the CR12 for Mwangaza Advertiser Limited?
Yes.
And the persons listed as the directors or shareholders are Esther Mwendo and Miriam Karuerwa Gwantai?
Yes.
Are these persons known to you?
Yes, they are known to me.
Who are they to you?
Relatives.
How how are they your relatives?
Close relatives.
Are they your immediate family members? Sister, mother?
Yes, Counsel for the Governor.
I think, Chairman, I'm also constrained to extend the earlier objection I had on dragging family members into this motion, which is not there. She's admitted there are persons known to her, their relatives. She wants to know the degree of consanguinity. We do not know where it is leading to, and there have not people who were mentioned in this motion at all in the charges. We seek protection, and we'll also redeem the time of this honorable committee. Honorable Chair.
Counsel, the objection is upheld.
Okay, I think the witness can only turn to page 131 and confirm whether the business name Baita TV is registered or the proprietor of that business name is Mwangaza Advertiser Limited. True or false?
Counsel?
Yes.
Look on the clock. I gave you an extra 5 minutes. Now it has moved into an extra 10 minutes. Would you like to stop?
I'm most obliged, Chair. I want to stop there.
Okay, so stop after you've gotten your right answer. Just conclude your question, extract your answer. Conclude.
Okay, on page 131 of volume 1, you confirm that the business name Baita Television is, the proprietor of that business name is Mwangaza
Yes.
Limited. Thank you very much, Chair. I only have a very simple request. It's still on time, Honorable Chair. My colleague here,
what you have left out, you'll bring it to our attention through your concluding remarks when you make your submissions. That is also an entry point.
it's only that my colleague would want to play a video, just one video, Honorable Chair.
One something.
Just one video, with your kind indulgence and the indulgence of the committee.
Okay, play your video. We don't want to gag you.
Yes. Honorable Chair of this select committee, honorable senators, just as yesterday, my name is Eric Murioki, and to save on time, I will ask the Secretariat to go to Annex 16 of our videos. The transcription is on page 115 of our volume 1, that is the impeachment motion, marked 16A. Is that Annex 16?
And the speech is still with the County Assembly of Meru. Unfortunately, Awakungoja, they barred me from entering the assembly, which I did by force or by God's grace.
That's enough.
And then immediately.
So, Governor, is that you on that video?
Yes.
So you're the person there uttering those words?
Yes.
That you entered the assembly by force?
By God's grace.
Chair. Chair. Yeah, Mandago, yes. Chair, I don't know, the council doesn't want to play the whole video. He has chosen us to play the section that the governor says, I ended up by force. Can we also listen to the second part? Because we cannot say time and disadvantage the witness, Chair.
Okay, senators, we have to finish this matter. I think we shall grant Senator Mandako.
No,
just
Chair.
Play 2 minutes of that.
Yes.
That clip.
I think it's only fair he has been extended time to play that video. Can we watch the video as it is? Not a section of the video.
And the speech is still with the County Assembly of Meru. Unfortunately, Awakungoja, they barred me from entering the assembly, which I did by force or by God's grace. And then immediately after kuanza kuongea wakatoka nje. na walipotoka nje wakaimba mapambano.
Thank you, Chair. I think my point has been made, so I will ask my
Council
final
order.
question.
That was the request by Senator Mandako. You'll come, Senator Mandako.
I'm satisfied now. It is now clear, either by force or by God's grace. So whichever is applicable.
Okay, Council.
So my second last question, Governor, I will refer you to page 49 of our volume 2. That is the county, the Public Appointments, County Assemblies Approval Act. Look at section 10 of that act. Governor, kindly read for us section 10. What does it say?
Rejection of nomination. 1. Where the nomination of a candidate is rejected by a county assembly, the appointing authority shall submit to the county assembly the name of another candidate and the procedure for approval specified in this act shall apply accordingly.
Is there any provision?
Chair, point of order. Chair, the councils of the county assembly are becoming mischievous with time. They had asked to just play one video. Mr. Chair, I want to find out whether you have extended the time so that we can sit pretty and know we have another 30 minutes to listen to the county assembly.
Senator Mandako, what Gabriel and the other lawyer are doing, they are bullying me. They know that I love young people. So they are bullying me. This is probably their first time to address the nation. They are addressing the nation, so I'm really constrained. Anyway, can you restrict yourself to your request? You wanted to be allowed to play, but because you had started, just conclude that statement and it ends there. Please.
Yes. Chair, I had begged for the video on just one question, which is what I'm asking now. And I am concluding in the next 1 minute. So my question to you, Governor, regarding that provision you have read, which is my last question, is there any part in that law which permits the governor to go vilifying MCAs just because they have rejected the nominees of the governor? Is there any part of that law you have read which permits the governor to go vilifying MCAs for the reason that they have rejected the governor's nominees to the positions of CEC?
There is no law, and I have not vilified the MCAs for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for indulging me. Thank you.
Very well. Back to the council for the governor. I've given you 5 minutes. 5.
Thank you, Chair. I will strive to conclude my re-exam in the 5 minutes. Honorable Governor, first of all, in all the questions that have been fired at you during cross-examination and during the course of these proceedings, has the County Assembly of Meru produced any form of evidence that challenges the documents you have produced before this select committee?
Not a single evidence.
Have you at any moment ever admitted that you have made any illegal appointments? In your response, have you admitted of that wrongdoing?
I have not admitted any illegal appointment made by myself.
The role of the patron of Meru Youth Service, does it in any way collide with the role or the mandate of the board of that service?
No.
Does not. You have talked about your Okolea initiative, which you have been involved in for the last 10 years or so. When you became governor, did you abandon that initiative?
No, I did not.
Do you still get requests by the needy to support them through that initiative, even after you became governor?
The requests have increased.
They have
now, as the governor.
They have indeed increased. Does your conscience rather allow you to turn down such request merely because you become a governor?
No, to my understanding, I should even be more conscious to them than before.
Thank you. You have also been asked why you did not involve the county secretary to come and testify on your behalf or on any of those appointments that you've been accused of. Is it within your mandate to direct the county assembly to come and testify before the Senate on a personal matter touching on an accusation on a personal matter?
No.
Are you responsible for the utterances of your spouse?
Not at all.
You have also been told that you want to be excused merely because you are a woman. Have you sought to be excused for any wrongdoings because you are a woman?
No.
Kindly read page 18 of your volume 1. What have you said in your pleadings in respect to the gender issue?
That the challenges facing women in political participation have been recognized as a real problem in Kenyan government structure, leading to the introduction of the 2/3 gender rule that is yet to be implemented several years after inclusion in the Constitution. There's no law requiring gender parity in gubernatorial positions, which have been a practice reserved for men and women and left to compete like any other male candidate, and therefore those who go through this should not be brought down where there is no wrongdoing.
So have you in any way sought to be excused because you're a woman in your pleadings?
No.
You have not. Let us talk about the approach taken by the MCAs. Have any of the MCAs or any committee of the County Assembly of Meru ever summoned you in the oversight role to address any of the issues that now appear in this motion for impeachment?
Chair, there was no such question in cross-examination. By law, that question is not permissible in re-examination because it's new territory and will not have the opportunity to address it.
I abandoned that question, Chair.
Then the objection by Dr. Mdhomi is upheld.
Thank you. Let us talk about the disbursement of bursaries through Kasti Misheni. Has Kasti Misheni dispersed any bursary funds?
No.
Has she collected a list of any needy students and presented them for allocation of any bursary funds?
No.
Finally, Governor, you have been accused of not working with any of the leaders of Meru. What would you like to say in this forum, specifically to the members who have been elected to represent the great people of Meru? If you're given that opportunity and forum, what would you say to all these elected leaders that you are accused of vilifying, whether or not they are participating in these proceedings or not? What would you want to tell them?
I've been working with all members elected in Meru County, and for any case that maybe there is little misunderstanding between myself and any other leader, I've gone ahead to try and seek remedy to the situation so that I can work with everybody.
That is all?
It is not all, because from my own understanding, I've gone around over 26 once in Meru County, and in every ward, I've been accompanied by the area MCA. And in any other meeting that involves leaders in Meru County, my presence has been there.
Thank you. And for anyone who feels offended by your style of leadership, what would you like to say in respect to that issue?
Anyone who feels offended by my leadership, last 1 month and 1 week, I went ahead and apologized 70 times. And even now, I'm ready to apologize for anyone who feels offended.
Thank you, Honorable Governor. That will be all, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Counsel for the Governor, can you serve her with some water? Because she's still there. I now open the process to the distinguished gentlemen and ladies from the committee. Senator Roba.
Has the governor taken the water? Yeah, let her take the water. Thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable Governor, for some of the questions, just yes or no, that requires a bit of explanation, you will do. And for the benefit of, because the accusation that has been brought before us as an impeachment touches on you, and a lot has been brought out that is relating to attitude and roadside decisions and not getting along with the other leaders. My question very quickly is, after you were elected into office, having served in different capacity before, did you attend the induction courses arranged by Council of Governors to clarify roles, responsibilities, jurisdictions, and limitations?
Yes.
You have presented an evidence here, volume 2, from page 30 to the end, and the council can help you pull it out, your own evidence, volume 2. And there are a lot of photos of county first ladies and that. However, in the presentation by either your legal counsel or the key witness, it hasn't been clear what your intentions of presenting this additional evidence are. I would like to understand, by including this evidence, what did you want to achieve?
By including this evidence, I wanted to show that the role of first ladies were recognized then by the county assembly, the first governor and the second governor.
Okay, this is just to let you know, as a governor who have served for 10 years, other than some ceremonial representation, there is no budget or responsibility for county first ladies in county government. Yes. These images and photos that we've shown or previously publicized is just of them participating in departmental programs that has already taken shape. And as such, the illegality in terms of the spouses of the governors being able to play critical roles that are formal, it's not anywhere. It's just a goodwill of that. Now, on the norm of governors giving their, annual speeches or other speeches at the county, is that it's a very formal role. when we watched the video, you really looked combative, to be very honest. Even in your walking style, the way you've come, it was like you're spoiled for a fight. You know, and I'm just, and the public have watched the video as it is. And again, unfortunately or fortunately, I've served for 10 years. And we've done these speeches. It's very formal, extremely quiet. The processes are captured. And you had quite a crowd following you up. It looked like you were prepared for some fight, some event, some show of force or something, yet it is some just procedural program that required you and your car, your security to drive into the premises and do what you are required to do. I really want to understand. I just saw the video of you walking very abrasively, actually, combatively, if I looked at it, because by the time you're walking, you're also throwing some words I could not understand, but I could see. I want to get to understand, were you pre-advised that there is a problem at the assembly?
Before the date or the day that I was to address the assembly, the clips have been played here where the MCAs and warned me that I should not attend and give my speech to the assembly because of the word fad. And when I arrived at the assembly, gate 1 was completely closed, and then I turned back to use the other gate. It was also closed. By then, people had started to gather at the gate.
Okay. The chief of staff in your county government, and the reason why I ask about whether or not proper induction was done, from the practice and for the formative years of the first 5 years of devolution, there was nothing to rely on. Second 5 years, there is institutional memory everywhere. This is personal staff of the governor. But then the evidence is presented of letters he has written to County Public Service Board and various other entities, including chief officers, the payroll manager, and everybody else, indicates that that is a clear role of the county secretary. And your chief of staff seems to be the most empowered or empowered staff in the county. And by the way, according to the guidelines given by Transition Authority earlier, simply you appoint that person yourself. It did not even require for you to take them through the board. I want to find out in all these documents that we have the head of public service, the county secretary. Why is it that the county secretary's documents or communication between the county secretary and the board is not apparent, but rather your chief of staff is the key player playing a legal role that ought to have been undertaken as legal responsibility by the county secretary?
Maybe one of the reasons as to why he appears to be a bit close or representing me, it is because most or more of the accusations that are against me, in all those meetings, he has been with me. And I thought he's the best person to understand the cases as per the impeachment motion or the accusations.
No problem. You could have given the same directive to your county secretary for him to directly respond.
Order, Senator. I want to appeal to colleagues. You bite twice, at the very most 3 times, and you give others a chance. So, Senator, maybe that would be your last bite. Proceed, Senator.
I want just to clarify, I haven't gone to the last, but I can cut it short, it's okay, I give the chance, but you could have directed your county secretary to write to various entities and get you the communication, because that's the formal position. And the county secretary would have done exactly what the chief of staff has done, right?
I stand guided.
Senator Sifuna.
Yes, Chairman, first, you know, my party leader likes to say, usione simba amenyeshewa ukadhani ni paka. It is very difficult for me to relate the person who has appeared before the Senate today and the person that I have seen in the videos there, and certainly very difficult to relate you, Governor, to the picture that was painted by Counsel for the County Assembly during his opening statement. I was convinced that you are ready to invade Isiolo and to, and to invade Tharaka Nithi and the neighboring counties. But so, Governor, you know, the beauty with us is that we are politicians. There are certain political nuances that we will get that probably will escape the legal minds. And we want you to deal with us as your political colleagues. You have been a member of parliament. This chair has been a member of parliament for a long time. There is things we know between us, and you know what I'm talking about. But let me begin. The case has been laid out here that there were two impeachment motions. There was a first motion to which a court order was issued and it was stopped. In your testimony there, you have averred again that there was a court order that prevented you from attending the second impeachment. Governor, was there a court order for the second impeachment process?
From the advice by my legal person is that because the first order was given and the case hearing was to be January, he advised me that it will be contempt of court.
This was a second impeachment. You are saying your legal counsel advised you still not to appear for the second impeachment?
Yes.
It is also possible, Governor, that since you had seen, you yourself have testified that you knew that these people had already taken a position. It is okay to say that you decided not to go to those proceedings because you knew these MCAs had made up their minds. What we don't want to get a sense of, because we, as I said, we politicians pick up certain nuances. We know our own cleverness. So if we get the sense that you're being clever with us, it upsets us. So the second question, Governor, these appointments, you are aware that firefighting is a county government function.
Yes.
Firefighting is a county government function. So when you are asked and then you say that these people were going to be the ones making calls, in this area of Timau, what would you say would be the percentage number of people who have phones? Why would you need these two people to be the ones to call in case there are fires? What would you say? How many people in Timau don't have phones?
That was a request, Honorable Senator, from the residents of Timau.
That they wanted two people who could call the county government when there is a fire.
The number of people was entirely to me to decide because I was the one to pay them.
But these people were to make phone calls in the event there's a fire to the county government.
Not only phone calls, but also give assistance to the areas that have been with such issues.
Okay. Some more political cleverness. This question of the harassment of Honorable Mitili at this event where you are saying it was demanded by the crowd, Governor, in all honesty, had you spoken to that crowd about any of the previous events, the events of a preceding day that involved this honorable MCA, that could have incited or driven this crowd to make this demand?
It was my normal speech before he arrived, because I arrived before him.
Good. Did it touch on any of the matters that had happened prior between you and the assembly?
Of course, yes. I had to tell them that I was denied access, of which they knew, and they asked me, what is the way forward?
So you have seen us at rallies, here, all of us, saying, "Ni nyinyi mumesema sio mimi."
Yes.
You know we know what we are doing. Okay. Lastly, Chair, there is this question of the accusation that you are working with the opponents of these MCAs. And in fact, one of them has testified here, Chair. I think it was the county secretary, is it the chief of staff? and we have seen another one in the video, do you not see that this could be a genesis for the bad blood between you and the MCS? Doesn't matter if you call me. Doesn't matter if you call me, but if you also call Bishop Margaret Wanjiru, and you are the person who has become president, and you are giving her all this prominence, and don't you see as a politician that that could be the basis of sowing discord between me and you?
Honorable Senator, the two people that I've been accused of working with have been my long-time friends. And because they have been my friends, and they lost the election, am I supposed to abandon them in my meetings?
So are you saying there are only those two?
They have brought two of them.
No,
I'm not aware.
the ones you're working with, Governor, are they only those two?
So many of them.
Of the ones who came number two?
No. Those who came number two, only one.
Okay. Finally, I want you to tell me, as a person who, I'm the Senator of Nairobi, I'm not intimately or intricately involved in the issues of Meru. What is the one solution, because we have tried many, if applied by this Senate in the county of Meru, everything would work? Is it this ward fund? Is it your impeachment? Is it the dissolution of the assembly? In your view, as a leader elected in Meru, what is this one solution if applied by the Senate today? Meru would be up and running again.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. The one solution that I think can solve all the problems is making the word FAD legal, or have a framework to work with.
I thank you, Chair.
Chair, thank you.
Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, because the Honorable Governor is a bishop, I want to take a biblical perspective. And I want to ask Governor Kawira Mwangaza, what does the Bible say about a loose tongue?
A loose tongue can cause many problems.
A loose tongue can actually burn down a nation.
Yes.
Honorable Governor, God gave you the victory, and I congratulate you. You are my colleague in the National Assembly. But did God give you the victory in order to go and trample upon everybody, to go vilify everybody, to go abuse other leaders? Were you given that victory, my sister, in order to finish yourself? Because I see a process of self-destruction.
Honorable Senator, God gave me the victory. And the word of God says that God will never share his glory with any man. I've tried my best to bring MCAs on board, but the only problem is word fad. The rest that has been rebelled against me is a narrative to cover what the demands are. From the time we started hearing the witnesses from the county assembly, they denied completely about them asking word fad. Until when the video clips were played, we came to understand that the problem was word fad. I've never and I will never fight anyone as a leader.
Okay, I may not understand Kimeru, and yes, Chair, this committee will be faced with a challenge of a very delicate balance of an assembly that will walk out on a governor, an assembly that shows defiance, but also we have seen clips of a governor who is, and it's not me, it's what we have seen in the clips, who is outrageously aggressive on other leaders, seems to be on our part. I mean, the body language can also be interpreted, even if I don't understand the language of Meru. But let me go on. No, the Bible also says that pride comes before a fall. I hope this victory will not be the cause for your fall. My sister, I also wanted, and let me just refer you as my sister because you know I am. Because you know this case puts some of us in a very precarious situation. And I have said it on the floor of this house. Because I contested for governorship in Kajiado. And I was hoping your success in Meru will propel me to governorship in Kajiado. But today, 3 months after the election, there is an outcry in Meru. Will really your behavior in Meru help to propel more women into positions, or will it bring us down? These are my worries, my dear sister. You know about the women movement. You know about the women who went before us. Akina Phoebe Asio, Akina Grace Ogot, Jane Kiano, Julia Ojiambo, Zipporah Kitony, Charity Ngilu, Martha Karua, and more recently, Governor Waiguru, Governor Cecily Mbarire, Governor Gladys Wanga, Governor Achani, Governor Susan Kihika. You know about the League of Kenya Women Voters? You know about Center for Multi-Party Democracy. You know what it has costed the women of this country to create space for leadership. Will you be the downfall of the women of Kenya? Will you bring because you must see your actions, not just to affect the people of Meru, but to affect the women movement, to affect the girl child, even those we have given birth to. I am sorry to speak this way, because you must be told the truth, that you must be able to tame your tongue. You must be able, now that you are the victor, to know that it is the victor who needs everyone else. It's not everyone else who needs you. It is you, the victor, who needs other people. My sister, I foresee a situation where you are
there's a way we can bend back and listen to Senator Tobiko, because in a way, she's telling it to the witness. Young Sifuna, he speaks better English than me, who was telling me in the morning that it is expected that when a young person succeeds, he doesn't go through the door of success, but he stands in the door of success, holds the door for other young people to go through. So I am allowing Tobiko to do what she's doing, because should the decision of this committee be that the governor will not be impeached, the governor should not leave here thinking that this committee has not seen the things that Tobiko is saying. And therefore, I'm allowing, because I, like Edwin Sifuna, Tobiko is saying, you've gone through the door, can you please hold the door and let other women go through, instead of spending that time fighting priests, fighting MCS, pushing the case of your husband. I think that is the way I understand it, and this is why I'm allowing it. So, but Tobiko, having protected you, allow me to guide you.
Question.
Allow me to guide you. I'm your elder brother. Allow me. Okay? You can do that, but also remember what Mandako is saying. You do it so that you are actually calling for some response. When she stands there, then a witness is not supposed to be lectured. He's supposed to give us information. Can you extract the information?
Asking the question now.
Very good.
So, Governor Kawira, 3 months after the general election, the Senate has been implored to overturn the sovereign will of the people of Meru. Would you tell us what is fundamentally wrong and how are we going to address it? Because all these leaders cannot be here for nothing. Can you tell us how to address this situation?
Once again, Honorable Senator, let me repeat myself again. The only problem is the word fund. And I made a budget with 10 million for every word, that is 46 words, including the special word. And the MCAs were not ready to work with the 10 million. They insisted that the previous governors allocated more than 20 million. And within 3 months, there is no way I could have changed to earn money without legal framework as to how the money will be operated in the counties. That is the only problem.
Yes, and Senator Meru.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I will start from where Senator Tobiko was laying a background to a question that gender mainstreaming has come a long way. From the time the American professor Margaret Sanger decided to take very many women to Beijing in 1995 to fight for space for women in the world. And we are very proud when we have women going to leadership positions that traditionally have been occupied by men. And we don't want to, at the end of the day, because we are being called upon by the motion to either push you aside as governor, which would be a clawback, really, to the milestones that have been made in gender mainstreaming, or to retain you there. Sometimes when change has to come, it can come by just removing the top, and the whole organization then becomes okay. So what Senator Tobiko has done is quite good, that most of the issues that have been raised have to do with your mien, your soft skills, your interpersonal skills, your emotional intelligence, things that you can deal with and you can be trained on and you can change. But for me, I have looked at two issues that to me sound as the gravamen of this petition. Number one is the appointments, the roadside appointments And initially you started by saying that...
Point of order, Chair. And please allow me.
Yes, Mandako.
I'm a bit lost. Are we prosecuting or advising the governor? Because we must stick to the substance of the motion.
1 minute to lay the basis, then I'm asking the questions.
You see, the trouble is, if you build the question for 3-5 minutes, then people dance.
Thank you. It was just 1 minute. Let me ask.
Throw the question at the governor.
Let me ask.
Yeah.
Chair, it has been difficult for me to draw a line between governor as the director of Okolea and governor as the CEO of the county during employment. Because at one point you are saying we are employing for Okolea. At another point you are saying you are employing for county government, but you are writing letters to try and find out if these employees are actually working for the county government. But now you're telling us at the end of the day that they are working for Okolea without giving evidence that these employees are drawing emoluments from Okolea, or they have appointment letters from Okolea. So how do you draw a line, Governor, for you as the director of Okolea and CEO of the county when you are in public? That is the first question.
Honorable Senator, I have never made an appointment on behalf of the county government of Meru. The entire exercise of employing lies to Public Service Board. For Okolea programs I have made. And that's why maybe we don't have any evidence from Okolea, same as we don't have any evidence of I having appointed anyone apart from the bubble anthracis, but no evidence. But for Okolea program, Honorable Senator, that lies with the Okolea office.
Thank you so much. So maybe for the future...
Senator Marua,
just one more.
I'll do another round, then you'll come during the second round.
Yeah, but for the same question,
okay.
Then maybe the governor should draw a line so that you don't go ordering the county government officials, like the sub-county administrators, the ward administrators, to do the appointments on your behalf, because then it is posing a problem. Why don't you just do the last one, Chair? The last one is the spending at source at Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital. Already there is a board that allows that spending to be done at source at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. Why did you have to order that all the monies are collected as revenue at MTRH to be expended at source? Yet already there is a law that allows that money to be expended there. Did you find that some money is taken to the revenue, county revenue fund account? And if that is so, why are you trying to reverse it through that edict that you are making? So we need to know. Otherwise, if we already have a board that is supposed to oversee the expenditure of the funds collected at the county Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital, why did you have to say that money should be spent there? Why did you have to do that?
From my statement, I only advised or uttered a testimony that had earlier been discussed between myself and the board of Meru Referral Hospital, that they should apply the fund as per the MTRH Act.
So the money collected at the MTRH hospital was being swept to the CRF account. Is that what you're saying?
The board has its own regulations on how they apply the fund, which I'm not mandated to interfere.
Do you have that knowledge or you don't have that knowledge? That the money collected as revenue from Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital, whether it is expended at source or it is swept to the county revenue fund account. Do you have that knowledge?
The board has the knowledge.
But Senator, Governor, Volume 2 of your own response, you have appended the Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital Act that speaks to what the Senator for Taita Taveta is saying. Are you saying that this evidence is foreign to you?
No, Senator.
Yes, then you better own it, because even in their, when they were leading you, your counsels never mentioned this affidavit. And this affidavit actually turns the accusation against you in one of the charges, I think it's charge 5, in your favor. So just respond to this. Don't say you don't know. Respond to this so that it can be part of the record that you are not breaking the law. You are making decisions in line with an existing act. Marua is helping you. Sorry, on the same point, the governor, the Senator Mandela.
Yes, on the same point, I'm sorry, Chairman. I disagree with that view on the basis of legality. The PFM Act, Section 109, clearly, states establishment of a county revenue fund. They're established for each county a county revenue fund in accordance with Article 207 of the Constitution. The county treasury for each county government shall ensure that all money raised or received by or on behalf of the county government is paid into the county revenue fund, except monies that is excluded. But where the act is talking about is excluded, it's talking about legislations by parliament. And the legislation by parliament supersedes county legislation unless the PFM regulation is amended. That
Order, Senator. As your chair, I am not saying I know it better than you, but I beg you, these points of argument, we will prosecute them when now we are writing the report, because the same constitution that you're quoting, the actual article is 207. It provides, and it also provides that with legislation by parliament, this can be exempted. Spending at source. So let's not prosecute it here. It will become untidy. Here we want to collect evidence. When now we are discussing it, we can do it when we have stepped aside, so that we don't look like saying Tianga is the one who is right and is wrong. Our secretariat is here. When we are writing the report, they'll give us the usual guidance that we get from the Senate on authority of the legal department, and the director of the directorate is with us here, Dr. Kello. So maybe we don't discuss the merit or demerit of the constitutionality or legality of a piece of evidence in plenary. I would like that we leave it there and we continue extracting evidence. Yes, Mandako, your hand has been up the whole evening.
Chair. Thank you very much. Governor, I have a number of questions for you, and I will move very fast. And so that to help you respond to my questions, I will just go in the order of the charges that have been brought before this committee. Charge number 1 on nepotism, illegal appointments, and lawful dismissions and usurpation of the constitutional and statutory functions of county organs. Your Excellency, I have one of the accusations there is illegal appointments. There is an advert dated 22nd of November with a number of directors who are reporting, as per the advert, to the chief of staff, therefore indicating that those are directors in the office of the governor. Question number one. Does the county government of Meru have an approved structure, establishment for the county government? Does the county government of Meru have an approved establishment?
The county government of Meru has a public service board that deals with employment.
Madam Governor, if you read the County Government Act, the role of the county public services does the employment, but there is what we call approved establishment that determines the number of employees, the posts, and the offices.
Chair, Governor, your mic has a problem. That's probably the reason. It's too close.
Okay. Thank you very much. Madam Governor was asking, does the county government of Meru, the county executive, have an approved establishment? The establishment, in this case, determines the number of employees or staff for the county government of Meru, the departments, the posts that are available.
I'm only aware of the County Public Service Board.
My second question. These posts of directors that were advertised on 22nd, prior to you coming to office, did we have directors existing in that post, or those posts were vacant?
We still have the previous directors working with the county government of Meru.
By the time the County Public Service Board advertised those posts, were the posts vacant or the directors were still in office? And if they were still in office, what was to happen to their terms of service?
I'm not aware of any advertisement that has someone still working in the office.
In the response, volume 2, maybe Secretariat, you can help me quickly address I think that was page 16.
Governor Mandeko, Senator Mandeko, as you look for the reference, let's capitalize on time.
Yes,
I allow somebody else to shoot. And
I've already found it, Chair.
Oh, please go ahead.
And Chair, please give me time because you gave people time to lay the basis. I'm only asking questions directly. If you look at volume 2, page 67, there is an advert there running all the way to page 71 on a number of positions that have been advertised. And these are the Director Protocol and Events, Job Group R. We have Director for Delivery Unit, County Delivery Unit. We have Director for Monitoring and Evaluation. We have a Director for Administration. I'm only asking, Madam Governor, by the time this advert went out, did we have those posts filled or were they vacant?
They were vacant.
On the issue of on the issue of appointments of fire officers, in the meeting you had in Timau, before I go there, can I ask that, do you have, as County Government of Meru, firefighting trucks?
Yes, we have.
How many and where are they located?
We have 5.
Is it true that there is a firefighting engine in Timau that is not functional?
Yes, there is.
Was it therefore necessary to have two people to call when we have a fire engine that is not functioning in that sub-county?
We locate the machines where there is need. It is not necessarily that the fire engine is met for Timau. When need arises, we always send one to the area that is affected.
And what I'm asking, Madam Governor, is you have identified two people who will be alerting the county government amongst other functions if there are fires. But the fire engine in Timau, which be the nearest in terms of response, is not functional. Are there any attempts by your county government to make sure it is repaired and functional so that the two people that you have recruited under our Kolea program can then be able to function?
By then, the fire engine at Timau was functioning.
From the evidence of your chief of staff, who seems or has committed himself that he understands all matters to do with this petition, why was it appropriate for the chief of staff to himself ask for information from the different departments and not through the county secretary and not through the secretary of the county public service board? Was it under your instruction?
No, it was not under my instruction.
Madam Governor.
Senator Mandako, just put your finger there. That was part of my intervention, so let conclude it. Your answer, can you clarify? Because the counsel for the county assembly tried to get it from you, but he didn't push you well. This is the time. Were you deliberately avoiding the county secretary because he was not going to take instructions from you to give evidence in the manner you want to protect yourself?
No, I was not avoiding the county secretary because of any issue, but the chief of staff has always been with me in the meetings that most of the accusations has arrived from.
I put it to you that you need to persuade us better, because there is a County Government Act that clearly specifies the county secretary as the custodian of the responsibilities that your chief of staff has been discharging the whole afternoon. Can you convince us?
I stand guided chair that at no time that I have chosen to work with the chief of staff and then neglect the county secretary.
Are you aware of the County Government Act?
Yes.
And if you are, why did you bypass the responsible officer who is the county secretary? Instead, you bring here the chief of staff.
I thought this is a matter that is personal and not a county government case. Being my case, then I chose someone who understands the issues better. But if it was a county government case, the best person would have been county secretary.
Mandako, go on.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, Madam Governor, in your own affidavit, on the reappointment of the cabinet, of the county secretary, your statement reads, the allegation of illegal reappointment is denied and that the governor averts that the current county secretary was appointed in the previous regime and went through vetting by the county assembly, in which the mover of the impeachment motion participated in approval. His contract was extended by the previous governor without approval of the county assembly. Please underline, without approval of the county assembly. And the governor had to extend the contract again, owing to the crucial role the exiting county secretary plays in forming the new government. Just as I stopped there, when we asked your chief of staff, who has committed that he knows everything that goes around in there, your chief of staff said that the extended contract by the previous governor had not expired. Why was it necessary to reappoint? 2, you are already aware, Madam Governor, that the previous governor did not submit this county secretary for vetting by the county assembly as required. Did you have to continue with the same mistake that the previous governor had committed?
Honorable Senator, when I assumed office, I met Rufus Meriti, who is the county secretary for Meru, and he was mandated to be the chair of transition for a certain period. I chose to, at least for a few months, to continue working with him. I sought advice from my legal team and also the board, who affirmed that the contract had not lapsed. So I had no otherwise other than to make a statement of intent that I will be willing to work with him even after this, if at all the Public Service Board agrees with my statement of intent.
Senator Mandago, I'll come back to you another round. Let me now open up to another senator. Esther, I saw your
Just, Governor, because
again.
I didn't spend my time laying the ground, allow me to ask one question, just one, so that you come back the next round.
Senator, because you're my neighbor, I know those might be your winding remarks, and I want you in this meeting up to the end. So just
quickly, Madam Governor, on charge number 2, incitement, bullying, vilification, and misleading campaigns against elected leaders. Did you, at any given time, call the MCAs by the word in Meru, Berwa, which I am made to understand is fox?
I have not.
In dealing with matters at the ward, Madam Governor, are you aware that part of the responsibilities of the MCAs, and I want to draw your attention to the County Government Act, Section 9 on the role of members of County Assembly, 1A, that says, a member of County Assembly shall maintain a close contact with the electorate and consult them on issues before or under discussion in the County Assembly. Madam Governor, don't you think it was within the mandate of the County Assembly members to engage the residents of their various wards on the matters of this impeachment?
I don't deny it was their mandate, but the process and the way the MCAs conducted was wrong.
Madam Governor, when the MCAs didn't approve your nominees for CCs, did you go ahead to reorganize your government so that the rest of the departments were collapsed under only 3 CCs?
Yes, Honorable Senator, after they approved only 3 CCs, with the advice, we reorganized as we sought to take some more names for approval later.
Are you aware that if you have to reorganize government, you must have a CC approval? And in this case, we are serving CCs who are to serve to the end of the term. Therefore, you needed to comply with that provision before reorganizing your government. And do you think in that reorganization, it was going to be effective for service delivery for the people of Meru County?
The reorganization we made, Honorable Senator, was not a permanent solution. It was a short-term mitigation as we take other names for consideration.
Yes, but what I'm asking, are you aware even that short-term reorganization needed the approval of the County Executive Committee meeting?
By then, we had no county executive committee.
Madam Governor, are you aware that the County Government Act provides that serving CCs serve in office up to until the new CCs are sworn in and assume office? So you cannot tell this committee and this sitting that there were no serving CCs.
The serving CECs from the previous regime, their contract and lapsed, all of them.
Madam Governor, I want to help you understand that the term of CCs end when the new CCs are sworn in to office.
Yes.
I think, Chair, I don't want to proceed. Let me allow another senator to ask, but I still have a number of questions.
In fact, Madam Governor, you will remember that you were written a letter to, and you were told to name names to go and sit on the transition committee to join names of officers led by the county secretary who was serving on Governor Krayudu's cabinet. True or false?
True.
Yeah, so the blunders you are making is because you ignored those people, pushed aside the county secretary, and started, with this aggression that you have, started driving Meru as personal property. Can you convince this committee that you did not break government, financial, procedures and regulations by that arrogance?
Honorable Chair, when I assumed office, the only person from the previous regime who was there in office was the county secretary. And I showed the willingness to work with him. That's why I not even take any name for consideration. By having county secretary who worked with the previous regime, doesn't show any arrogance. The rest of CECs who are working with the previous governor all went with him.
Chair, with your permission.
You know, Senator Mandago has guided you, and if you don't believe him, reflect when you are in these precincts of Parliament. When President Ruto was, when President Uhuru was forming his cabinet, he did not dismiss Kibaki's ministers. They only exited after his ministers had received approval and they were in office. Similarly, President Ruto did the same, including his list being challenged in the High Court. Because you're treating Meru like personal property, that's why you don't respect that government procedure. So should you get lucky, you'll be excused on this impeachment. You have to go and walk the straight path. Yes, Esther Okenyori, you intervene with a question?
Chair.
Yes, yes.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
just because the governor seems not to get it, allow me to draw attention to Section 42 of the County Government Act, county executive to remain in office after election 1. When a general election is held for a county government, the outgoing county executive committee shall remain in office until a new county executive committee is constituted after the election.
Governor?
I stand guided, Chair.
Now that is better. Okenyori?
Thank you, Chair. Madam Governor, in as much as I sympathize with this process having come too soon after the election, allow me to ask you the following questions. Pursuant to paragraph 23 in your sworn affidavit, that is page 20, you have strongly expressed your feel that the mover of the motion, who is the Abogeta West Honorable Member DMK Kyogora, having personal issues with you. What is, however, not clear is why the remaining members of County Assembly went ahead to impeach you. Then therefore, do you think there's a problem you have with the rest of the MCAs who went ahead to impeach you? Secondly, I think there's a musician by the name Dolly Parton who sings a song that my mistakes are not yours just because I'm a woman. Madam Governor, the immediate former governor of Meru served the people of Meru and nobody questioned it. Do you think, Governor, that the accusations made about you regarding the first gentleman are made because you're a woman, or there is something drastically wrong that you did, that you're doing that the male governors didn't do? My third and last question, Madam Governor, do you still insist that all MCAs who have been politically influenced, or you truly appreciate with hindsight that you took the wrong foot forward?
Honorable Senator DMK Kyogora, as we shown the evidence of him having personal grudges, which has not originated from I being the governor. Even the time when I was the woman representative of Meru, he had the same issues. That's why I demonstrated a video of him trying to demean me even before I was the governor. And DMK Kyogora, being one of the leaders in the Assembly of Meru, has a lot of influence to other members. And to my thinking, maybe he has used his influence as a leader and also a person related to the previous regime governor, maybe to try and twist me to follow the demands of other members. And to make my point clear, Madam Senator, the only MCA who tried to support my case was removed from all the committees. And that puts a lot of fear to other MCAs who maybe sees the committees as a source of revenue, and maybe having fears that in case they support the governor, they will be removed from the committees, just like the MCA who has supported me.
Madam Governor, as a beneficiary of Article 27 and all other enabling provisions of the law, are you confident that you've adequately adhered to Article 10 and Chapter 6 of the Constitution, that is the Leadership Integrity Act and Public Officers Act?
Come again, Madam Senator.
As a beneficiary of Article 27, you know what Article 27 of the Constitution, that is equality and freedom from discrimination. Then there are all those provisions down there. Are you confident that you've adequately adhered to Article 10 and Chapter 6 on integrity and the Public Officers Act? Am I clear on my question?
No.
That's a general question as an elected leader in that office and a Kenyan citizen conversant with our Constitution. I'm actually touching on whether you as an individual feel you've adequately met these two areas I'm touching on?
Yes, Honorable Senator.
All right, thank you.
Senator Okech.
Thank you, Governor. The charges were read to you that you're familiar with. And how many grounds, in your understanding, have these charges invited?
From the Assembly side,
Yes.
the legal person said there are 62.
62.
Yes.
Volume 1 of your responses, is this your affidavit? Because I want to be as fair as possible with you, Governor. Can you confirm that this is your affidavit, the volume 1 of your documents?
Yes.
Are you familiar with all the provisions of Article 181?
181.
Or should I read them for you?
Yes.
I'm going to, this is very important for me, Chair. Article 181, because I'm asking this in the context that the governor has just said here that she is here in a personal capacity. Article 181 talks about the removal of a county governor, which is what I perceive you are here in that capacity. So before I ask the charges I want to ask, I will only focus on one charge, but I wanted to tell you that a county governor may be removed from office on any of the following grounds. I won't go there because of time. There are about 4 counts for which a county governor can be removed. Then if you read again, Governor, the County Government Act, Section 33, the removal of a governor, not you as a person, but I'm talking about the governor of Meru County. A member of the county assembly may be, I wanted to read the sub-article, the Section 33, 6. In the special committee reports that the particulars of any allegations against the governor, again, I want to underline the word any, out of the 62. The governor, A, have not been substantiated, further proceedings shall not be taken under this section in respect of that allegation. Or B, have been substantiated, the Senate shall, after according the governor an opportunity to be heard, vote on the impeachment charges. So I'm cautioning you that you are here as the governor of Meru and not as an individual, and that leads me to my question on charge number 5. Charge number 5, Governor, is on violation of public finance management laws. And I want to draw you to your affidavit on page 39. Governor, in the allegation of breaching the public finance laws, you have said that this is a misconceived and sensational accusation. That is on page 39, okay? Are we there? Of volume 1. And if you found it, this allegation is made in complete ignorance of the fact that the Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital is a gazetted level 5 hospital that is also a semi-autonomous.
Senator, you are emphasizing the law and the Constitution. Shoot your question.
Yeah, I am on the violation of public finance act according to the response
I want to interrogate the response that is given here by the governor. Governor, you are claiming that the evidence provided with regards to your pronouncements in the video that the county, the Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital should not spend at source is not a violation of the PFM Act. Is that right?
Yes.
Because
to you.
The claim here is, Governor, that, and I was reading it until the chair intervened, you've said here that the evidence tendered in this support of the impeachment motion is an unverified video, which we watched here, and if anything is to go by, we watch what was said there. And you've said that the hospital is a semi-autonomous county government agency to address its unique needs rather than sending the money to the county government. Is that true?
Yes, Honorable Senator, I'm trying to I'm trying to explain what happens at Meru General Referral Hospital. And I've annexed my statement and also the letters from the CEO, or the acting CEO, and also from...
My question is this, Governor. You have alluded in that statement that the financial management, especially with regard to spending at source, of the Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital is not subjected to a PFM Act because it's an autonomous body that is dealing with its own issues. Is that true?
It is subjected to the Act, and what I said is that they apply the FAD according to the law.
But, okay, that's fine. You are disowning your own statements in the affidavit, but that's fine. The last issue that I wanted to prosecute on with regards to the same is on the issues of waivers. Again, in the same affidavit, page 40, you have pronounced yourself to the issues of waivers, which you've said here, the practice of waiving hospital bills for the needy is not unique to Meru County and other hospitals, including Kenyatta Hospital, justifying your Facebook post that ordered a waiver in the hospital. Is it true that the waivers can be done without the PFM Act?
Honorable Senator, when I arrived at the hospital, I met the committee, especially the waiving committee, who handed over the list of people that they were supposed to waive. And I only exercised from the list that I was given, and they were ready to do that even before I arrived to the hospital.
Governor, who posts on your Facebook?
It is my communication team.
With your approval or without your approval?
Sometimes without my approval.
The post that was posted on your Facebook on the 6th of September, was it with your approval or without your approval?
I can't remember, Honorable Senator.
You can't remember?
Yes.
Okay, that will be all for me,
Senator,
Chair.
you're free to show her, and so you're free to show her the post.
Yeah, I wanted to show her the post.
Yeah. Pass it over to our secretariat.
Yes.
They'll give to the council, and then they should be shown.
Actually, it's also in volume 1 of
it's in the document?
Yes.
Then refer to it.
I'll refer to it very quickly. Yeah, if you turn to page, I think, 128 of volume 1, 128 of volume 1 of the Members of County Assemblies Council. There's a Facebook posting there on 6th of September, in which the governor claims to have ordered the waivers against Article 150, Section 159 of the PFM Act. That's why I'm asking you, Governor, the post that was put on your Facebook page on 6th of September, are you aware of it? Was it put on your Facebook page by your approval or by yourself?
I agree that the page is mine, and the work of posting or doing this is from my communication team, and maybe they were guided by the act which they saw, because they were not with me in the board with the members of Meru Teaching and Referral Committee to understand.
The question is very simple, Governor. Is the post your own post, or the post was through your approval? That's all I want to know.
No.
It was not by your approval?
It is mine, but I did not check what was written.
So it is your post?
It is my Facebook page.
Okay, that's all I want to confirm.
Madam Governor, if you must rely on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and so on, you must play by the rules. You'll end up in jail. If your account is being run by an administrator, then you must put a disclaimer on that account that all posts here do not reflect your personal position, unless they are initialed with something. Otherwise, you are well advised in the current times to run all your social handles by yourself.
And Chair, just for the record,
Yeah.
it is verbatim from this page. The governor says, last but not least, I have waived all hospital bills for the patients who are extremely poor and deserving with huge bills that are not held at the facility. In the affidavit, the governor says she met the committee prior to this posting. And under PFM Act 159, the powers of County Executive Committee member for finance to waive or vary tax, fees, or charges, the County Executive Committee member for finance may waive a county tax, fee, or charge imposed by the county government and its entities in accordance with criteria prescribed in regulations provided under here. If you read A, B, and C, which I'll leave it for the chair for the, and also the council of the governor, the criteria that is stated here, none of those are spoken to in the affidavit. So this is a serious violation in my view.
Yes, Governor.
Honorable Chair, I stand guided that I will not repeat again the exercise or allow my team to post on my behalf without first seeing what they are posting. Because the post, even if it's mine, Honorable Chair, there was a meeting before then where all these issues were discussed between myself and the board, and they gave me a list of people that they wished to waive and go home.
Senator of Kiambu.
Thank you very much, Chair. As a layman, not looking to assist the governor. I do understand all waivers in the county, and in most cases, are given by the CEC's finance. But you've seen governors put them in the newspaper, governor is waiving the rates. So when the governor is doing that, I believe it's the cabinet that is doing that. But to the governor, I know what is going through your mind, and especially when you're answering questions from the young lawyers from the assembly, as young as less than 30 years, and with a lot of humbleness and humility. So I just wanted to pick that point, that if this house was to save you, continue with that humbleness. But my question, I do understand when new governments are formed, government bodies and entities attend inductions where they are trained on how the government systems work, how to serve the people, even the definition of what a motion is, like the one that we are discussing here today. So did you attend an induction?
Yes, Honorable Senator.
You did. What about the MCAs? Are you aware whether they attended inductions?
They attended induction and they also invited me to the place.
So we can say, despite what is happening, everybody is well trained.
Yes.
On the issue of Okolea and the issue of the county government of Meru, which you're both the CEO of the county government and also the CEO or the director of Okolea, don't you think running them parallel is somehow undermining the way you serve your people? Because you're serving the same people, whether through Okolea or the county government, which actually has more tools than Okolea. Don't you think it's undermining the way you should work?
Honorable Senator, I always don't intend to run them in a parallel way. When we go for any development meeting, obviously we give people mic to say their problems and also address some of the issues that are raised in my meetings. Necessarily are not meant to be. The problems are not meant to be solved by the county government of Meru. That's where now I chip in as the Okolea director. A good example, if a mama comes on board to a meeting and begs that she needs a cow, and in Meru County government, we don't have such a program. That's where I chip in and donate a cow. And I don't think, Senator, by doing charitable work or even assisting people that come to my meetings, even if the meetings are official, is a gross misconduct.
Well understood, well understood. I understand for the county.
Senator Tangwa,
yeah.
You are helping the witness. Witness, in accounts, there is an animal called double accounting. If this Senate allows you to run that monitor called Akolewa or Kolea, we run the risk of allowing you to be diverting public funds, apply them on Okolea, and say that it was your own private initiative. If you think I'm very far from it, you have already done it. You've told this plenary that you went in a public function, you announced the names of people to Okolea, to Okolea, but it is not lost to us that in the process you went with a government car fueled by the government, support staff probably got per diem, and you went there bragging that it was your private entity. Please, as Senator Tangwa has said, the county government has a better tool of you to intermit through. Wait until when you are approaching elections, then you wake up your Okolewa things instead of running the risk of double account.
Chair, Chair, allow
before
me to record
interject.
my divergent view on that matter.
I
that
was
the Senator for
on
Kiambu
the
can
floor,
continue.
Chair, and I have not at any time have I interjected anyone. Your Excellency, Governor, if somebody said you're still in campaign mode, would they be wrong?
Yes.
Do you know the role of the MCA?
Yes.
Okay. I won't ask you what are the roles, but do you at least know that they are not your employees?
Yes.
And of course, do you know you cannot order around an MCA to either explain an issue, to either execute a mandate, or to either even sing or dance?
Yes.
So from the videos that we saw, do you think that was right what you did to the honorable member, Wazim Mwenda?
Honorable Mwenda Idhiri came to a meeting and the residents asked him to apologize. If you listen to the video clips, I'm the one pleading with the crowd that should I apologize on his behalf? They said no. I repeated again, I want to apologize on behalf of Mwenda. They said no.
Okay. You said the issue is the ward fund, and it has really been mentioned here. And the way I understand, for us or for any county to have a ward fund, there must be a legal framework, which should either emanate from the county executive, but passed by the assembly, or emanate from the assembly, but still passed by the assembly. Now that you have said that's the only issue, what measures have you taken to at least try to show the goodwill that if at all this legal framework is there, we can just implement this ward fund?
Honorable Senator, there is no legal framework that is there that I've seen in my office. What I made is an approved budget where the previous governor and allocated 10 million ward equalization fund. I went ahead, invited all the MCAs that we have 10 million that is allocated to every ward. Can you come on board so that we can go to the ground and identify the projects that are going to be implemented by the same 10 million? So it's only one MCA who came on board, and he is now at the ground doing what he's supposed to do by the law.
Okay, so if the MCAs were to pass this ward fund, and of course it passes all the elements of being a good law, would you assent to it?
Yes.
Okay. As I conclude, Chair, you have been accused of working with others in place of MCAs. I did not get that. So working with others in place of MCAs, does that mean you have a different assembly that would pass laws for your side and you don't do that with the MCAs who are elected by the people?
Honorable Senator, unless the accuser is trying to misquote or to show that there are Korea programs that are run by myself and the church, which are done every Sunday in the afternoon, maybe that is an issue to them. And that one is not a political meeting. It's a charitable program whereby we help the poor, educate the poor, build houses to the poor. I don't see the reason as to why MCAs should complain about the Korea program, which is not managed, financed by the county government of Meru.
Yesterday it was said that the governor is at war with everyone. So I want to put a question. Is it that the governor is at war with everyone, or everyone is at war with the governor?
Maybe the vice versa, that everyone is at war with the governor, but not the governor at war with everyone.
Why would they be at war with you?
Some are the issues that I've said. It's about the fund.
The fund.
Yes.
Finally, Mr. Chair, the governor has been referred here as Hitler. So allow me to ask this question. She has been referred to us as Hitler. And others have also accused her of referring them as Mbirwa. So in these two terms, Hitler and Mbirwa, if you were to choose one, which one would you choose to be referred as to?
None.
None. Thank you very much, Chair.
Members, now we are remaining with two. We have 1 hour for closing statements. So
Just only
I'll
one,
allow
Chair.
my vice 2 bites. Kamau 2 bites. Yes, Kamau.
Thank you, Chair.
It's called Kamau.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chair. Madam Governor, I just want to ask you one question. Chair, I will only ask one question. It's a kind of a clarification that I want from the governor. In an event, Governor, that this committee finds no merit in your impeachment motion that has been brought before this committee, how are you prepared, or how will you demonstrate the spirit of collegiality between you and the members of County Assembly that, according to me, it is the one that lacks? And at the same time, I wanted you to demonstrate how will you do, or how will you deal with that problem, because this is something that you would have dealt with there before, but you left it at that. Being the senior-most politician in Meru, it exploded until it reached here. So how will you do, or how are you prepared to deal with that problem in an event that one will happen? Just that, Chair.
Yes, Governor.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Thank you, Chair. I will go ahead and extend olive branch to the MCS. I've not done it once, but I will again and again invite them so that we can sit together as leaders. If the issue is Wadford, they fast track and see that there is a legal framework for us to have the fund increased so that they will be satisfied.
Senator Kavintu.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Governor, we know you've been standing there for a long time, but just bear with us. I'll have only one question, and this is from the volume 1 of the MCA's, accusation. And this is in page 18, which is incitement, bullying, vilification, and misleading of leaders against, misleading campaigns of against other leaders. Madam Governor, according to the witnesses who stood on that deck there and spoke, majority of them accused you of not having respect for any of the leaders, especially elected leaders of Meru County. What can you tell this committee about that allegation, and what are you prepared to do moving forward to make sure that you can work with the Meru people, and even if not now, in future, and for your own goodness, being a bishop, somebody who is called by God, what can you say about this allegation? Because it came out more than anything else.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. One of the reasons as to why maybe we are here, it is about the funds, and at the same time, being an independent governor. When I assumed office, a lot of people came on board, including leaders. And I want to bring to your attention that it is too early for one to judge a person. I'm in the process of learning a lot of things. I'm in the process of trying to organize my government. And maybe there are some people who feel that I should come to aid or do what they want me to do within a very short period. This is too early for me, maybe to give people some favors, which I don't believe in, Honorable Senator. But I'm ready, and I've been ready to work with all leaders, not only elected leaders, but any other leader, including the Nyumba Kumi and chiefs and everybody else. And if I was rude and the behavior as it has been narrated by the MCAs, I don't think the Meru people would have given me such a big position.
In fact, to be very clear, not only the MCAs and not only the leaders of Meru, that goes to even the Catholic Church. The father who stood in that deck yesterday, he was really, really bitter. To an extent, he said that, I don't know if you were here, but I think you were here. He said that there is no forgiveness in such a case like this. Yeah, and if a man called of God can say that there is no forgiveness, and Jesus says that we should forgive 77 times 7 in a day, then that really left me with a lot of questions. And I know at times things happen and things are said. When I was campaigning last year, many things were said about me. But you know what? I went above the things. Governor, I would advise you to go above the issues that you are going through. And I know it is doable because I did it myself personally. And I know you can do it and you can overcome.
Thank you.
If you go to the Leadership and Integrity Act of 2012, page 9, 8 and 9, and you read there, you will see the things that our government and our laws require of us as leaders, because there are requirements for us to follow as leaders so that we can be at peace with the others. I know we cannot appease everybody, but at least let 90 out of 100 be at peace with you. Then that way you'll be able to deliver your mandate. And Chair, if you allow me, I will speak to Madam Governor as an elder sister now and advise you. Please, I know it is hard. It is not easy to handle a whole county. And it was not easy also for you to go through the campaigns. I know you were hurt by many people. But that hurt now, take it out of your heart so that you can love those people and serve them. Because they are your people now. And you are their governor. And they should all come to you as the CEO of the county, as the overseer of the properties of the county of Meru. And if you do that, God also will bless you. And what do you think people think about you, a bishop, and then they're accusing you of all those things that they are saying. You know, the name of God is looked down upon, and that is not godly. Just raise above the bar, and God will bless you. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. And maybe in just 2 minutes, I humbly request to put this clear, that the felicitation of the Catholic priest who was here is not that I don't want to work with the men of God. It was purely an issue of finances, whereby I'm supposed to pay invoices and funds out of law. And I don't think that is my mandate, Honorable Senator, not to be accountable so that I please everyone. It is against the law that I should bend and break the law to appease or to please everybody. Honorable Senator, I want to bring to attention that all the wrangles and all the problems, the only source is funds. To the issue of MCAs, nothing else. It is about funds. It is about the process of procurement, which I'm not ready to break as a bishop and also a leader. I'm not ready to excuse any person, maybe wearing a title of a clergy, to loot public land so that I look good to everybody. Even Jesus himself did not look good to everybody. He earned Judas in his team. But for me, Honorable Senator, I believe that I am a woman of God, and the Bible says that we thrive to get peace. It is not easy, but the Bible says that thrive to be at peace with everyone. I have done so, but I'm not ready to break the law so that I will look good to people. Thank you, Honorable Senator.
Thank you. I want to allow Senator Mandako to make.
Thank you very much. 2 questions. First, I want to remind the Honorable Governor that I hope she still remembers she's under oath. I want to reconfirm from you, Governor, is it true that the contracts of the directors that we discussed had expired? Are they still earning a salary? 2, would you be okay if this committee seeks further information on that, including getting the whole IPPD payroll here for analysis to just confirm that those directors are not earning?
Honorable Senator,
Governor.
I want to confirm that the post that has been advertised, as much as I know from the Public Service Board, are vacant. In the previous regime, we had people taken from other departments to do jobs which were not meant to be done by them. By the time I came on board, they were taken back to their departments. That's why, up to now, I don't have a protocol director. I don't have a monitoring and evaluation director. So many offices are vacant. And that's why I sought advice from Public Service Board. If at all they can assist me to get my office running. I was advised that the previous regime and the contracts which has now expired. And that's why maybe the Public Service Board advertised the positions. There is no way, Honorable Chair, that the Public Service Board will go ahead and advertise a position that has a person in office.
Thank you.
Chair,
And
Chair.
to conclude for us, just a
Allow
minute.
me to finish this one question.
Just a minute.
Chair.
I thought you had two.
No, it was that for clarification. Thank you very much. Governor, on the matter of forceful entry to the assembly, you are received by the speaker, you signed the visitor's book, you are ushered into the chambers, you sat in your seat correctly, and the speaker invited you to address the county assembly. As soon as you had begun delivering your state of county address, there was a walkout by the members of county assembly. Was there any MCA left in the chamber that alerted the speaker that there was no quorum in the house?
No MCAs.
So the speaker, so are you telling this evening that the speaker on his motion noticed there was no quorum and adjourned the house?
He noticed in his own capacity that there was no quorum and adjourned the house.
Thank you very much. If I was there yesterday, the council for the county assembly had some questions to answer. Thank you.
Chair, one more.
Thank you. Before I give you, I saw the light of Okech. Okay, let's just sum it up. Thank you, so that we get the submission.
I just wanted to check with you, Chair, whether these were were final remarks, and in that case I can proceed. If you're still interrogating the witness, then I'll wait for me to make my final remarks.
I forgot in my line of thoughts just one question to the governor. Your Excellency, this committee is going to give recommendations, and they can go either way. What if, I want to hear your thoughts, because I said here yesterday, I think it was yesterday or in the morning, that from what I have seen here, the problem is more egocentric than constitutional crisis in the county. What if this Senate was to propose that the President invokes Article 192 of the Constitution that says the President can dissolve a county government if a commission of inquiry has been formed to investigate? But if this committee was, the Senate was to propose that, because it seems that nobody wants to work with the other, what would be your comment?
Thank you, Honorable Senator. I think, to me, it would be unfair to me, because it is barely 3 months that I've been in the office. It is good to give some issues time. There's a saying that says, time heals. Maybe we are in the process of, or we are in the teething problem, whereby the governor and the MCAs, because during my campaigns, I was doing it all alone. I've never had a chance to mingle with the MCAs, not any one of them. We just met after elections. And I thought it was good for us, at least to have time together, work together, and see if these problems will be healed by time, if not mediation. But from my side, I'm ready. And I have been doing so from the word go, trying to bring them on board, including appealing to the President of the Republic of Kenya to try and unite us. That shows the willingness to work with them. Thank you, Honorable Senator.
Chair,
1 minute, members. Let me ask my 2 questions, then we shall make a decision on how to use time. We need to sort out some issues so that I can contribute during report writing. One, the county assembly has filed a document, and on page 59, the county assembly has attached a letter from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. I would like you to clarify whether you have ever appeared before EACC to respond to charges.
The EACC wrote to me after a letter.
Have you appeared to EACC?
No.
No.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Number two, it is all not about what fund, because one of our witnesses, I think it was Lucy, from the Lucy or Eunice, from the Lucy. Lucy told her that your interpersonal skills are so bad that you don't recognize nominated MCS. You tell them women who won their seats through the blanket. Can you, under the blanket, can you speak to this evidence so that we know how to treat it?
The evidence, Honorable Chair, is null and void. I have never, to any MCA, that she was given a chance under the blanket.
The last point that I have is your husband, the first gentleman. Looking at MCS, both on the videos and here, they are not mad people. It looks like they find it difficult to work with your husband. Given that it is a fact of law that there is no budget for the office of First Lady, First Gentleman, First anything. There's no such a budget, there's no such a law under the county government. Are you prepared to ask your husband to take a back stage and keep out of any offensive public functions, and by this I mean the functions where he wouldn't be needed? Would you be prepared for purposes of Meru going forward?
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order. There are many now.
Here.
Start with Esther and Kamil.
I'll come to Mandako later. Yes, Esther.
Yes, you are actually cautioning the council there against addressing the first gentleman as your husband.
No. I was cautioning him about the English.
And you're using the same.
Just a minute. That husband of yours. There's a difference in English between that husband of yours and your husband. That husband of yours is abusive, but your husband is respectful. That's it.
Chair, let me defend you from Senator. He has used it properly.
Yes. Yes.
Chair, with a lot of respect to you, Chair, I want to completely disagree with you. In that, the first gentleman of Meru County, in social events, Chair, can be sent by Her Excellency to represent her in functions. Mr. Chairman, it is a tradition all over. And it's a practice that has been practiced by all governors when they are unable to attend functions, Chair, that are not official in nature or social in nature within their counties or even outside their counties. They have sent their spouses to represent. So we are not going to gag the first gentleman of Meru to attend social functions, Chair. We have, I think there is, we are just found in a situation where we are not used to having the first gentleman. In fact, I was asking, when they go for the first spouses meeting, there would be only 7 men out of how many women. It's a very unusual situation that we have to learn to get used to. However, what we don't expect is the first gentleman to get involved in the running of the affairs of the county government of Meru. 2, Chair, I'd also asked for a point of order earlier, and you asked me to wait on the Okolea program. unless there is complete evidence that the governor is using county resources to run Okolea, it will not be fair to ask the governor to abandon a program that she has built for over 10 years. Chair, you are aware that leaders run their personal foundations, not necessarily for official work they are doing, Chair, but to address other societal social issues that cannot be addressed using public resources, unless there is completely evidence that Okolea is being run by public funds. It would, in my considered opinion, it would not be fair to ask the governor to abandon a program she has started and run for 10 years. And for 10 years, she was not the governor of Meru and the program was running. So I think we have to get evidence that Okolea is using county resources for us to really ask the governor to abandon that kind of program.
Point of order,
Very well.
so
I
that when
think,
you rule,
let me handle this point of order.
you can rule for
I
both.
think you have a point of order.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, my point of order, Chair, is about the timing, because you're at midnight, and the timing that you had given, or the direction, is that we'll go for recess or some break, then we come back for the final submissions. It's already midnight, and if we continue like this, then we'll stay up to morning. Please, I seek your indulgence.
Thank you. That is for you, with your intelligence. Members, we try to be reasonable when we are in session. I was very specific that could the Senate, the governor, clarify whether the first gentleman, your husband, who appears to offend quite a number of people, specifically MCS, could step back from public functions, the official functions. In the many years I've been in public service, I have never seen the First Lady address an official function of government. Not Jamhuri Day, not Mashujaa Day, nothing. But social issues, including matters of religion, you can go on with it. The videos I've seen, your husband is very conspicuous. Not in a bad way, but he likes his music. He's like me. I'm very conspicuous with my bulls. So that's how people are. So is it possible that we step back? Governor Mandako, as far as my advice on the Okolewa is concerned, I wanted you to learn from Governor Kreitu, a man we respect a lot. He's a senior counsel. He knows the law. You saw when he wanted to continue with those kind of activities, he regularized. Tuaweza? It's called Tuaweza? Yeah. He regularized it. And the lawyers are here will tell you, by allowing the CEC to make a resolution it made, it regularized it so that this could be able to be above board in terms of spending on it. So if Okolewa must go on, you should see a way of either divorcing it completely or regularizing by asking your county executive committee to take a position on it so that we don't break the law. I can hear members wanting to contribute.
One
Yes,
more
Maruma.
thing I forgot, Chair.
1 minute. Maruma? Maruma, you have something. I'll come to you, Tobiko. Maruma, I saw you talking.
No, I have said, I had talked about the timing.
Okay.
That we need to reduce on what we are doing so that we can go for a break.
Okay.
And come back for the final submissions.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'd spend the whole night here.
Tobiko?
Yeah, Chair, my two supplementary questions, and I'm not going to add anything. One, Governor Kawera, do you have a technical team of advisors?
Yes, I have a
Because
legal
this
advisor.
looks like there are too many goofs in the short term you have been there.
I have advisors.
Two.
State their names and what they advise you on.
I have a legal advisor by the name Adero, political advisor by the name George Mungania, and economic advisor by the name Kiambi.
Two, notwithstanding the fact that you're popularly elected, do you really have the capacity to bring Meru together? Do you have the capacity to lead Meru? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Senator, I have the capacity to lead Meru, and not only capacity, but extra capacity, because of the grace by God, the spiritual anointing added to the political will makes it big. And just give us time, Meru will be the best county among the 47 counties of Kenya.
Yes, Mandako.
Yes, Chair. Let me ask the governor. In her last statement, she said she has done everything possible to try and bring the leaders of Meru together, including asking the president. Madam Governor, the president was in your county. You deliberately skipped to attend that function. Is it true, really, what you are telling us?
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Some issues I will not discuss in this place, given the sense that the one I may discuss I'm not mandated, but I did not skip the meeting just for the sake of doing it. There was communication, and I don't want to lay it to this House.
Chair, Madam Governor cannot say, I've reached out, and when we ask her whether she skipped, she becomes dodgy. Madam Governor, if you read again the County Government Act and the functions of the various organs, the senior most leader in the county is the governor. And by law, the governor can ask for a meeting of all the leaders to discuss. Are you telling this sitting that you explored all those options so that by the time you are here, all options of mediating or trying to mitigate these matters had been exhausted? And if that is so, because the decision of this committee will go either way, we can agree with the county assembly or not agree with them. Would you be comfortable, you as the senior most leader of Meru, if the decision of this committee is to agree with the impeachment and Meru County has to go to election 3 months after general election?
Thank you, Honorable Senator. May I say that I am able to bring all leaders together. But you've seen from the videos that have been played here, the MCAs insisting in their music that it's Kaende, Kaende. There is no way I could have convinced them. We sit down, they said, unless they bring their governor to Senate. That is the only time we shall sit down and talk. And that's why you saw them in the video, singing that they will not stop. And they will not accept anyone to talk to them unless they take their governor to Senate. And because maybe they have fulfilled their desires, they will accept, we sit down and talk. But it's very unfortunate, Honorable Chair, that not once have I invited them, we sit and have dialogue. I don't know, and I don't want to put it that maybe there are some influences which I don't want to allege, that some people somewhere maybe have been sponsoring the MCAs with some reasons best known to them. But because we have reached at this level, let us give it some more time.
Very well. Madam Governor, I would like you to take what Senator Mandako has said very seriously. Everything is based on the Constitution. And this Constitution anticipates the following, that the county government of Meru can go on without you. Yes. The same Constitution does not anticipate the county government of Meru going on without MCS.
Yes.
So you must go all out of your way. I don't know how this committee will decide, and find a way of working with MCS. Because they can go on without you, you cannot go on without them. What do I mean? This impeachment can decide to send you away, and a new governor will come into office. And the MCS will be in office. On the flip side, for the MCS to go away, they can only go away under 192 with you through suspension of the government. After 90 days, you go into election, and that's the end of you. So you need them more than they need you in terms of survival. So should this committee so decide, you have to bend your way backwards. And I think, don't listen to me, the only person who have spoken to your heart here is Senator Kabintu. Become friends with her.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
On your last statement, let me also go on record to differ with you that the MCAs also need the governor of Meru as much as the governor of Meru needs the MCAs. You can buy time, Chair, and remain for 5 years, but I can assure you they will not be re-elected. And if they want to learn a lesson, they can visit Makueni County.
Okay, so Governor, I would now like to congratulate you and thank you for your patience. There are many who came on my page and attacked me that you have allowed the governor to take the podium and she's going to destroy herself. She's going to destroy the evidence because she's a very temperamental person. I started panicking because I didn't want us to spoil this beautiful process that we have achieved. You've come out very well. You've maintained your composure. You've been able to respond to all questions. We thank you. I thank the other parties, especially the governor, for the way you have guided her. And I want to thank the county assembly for the respect that we have maintained, because I thought this was going to be a very hot session. Thank you so much for all this respect. This is now 15 minutes past 12. We want to reconvene at 30 minutes past 12, so that we do submissions either way. Do I take it that you want to submit for 30 minutes? Council for the County Assembly?
Yes, Chair, we would pray for 30 minutes, and I'll be sharing that 30 minutes with my colleague, Mr. Jacob Ngwele.
Thank you. The Governor?
Equally, Honorable Chair, 30 minutes will do for us. We'll share it between myself and my learned friend.
Very good. So, my good kid sister, Her Excellency the Governor of Meru, please step down. Your session is now over.
Thank you.
So, members will withdraw to the lounge a little bit for 15 minutes. I want to commence with the final submissions and for the County Assembly to share his 30 minutes with his colleague in the manner he wants.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. Chair, when I was in primary school and in secondary school not long time ago, we were often asked to engage in an exercise called composition writing. And when you retire to deliberate as a tribunal of the Senate, one of the questions I would urge you to consider: did the Assembly really go sit down and write a composition of imaginary things that the governor is alleged to have done? Or from the evidence, the Assembly had a good cause to bother you over Christmas period? Number two, can we in good conscience say that there is no crisis in Meru? Because when I addressed you in my opening statement, I told you Meru is in a crisis. It is at a siege. It is now common ground between both sides that there is actually a problem in Meru. It is common ground that the church has been asked to deal with this problem. It is common ground the venerated Jurincheke has been invited to resolve this problem. It is common ground. Even the President of the Republic has been requested to deal with the problem. Our submission, therefore, is that it cannot in good conscience be concluded or argued that the Assembly was trifling with you when it brought the case that it brought before you. If we agree there is a problem in Meru and it must be resolved one way or another, the solution we have asked you, Chair, to provide is a solution provided by our Article 181 of our Constitution. The consequences that ensue in the event you agree with the Assembly are spelled out in Article 182 of our Constitution. And in short, the consequence is that the Deputy Governor assumes over as the Governor of Meru, and he nominates a new Deputy Governor. Luckily, Chair, and this is why I salute the makers of our Constitution, the Deputy Governor was on the ballot box. So we shouldn't be too worried whether you're moving too far away from the choice of the people. There is a reason I now realize why our Constitution requires presidents and governors to have a running mate, and why it says if the solution we're asking you to give Meru is allowed, it is the Deputy Governor. This should allay your fears, Chair, that there is some hidden hand pushing this process so that it can benefit, because it must be taken that the deputy is a comrade of the governor. Chair, we urge you to ask yourself, by law, because this is not often mentioned, we must mention it, by law, Chair, the County Assembly is permitted, should this crisis persist, to introduce the very same motion before you, not anyone, the very same motion after 90 days. But that's not really the point here. What I want you to ask yourself, would it be fair to the people of Meru, if it is common ground, there is a fundamental problem in that county, that they remain held hostage in these circumstances prevailing in that county? It is our submission that it will be very unfair. Are there guarantees, Chair? Because there were many submissions on mercy, on forgiveness, on giving second chances. Are there guarantees you've been given that you can rely and bank? That if you give this governor a new chance, Meru will return to normal? Our submission is none. The governor before you keeps insisting the problem is that someone is sponsoring the MCAs. She keeps telling you, in answer to your questions, that the problem is the ward fund. She keeps telling you the problem is everybody else and everything else except the governor. Whether you believe or not, that's up to the committee. I cannot direct you. But for me, the question is, would it be fair to the Republic of Kenya, to the people of Meru, to our Constitution, to allow this situation to fester? And more importantly, given the things you've seen and heard on both sides, do we even want to take that gamble if we were to assume, for argument's sake, that the aggression against other leaders will persist, that the aggression against MCAs will persist? Chair, your mandate under the law is to consider every one of the 62 allegations separately and independently, not collectively. That's what Section 33 of the County Government Act, subsection 6 and 7 say, that if you find even one of them to be substantiated, it's very interesting, Chair, because ordinarily the law actually talks of proved. Here you're being told substantiated, not even necessarily proved, whatever the semantics lie. But the law, Chair, is that if you find any one of the 62 violations to have been substantiated, then the Senate in plenary is to take a vote on that finding by your committee, and if a majority of the delegations uphold that finding, then the governor starts removed from office. My colleague, Mr. Jacob Ngwele, will address you on the specific question whether we have substantiated or proved, whichever the word, any one, not two, any one of the 62 allegations. When you retire to consider that question, Honorable Chair and Honorable Senators, we invite you to note from the evidence, it is not in contest whether the appointments were done, the illegal ones. It is whether they were meant to occur, whether appointment letters were actually ensued after those declarations and whatnot. It is not in contest, Chair, whether the allegations against other elected leaders were made. It is not in contest whether the utterances against the Catholic Church were made. What is in contest between the parties is not whether any of the things we have alleged, any of the things in our videos took place, but the meaning to be attributed to them or the context in which they were uttered or done. We take comfort, Chair, in your assurance that this being an inquisitorial committee, the Senate as its own independent translators from Meru to English and vice versa from Meru to Kiswahili or wherever. And we'll urge you to ask those translators to tell you from the videos whose accuracy is not in contest between the parties, there was vilification of other leaders, whether there were illegal appointments. Chair, we'll urge you to note, because it's easy to be lost in the legalese. I'm a lawyer and I'm often guilty of this. That for virtually every official institution set up by national and county laws, from the evidence before you, the governor has a parallel structure, parallel appointments that supplant the one known to the law. Can MCAs be faulted, whether it is the municipal board, whether it is the hospital, whether, whatever it is, you'll find there is a law. The law has established the official organ to deal with a need of the people or a problem of the people. The picture that has emerged is that for every one of them mentioned in the impeachment motion, the governor came and set up an official parallel system and chose not to work with the one set up in the law, and also chose not to work with the people officially holding the office responsible for that function. And the question, Chair, how long can we, in fairness, expect any county to be run like that? Lastly, because my colleague will address you on the evidence, the county assembly gave the governor notice, 7 good days. She tells you, and it's up to you to give it whatever weight you want, that she was advised. She didn't have to appear before the county assembly, and specifically that if she appeared, she would have been in breach of a court order. She has not shown you the court order that forbade her from appearing before the assembly. But that's not the reason I am raising this issue, Chair. The reason I'm raising it is because there is a fundamental question of principle. The governor has an opportunity to place her defense. Never mind, she says the assembly is already prejudiced. She doesn't. She has now before you documents that were in existence. Even if the order forbade her, which is not the record, from appearing before the assembly, it was still open to her to send her lawyer if there was an order forbidding her. Because the options are you appear either in person or by lawyer. So the question, Chair, is can we in good faith fault the assembly for making the decision it made when the opportunity to place all this material? Can the assembly be faulted for not considering the matters you're now being asked to consider in favor of the governor when the widow to avail that material was there? Lastly, Chair, I am not actually worried as a lawyer whether your decision will be legally correct or incorrect. And the reason I'm not worried, all of us, including me, Chair, every day make legal arguments and decisions that are shown to have been incorrect once in a while. At the University of Nairobi, there is a course they teach called Law and Economics. And in that subject, Chair, which I actually teach, we are told the value of a decision, whether by a judge, whether by a tribunal like this one, we are told, secondly, the value of a law, whether it's the Constitution, whatever law, Chair, is not what it says or doesn't say. So the value of your decision is not what you will say or you won't say. Scholars of law and economics tell us the true value of your decision is the scheme of incentives for either good behavior or bad behavior that your decision will establish. I very humbly tell you, Chair, that if you let this governor off the hook, the scheme of incentives you'll be sending to other governors, both now and in the future, is that you can engage in whatever number of violations of the law, whatever the nature of those violations, whatever the potential consequences of those violations, but the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, for one reason or another, can let you get away with it. That is what the priest meant by the difference between justice and forgiveness. He was actually addressing on moral and legal philosophy, and I'm not sure he was understood. The matter before you is about justice. It's about what legal consequences should ensue for certain acts and omissions. Chair, allow Mr. Ngwele, because I note we have only 30 minutes, to address you on why we believe we have substantiated or proved, or whatever the word we want to use, not just one, because we only need one, but actually several allegations. Thank you very much, Chair.
Chair, for the record, my name is Jacob Ngwele, and I'll be submitting on the reminder of our submissions. Before I embark on evaluation of the evidence which you have submitted, Chair, it's our humble and most respectful submission that the Assembly side has substantiated all the 62 grounds of violation which the Assembly passed in this impeachment motion against the governor, as were read in the charge sheet, which was read before the governor here. I will proceed and explain how we have substantiated those charges. One of the grounds was the issue of illegal appointments, nepotism, and illegal usurpation of public offices. Of course, the first issue was the appointment of the governor's husband as in county offices. Chair, from the outset, this issue has been trivialized. It has been generalized, it has been demeaned, but it is a very serious issue. What the governor and the chief of staff did not mention when they were being cross-examined, they only went to the appointment of Hustler's ambassador, but they never mentioned that, or they never came out clearly that the issue was about, the critical issue was about the governor in a public setting. In a public setting which was draped with flags, a forum which was meant to launch a person in a public office, did appoint the husband as a patron of a public institution, an institution which has been created by a statute. It is a submission that it is not just a matter of a spouse. It is about a spouse who has been given an illegal appointment and who is exercising illegal powers. You are not appointed a patron of a public institution to be an ambassador of it. You are appointed a patron to exert influence, to exert policy directions on that particular institution. And for that reason, we submit that this issue has been proved, and the issue about the role of the spouses, we need to debunk that particular issue and argue that, as it was raised here, spouses are not appointed in critical public positions. You cannot see a spouse appointed as a patron of Kenya Forest Service, as a patron of Mama Lucy Hospital. These are not the reserve for, for spouses to be appointed. The other issue quickly was the issue of reappointment of Mr. Rufus Miriti as a county secretary. This issue is uncontested. It is uncontested both in the affidavit which is submitted in this house. It is uncontested both in the oral evidence and also the oral evidence of both Mr. Harrison and the governor herself. It is not contested. It is not in dispute or doubtful that Mr. Miriti has been reappointed as a county secretary. It is not in dispute that Mr. Miriti was the county secretary of the previous regime. It is not contested that Mr. Miriti's term came to an end with the tenure of the previous government. But what Mr. Harrison told the court, the Senate, was that the term was extended, the extension was allowed by the TA, then the term is still ongoing. He still has a contract which expires on 23rd of January next year. We do submit that this is one of a very critical illustration whereby the governor has disregarded the express provisions of the law. And the law is that an appointment, including reappointment, must be submitted to the county assembly for fresh vetting. We did submit in our documents 2 decisions of the High Court. One is the one for the High Court of Machakos, and the other one by Justice Murima. In the Machakos judgment, the court said that in case of the term of the CCs whose the tenure of the governor has come to an end, they must be subjected to a reappointment. Similarly, Justice Murima said that if the term of the CS comes to an end with the end of the tenure of the president, they must be submitted. That particular gentleman is still up to date, exercising illegal powers, and that is one of the grounds we have submitted. The other issue, which I'll go quickly, is the issue of the roadside appointments. It is not in dispute, both from the governor's evidence and from Mr. Harrison's evidence, that these appointments were made, both in Timau, Nikubu, and Kianjai. What has happened is that the evidence has shifted. Initially, it was that no pronouncements were made. Then, no letters were given. Now, it has become the appointments were actually made for an organization called Okolea. In the governor's evidence, in our governor's affidavit, that is not mentioned. We do submit that this is a creation. It's what in law we call an afterthought, a smoke screen, whereby you want to shift the evidence from this direction. We are saying, I was not stealing, actually I was speaking. That is what they are trying to submit. We do submit that the evidence we have given in our annexures, all the annexures that we ask, as my colleague has requested the Senate, let the committee review the transcripts for all those 3 instances, and you will see the governor directing the ward administrators to appoint those people. How do you direct public officers to appoint people to private organization? We do submit that this allegation has been proved and is tantamount to illegal usurpation of functions given to a public institution. The only person who can create public offices, the only person who can hire is the County Public Service Board. Honorable Senators, the other issue, of course, similar to that one, was the issue of illegal committees which were created for municipalities. It is not in dispute that in Meru, they have municipal boards. It's not in dispute that one of the functions of the county government is management of parking and taxes. So the governor cannot go ahead and create parallel structures to manage these functions which are provided for in the 4th schedule of the Constitution. This was a committee with a treasurer, with an organizing secretary, with a chairman, with a secretary. What were they created to do? We do submit that this allegation has been proved, and we invite the committee to review the evidence. The other issue was the issue of incitement and bullying. Incitement and bullying. We do submit that all the instances, the four instances, I'll go first of all, incitement, bullying, vilification of leaders. One was about Honorable Mwenda. That one, the member himself gave evidence here. The video which was produced here showed how the governor humiliated him in public. The governor was there parading him, asking him to apologize, telling him, I'm going to offer you protection. But now the narrative has changed, that it was the members of the public who were asking the member to apologize. Yet the governor herself has admitted she's the one who introduced that subject to the gathering. The other issue about vilification of the senator and the CS and the MP for Tigania, that is very clear in the transcripts. If you read those transcripts, it is on a meeting where the governor was present. And the issues was about this, allegedly, that these leaders were putting pressure on the governor to share power. But what does the governor say? She changes the narrative and argues that the half a bread, half a loaf she meant was that sharing half a loaf with MCAs. Yet the context was that these members want half a loaf of my government. We invite the committee to review that particular evidence. Chairman, I'll ask that, because I'm going through a lot of grounds which you covered, that you add me 5 more minutes in my time so that I can wind up. The other issue, you can see I'm rushing and I'm doing the work some justice.
Order.
The other issue.
Order. Everything that you are speaking to has already been articulated. It is up to you to ensure that you squeeze it into the limited time.
Yes, Chairman. The other issue was about vilification of our Catholic Church. When this matter began, the evidence was not clear. But from the evidence adduced by the governor and also the priest, the matter has been shed clear that there is a dispute between the Catholic Church and the county government of Meru, and a dispute which has now arisen after the governor came into place, where she's challenging the lease which the church is holding. And the governor is saying she's being put pressure to pay the money. What does she do? In a majestic style, whenever you confront the governor, she calls for baraza to fight you, what we call bully pulpit. She calls the meeting, takes down the church so that the church can relinquish their leasehold, which is still valid. We do submit that this evidence has again been submitted. Another issue which is close to my heart, because that is something which is very close also to this committee, about the inviolability of the precincts of the assembly. This Senate has enacted the County Assembly Powers and Privileges Act. That act makes it very clear that you cannot force yourself into the county assembly. It provides offenses which you commit when you force yourself into the county assembly. The governor herself, in Annexure 16, the last clip which was played here, she has said that she was barred from entering the assembly, but she forced herself into the county assembly. The evidence also produced shows that the governor was accompanied by goons and militia. What was played by their side was different from what we played. You'll see when she was coming, other than the clip which showed her entering the assembly, there was another clip outside there where she had a group of people. And the posture the governor had taken, the demeanor, the temper she had, meant that the governor was coming for combat in the assembly. And the honorable senators, we do request this Senate I want to direct the Senate to the County Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, more so Section 3, which protects the precincts of the assembly. Not even the agents of the national government, not even the police, not even the NSIS can enter without the invitation of the speaker. But the governor went there by force. Honorable senators, I wish to remind you that of the issue of the January 6th, 2021 in America, whereby the then president of America incited a group, a group of gathering of people. They went ahead and invaded the hallowed precincts of the US Capitol. They took over, they commandeered the Senate, they commandeered the House of Representatives, and what has happened? The January 6th committee has found that the president needs to be prosecuted by the Department of Justice. Had the president been in the office today, he would have been impeached. It is impeachable. It is an offense under the laws of this country for you to hold gathering outside the gates of the assembly. The law protects even the gates of the assembly. The law provides even the gates of this Senate. You cannot come and hold a baraza outside the gates of this Senate. You will be violating the laws of the land. My last two issues is the issue about violation of the Public Finance Management Act. We do submit that this allegation has been proved. The governor has not contested that she made those utterances. What she has done, she has shifted the narrative. She has shifted the story that she was being requested. Yet when you review the evidence, you will see that in that particular meeting, the governor made 4 remarks. One, she said she wants to establish wellness center. The other one, she wants the CCs and chief officers who are going to be recruited to be doctors. Those are policy pronouncements she was making. Thirdly, she went ahead and gave waivers. Waivers under the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act is a preserve of the CC finance. The governor cannot give waivers. Meru has a legislation. Meru has a legislation called Meru County Tax Waivers Administration Act, which is very clear that it is only the CC finance who can provide waivers. The other issue the governor did with that particular issue was directing the hospital to spend money at source. Chairman, I really want to correct the impression which has been created that the Meru Teaching Referral Hospital Act provides for the use of money at source. I'll recommend the committee to read section 14(4) of the same act. It talks about that the funds under the section shall be managed in accordance with the PFM Act. That act recognizes that you have to refer back to the PFM Act. And the PFM Act provides elaborate mechanisms whereby you can use money from source. We do submit that this allegation has been proved. The last of allegation was offenses, misconduct relating to the CCs. What the governor did was, as the assembly, in exercise of its constitutional mandate, rejected 7 nominees. Nothing wrong with that. Within the confines, within the powers of the county assembly, to refuse, to reject nominees. But what does the law provide? The county assembly, the Public Appointment County Assembly Approval Act, section 10, provides that once the assembly rejects the name, the governor is supposed to resubmit. The governor shall resubmit fresh names. The act uses the word shall, which means if we reject 6, you don't go back and abandon the 6 and you work with the 3. No, you resubmit you resubmit the 7 who have been rejected. What the governor did was, she went in the guise of reorganization, collapsed the departments, and appointed 3 CC to be in charge of 6 departments. Our submission is that Section 46 of the County Government Act provides a mechanism in which the governor can reorganize our government. It's not the work of the governor, it is the county executive committee which can reorganize the government. So what the governor did, suo moto, what the chairman was mentioning in the cross-examination, treating the county as a public property, as a private property, instead of reverting the names back to the assembly, you go back and reorganize yourself, yet the law provides that the CC is still intact. The 7 CCs whose positions have not been filled are still serving. So for that reason, we submit that all allegations of misconduct have been submitted. And for that reason, we ask this Senate to recommend, this committee, to recommend to the Senate that the Assembly has substantiated, has proved all the 64 allegations in view of Article 181 of the Constitution. The last point is a question has come about here. A question has arisen even when the governor was on the podium about this time is too short, it's too early, it's too early. My colleague had asked early, had asked, does the Constitution of Kenya provide temporary impunity? Within 100 days of being in office, you can break all the laws of the land. In UK, Liz Truss, who had been appointed popularly by the party, she was thrown out by her fellow MPs after 44 days in office. Irresponsible actions, maybe that is what they were saying, not my actions, compelled the same party, the members of the House of Commons, to push her out within 44 days. In our constitution, we don't have a time frame. You can be impeached even the following day. Okay. With those few remarks, honorable senators, I submit and I thank the committee for giving us the opportunity. And we also thank, on behalf of our team, maybe on behalf of my lead counsel, we thank on our side, because this is the last time we are taking the podium, we thank the chairman, the honorable senators for the time they have taken to working until 1 a.m. It's not a mean feat. The secretariat, and even for the other side, for the work we have done. And for that reason, we thank you very much and wish you all the best and Happy New Year.
Thank you. You have done 36 minutes. County Governors Council, you have 30 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, and the members of the committee. I will have the 30 minutes shared between myself and my learned friend, Mr. Mwangi. Very recently, honorable members, I had the opportunity to appear before the Supreme Court together with my learned friend, Dr. Muthomi Thiankolu, representing a mutual client on a presidential election petition. And Dr. Muthomi Thiankolu described the petition seeking to overturn the election as shock and awe, because it was hot hair based on too much hullabaloo. I am sad today to use the same words against Dr. Muthomi, because we do find the notice of impeachment to be exactly that, shock and awe. In that we have...
Chair, you can't use the word against me. There is no case by me before the Senate. The case belongs to the County Assembly.
I stand
Precisely.
guided.
Shock and?
Precisely.
Shock and awe, A-W-E. Those were words used by Dr. Muthomi to describe that petition. I'm only using the same words, borrowing from my good friend, Dr. Muthomi. The reason why I'm saying that this matter is shock and awe is because a very negative and scary picture has been painted against the governor. We all sat here when the governor was being described as the modern day Hitler. And we would have expected that the evidence to be placed before this committee would have confirmed that same picture. Honorable members, you will confirm indeed that there was no evidence to that effect. So that left me wondering, why is the governor on trial? Is it because of our emotions? Is it because of our passion? Is it because of our temperament? Is it because of our mystics? Is it because of our firmness? Is it because of our leadership style? Honorable members, none of this is a ground to impeach a governor. The governor might be emotional, might be passionate, might have a style of leadership that is not understood by many. But even then, and I'm not trying to justify that, is that the ground that was envisaged under Article 181 and Article 33 of the Constitution? Do we have any other ways of dealing with such a situation rather than impeaching a governor? And that's why in our opening remarks, we were quick to state that we should differentiate between a political weapon and an oversight tool. The MCAs have oversight tools to check the governor, to check the executive, to bring it back on track when they stray. The MCAs have not come before you with clean hands. There is one maxim of equity that says, he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. Honorable members, when you sat here, can we agree that the MCAs are not at fault? Are they blameless? Have they come before this committee with clean hands? Have they themselves fueled the disagreement in Meru? Do they have their own share of blame to what is happening in Meru? Have they been seen fixing the governor, disrespecting her, putting her in a very awkward situation? Can we then allow these same MCAs to benefit from their own misconduct and have an entire election overturned over incidences where they have been party to? A case in point I will draw the attention of the committee to is when the MCAs intentionally block the governor from accessing the chamber in a day when they have themselves gazetted and invited the governor. The governor is ushered in by the speaker. The speaker allows the MCAs to conduct themselves in an unparliamentary manner. The speaker is not seen in any way trying to control the house. Then they come before the Senate and they want you to find that it was the governor who forcefully entered that county assembly. It would be unfair for us to sit here and assume that the county assembly of Meru comes before you with clean hands. Let's talk about impartiality, honorable members of this committee. Article 50 and 49 of our Constitution is supreme in as far as the right to fair hearing is concerned. The County Assembly of Meru, once it was seized of this motion, was supposed to be a quasi-judicial body that is supposed to uphold impartiality, that is supposed to uphold the right to fair hearing. Can we say really the conduct of that county assembly was conduct enough to suggest that they were in any way impartial? If, for example, today, honorable members, you went to court, and the first thing the judge does is dance how they are going to slaughter you, do you expect any fair hearing before that committee? We watched the MCAs donned in red very early in the morning before they even had the move of the motion. They sang inside the county assembly, just stamping how they are going to teach the governor a lesson. Can we say that is an impartial committee, that the governor ought to have appeared before and expect justice and expect fairness? I beg to differ. So this confirms indeed that the County Assembly of Meru and the MCAs had a predetermined outcome of this motion, and they did not bother to even interrogate the issues before them. So what then is the threshold that ought to be upheld or met by any person seeking to impeach the governor? Because impeaching a governor is the last resort. Once the governor before you today is impeached, honorable members, it is not just about her removal from office. Going by the recent Supreme Court decision in the Mike Sonko case, the governor cannot even be in charge of any cattle dip committee because she will have been condemned forever. She lacks leadership skills. Are we telling this governor here today that based on the evidence brought before this committee, that this governor, forever and ever, at her age, and with only 2 months of being in office, that she has done so serious mistakes that she can never ever run for any leadership position, because once you condemn her and uphold the impeachment, it will be the end of this governor to ever present herself for any of public office in this country. So the framers of the Constitution put a threshold under Article 181, and they used very strong and specific adjectives: gross violations, gross misconduct. So it is not just any violation that qualifies for impeachment, it must be gross. It is not any misconduct that can justify an impeachment, it must be gross. So the question that the committee ought to ask itself when you retire to prepare your report is that, has there been any gross misconduct, any gross violation? Gross is the highest standard of misconduct or violation. It must be very clear. You cannot be looking for this kind of misconduct. It must be very glaring and very conspicuous. I want to submit that there has been no demonstration of gross violation, gross misconduct. So even if the committee was to be tempted to find that there is misconduct or violation, does that become gross? Does the evidence before this committee support the grossness of that misconduct or violation? In criminal liability, lawyers speak about two ingredients that confirm criminal liability. One is what is called mens rea. Mens rea is a state of mind that the person accused of criminal liability must have the state of mind, must have intended to commit a particular crime. But then, criminal liability alone is not proved by a state of mind. The person who conceives the commission of a crime must go ahead and commit the crime. That is what is called actus reus. So those two combined then form an offense. So with only the state of mind, without the action itself, you cannot be held criminally liable. Most of the accusations against the governor are in respect of utterances that have not even been actioned. So even if the committee was to find that the governor has, or rather is guilty of these utterances, were any of those utterances ever actioned to justify criminal liability? I have not seen any action that has been taken by the governor that can justify that liability. Honorable members, if there were any appointments to any office, there would be an instrument of appointment. If there was any misappropriation of funds, there would be evidence of money lost. If there was any intention to benefit the first gentleman, there would be evidence to that effect. Can we then find the governor guilty because of mens rea minus actus reus? The intention without the action. There is no action to accompany that intention, if indeed there was any intention in the first place. The Court of Appeal in the Martin Nyaga Wambora case, which was, I believe, the ever first impeachment motion to go through all the stages, the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal had an opportunity to interrogate.
Counsel, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So the question that the Court of Appeal sought to give guidance on is what amounts to gross violation as envisaged under Article 181. And they said that the allegations must be serious, substantial, and weighty. So that not any allegation would qualify under Article 181. There must be a nexus between what the governor is alleged to have done and a particular violation of the Constitution or any written law. So then you would expect that of any of the 62 allegations, the County Assembly would pin and compare this action is in violation of this particular law. Have we seen that? We have not seen that. For example, you have been told that the governor has appointed the first gentleman to a public office. One, we must see the public office to which this first gentleman has been appointed to. That would be a violation. So we have not seen that nexus. Honorable members, because of time, allow me look at the issue of public participation. And this is an issue that I really want the committee and beseech you to really spend time on, scrutinizing all the memoranda that have been presented before you. If you carefully go through all those memoranda, you will inevitably find that they were done by one person or a group of persons, so that to the extent that you have similar spelling mistake and typographical errors in almost all those memoranda. If then there is that attempt, you can see the desperation to justify that the people of Meru really wanted the governor to be out of office. Burden of proof. It was incumbent upon the County Assembly of Meru to prove their case, to support gross misconduct, to support gross violation. It was not upon the governor to prove our innocence. And that's why your own rules provide for a situation even where the governor is given a right not even to appear before the committee. You would not then just pass a resolution to uphold without interrogating whether the county assembly has met or discharged the burden of proof. So it is not enough for the county assembly to accuse the governor of not having tendered evidence to prove our innocence. It works the other way around. It is for them to prove our guilt, because the governor is presumed innocent until proven guilty. I want to yield to my learned friend to address you on one or two issues before sitting down. But then before I do that, you have heard the governor herself plead with this committee that she has tried to make amends, that she had tried to reach out to other leaders, that maybe it was an issue of misunderstanding between her and the other leaders, that the issue at hand is ward fund. And the MCAs came here and denied that fact. But the evidence we brought confirmed that indeed that is the genesis of this problem. She promises that once there is a legal mechanism of dealing with that issue, then there will be no problem. Honorable members, I beseech you to give the people of Meru a chance to experience their choice. If then there is a mistake done, we should be able to judge her with concrete evidence, not based on emotions and utterances. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members.
Thank you. Council, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, Honorable Chairman. This committee is an investigative committee, and it has a responsibility and guidelines on how to achieve that responsibility. I will not refer this committee to the law. It is sufficiently informed with good experts in the law, but this is a motion under Article 181 and Section 133. This committee is supposed to determine whether the motion before the County Assembly has been substantiated, meaning the allegations availed at the County Assembly and debated, were they supported by cogent and probative evidence so as to be seen to have been proved beyond reasonable doubt. Those charges must meet a certain threshold, which Mr. Mutuma has alluded to, and I refer this committee to Civil Appeal number 21 of 2014. It's a Court of Appeal decision delivered sitting in Nyeri, and I'm not going to analyze that decision for the sake of time. But, my Lord, Honorable Chairman, in that decision, the court sets the threshold for determining gross violations of the Constitution and gross misconduct. Gross violations of the Constitution, according to that decision, and it analyzes many other decisions from the Commonwealth, it must be such a gross violation of the Constitution, that it makes it impossible for the other constitutional organs in the county or in the country to be unable to function because those provisions of the Constitution have been violated. Honorable Chairman, there is no evidence that there has been a violation of a constitutional provision so that the judiciary in the county of Meru is not able to function, that the governor of the county of Meru has made it impossible for the county assembly to carry out its essential functions. And I ask this committee to look at the evidence that is availed. On the matter of evidence, the book of Proverbs, chapter 18, verse 17, says that the first person to speak appears truthful until the opponent stands to cross-examine. I do not want to analyze the entire evidence, but look at the Hansard and the cross-examination. The evidence that was availed in support of the charge, even on verification, for instance, by Mr. Mweda Inviri, he said he was being asked to apologize on the things he did not know. On cross-examination, and I asked him, you are saying to the governor, some things are true, others are not true. He admitted that there were actually things that had led to the two leaders getting to that position together with the public. Honorable committee, when the issue of the church arose and the the father came to testify, he said he's not here on matters of the church or verification of the church. He was here on his own person, and he also gave a very particular line of testimony. And he said he has lived in America for over 10 years. He has been racially abused. And he said, potentially, that's why he is a more sensitive person. Honorable Chairman, that is a very important testimony coming from a witness. And this committee should look at that evidence from that prism of this is not an unusual person or a usual citizen for purposes of testifying on the issues that were before, that is a charge before this committee. On the issue of mismanagement of finances, again, the mover of the motion admitted that the county has not lost any money and the governor has not spent any money, contrary to any provision or framework of management of finances in the county. This was an admission by the mover of the motion themselves. When the governor and her...
You have 2 minutes to go.
...has stood up to testify today, a question was asked as to why the governor chose the chief of staff and not the county secretary. And I wish to remind this committee the explanation that was given that the chief of staff has been the governor in so many areas. And the issues to be testified upon were not only on appointments, but on even those other issues that are alleged in the motion. The most appropriate person and most comprehensive was only the chief of staff who had witnessed many of those things and not the county secretary. The governor was not hiding anything, and she was available for that cross-examination. On the issue of public participation, I would like this committee to refer to the High Court petition in Kiambu, petition number 54 consolidated with petition number 52 and 41. And in that decision, the court indicates that in assessing the threshold for public participation, we look at the issue at hand and what level of public participation ought to have been conducted. This is an issue where at the opening address, we were told this is a governor who cannot be tamed, and she's a result, an undesirable result of an election process. So it became clear at the opening address that the intention of the MCAs were to overturn an undesirable election result. And Honorable Chairman, with that in mind, the threshold was very high for the decision to be made by the County Assembly that the members of the public have accepted after only 2 months to overturn an election result which they had themselves come up with. On 1 minute, Honorable Chairman, I wish to draw this committee to the County Assembly Act on Public Participation. The Meru County has an Act on Public Participation, and the principles set out at Section 4 of that County Assembly Act guides us to that threshold. The members of the county should have been well-informed, well-educated, and there was no time limit. This was done in a day, but could have been done wronger. There's nothing that limited the members who moved the motion from going all the corners of the county and having more lengthy time to fulfill the principles in Section 4 of that County Assembly Act. Honorable Chairman, I wish to invite this committee to look at the entire evidence that has been given and the cross-examination, and especially our testimonies on cross-examination and the evidence given today. This afternoon, the governor has indicated she is willing to work with anyone. She has tried to bring the county together, and she has not given up. All she has said, and in her words, time heals. Give her one more time, and she'll be able to bring all these people together. But also remind the county assembly that they also need to move the county forward within the framework of the law. If there is any transgression or a violation of the law, the governor has indicated she has not had any deliberate intentions in violating any law. She's apologetic. She has also received wisdom from this committee, especially from the persons who have served previously as governors. And she has, in her words, said she stands directed. Honorable Chairman and Honorable Committee, we humbly pray for you to find that this motion is not substantiated, and it's important that the county assembly and the county government of Meru County is given a chance to run that county and afford services to the people. On the issues of the CCs, the governor said she has reorganized, but
Order.
she's awaiting to...
Order, Council.
Yes. Honorable Chairman, please allow me 30 seconds on that issue because it appeared it's a big issue, and Honorable Senator Madago pointed out on it, and it looks like the governor has just ignored all structures and forms of government, offices of government at the county level, and she decided to run her own private project in form of the government. You allow me just 30 seconds. I explained where the governor was coming from, and what she promised is her next stage, that in the reorganization of that cabinet and allocating more than one directorate to one CC, she only wanted the county to move as she prepares to resubmit the names to the county assembly. And that came from her testimony in person and on oath, Honorable Chairman. With that, I do not wish to tire this committee anymore. On this side of the divide, we highly appreciate the sacrifice you have made, and you've gone beyond the call of duty to serve this country. We are highly appreciative on part of my team, and we are very grateful. Most obliged, Honorable Chairman and Honorable Committee.
Thank you. We may all rise. The proceedings of this hearing by the Special Committee of the Senate has now come to an end. It has been a great pleasure for the last 10 days, the last 8 days, to work with you. It has been very exciting that once again we are testing our new constitution, and it works. I must remain forever grateful to Council Mutuma and Co. on behalf of the team of the governor. Grateful to Dr. Mudhomi, Tiangulu, and Co. on behalf of the County Assembly. I'm very grateful to the governor for the cooperation that he has demonstrated. I'm very grateful to all of you, either directly or indirectly, you have contributed to this success. And I want to thank my colleagues, members of the Senate, for the lead that you have taken, the guidance that you have given, the advice that you have given. History is indeed made. Announcement. We are proceeding from here to the hotel that has been electronically sent to you. You will not be expected to sit until 12 o'clock tomorrow, although you'll be at the hotel for consultations. This is to allow the Secretariat to do the usual. Thank you. We are so adjourned.